8 years ago, a powerful force distorted space and time, and cracks appeared in the sky, forming a gap connecting the world to another dimension. This led to creatures from another dimension invading and indiscriminately massacring people. Casualties were heavy, the population declined sharply, and the survivors called this day the apocalypse. It was the day when demons and monsters rose to power. It was the demonic tide. And the change in the magnetic field brought about a job system that made humans stronger. Humans could awaken random innate talents and choose different jobs within the system. This created job holders with much greater power than ordinary people. After selection, humans would have the skills of that job and could bring them back to the real world. Moreover, the awakened talent would determine the fate of the job holder. From then on, intelligent humans began a new life and fighting style. Society focused on cultivating and strengthening job holders, building job holder academies. Taking the reality that had occurred as the original, relying on the system, integrating it into games, creating different levels of difficulty, and dungeons with different levels of guides. To upgrade and train the next generation. At Jiangqing's #1 Job Academy. Students of the school are gathering around the job system. The image of the headmaster appeared on the big screen and began to announce, "Dear students, you have completed your theoretical studies at Jiangqing's #1 Job Academy. Today is a very important day. You will awaken your talents, and it is also the first day you step into the dungeon." As the job system started up, a golden column of light gradually appeared on the surface of the system, and the pattern slowly rotated. He encouraged, "Believe in your hard work over the past years. You are prepared to become job holders. Protect humanity, even at the cost of your lives. Now, I will call out the names of the students who will come forward to awaken their talents." The students surrounding the system gripped their hands tightly, waiting for this moment. Among them was Lin Yi, staring intently at the system in front of him, thinking, "I've been in this world for so long, just to get to this day of awakening. It's finally here." Awakening talent is very important to a job holder. The quality of talent is divided into several levels. The lowest level is common. Next is rare, then legendary. More powerful is near God. And the highest is mythical. Mythical level talent has never been awakened by any human before. Swordsman and mage are the most desired jobs, followed by assassin, summoner, warrior, and so on. Priests, due to their poor summoning ability, poor mobility, and lack of offensive power, and inability to change the course of battle, are ranked at the bottom of the job chain. With the power of high-quality equipment and good talent, other jobs can often clear monsters single-handedly in ordinary dungeons. Only priests can't do that. But in high-level dungeons, as long as experts know how to operate, mages or summoners can replace the position of priests. Only being able to stand still behind the team to gain experience, and heal makes priests a joke. At this moment, someone suddenly pulled his sleeve and called, "Hey, Lin Yi." Moo Moo stepped forward, side by side with him, and asked, "Have you thought carefully about which job to choose? Mage, warrior, or assassin?" Lin Yi winked at her. "I've said it before, it's useless to think about these things now. We'll know which job is suitable for us when we have talent skills." Hearing this, she said resentfully, "I was just asking casually." In the distance, a group of male students looked at her with infatuated eyes and said, "Goddess Moo Moo is so beautiful today." Hearing her say that, he reached out and rubbed Moo Moo's head. While rubbing her head, Lin Yi glanced at the male students around him. He saw them furious and roaring, "Lin Yi, take your hand away." One of them said from the crowd, "Isn't this Lin Yi a useless freeloader?" He looked at him with a hateful expression and taunted, "He usually pretends to be noble. Let's see what kind of talent he will awaken." Hearing these words, Moo Moo glared at the group and warned, "Hey, don't go too far." On the big screen, the headmaster's voice rang out, "Number 1001, awakened rare level talent, strength. System announcement, strength, rare level talent. Skill power increased by 50%. The person who awakened the talent was Wang Shuai. A silver flame surrounded him. Many people came to congratulate him. Rare level talent, very suitable for the warrior job. This handsome guy will definitely be the top student of this exam. But Wang Shuai ignored these words and only glanced at Lin Yi. He said indifferently, "Let me see, what does an orphan have that can attract the attention of Goddess Moo Moo?" Over here, he put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Moo Moo, ignore them." She angrily complained to Lin Yi, Why don't you ever care about what other people think? He confidently gripped her hand, expressing his determination and affirming to Moo Moo. Because I will become the strongest. Only in this way, as he said this, fragments of dark memories gradually appeared in his mind. That day, the creatures from another dimension landed on Earth. They ravaged and murdered humans. With their superior strength, they only needed a wave of their hands to defeat a person. In the distance, a couple was trying to escape. The man ran frantically, holding a baby in his arms, and said to his wife, "There's a shelter ahead. Let's go there." The two tried to comfort the baby trembling in their arms. "Don't be afraid, honey. We're almost there." But right next to them, a monster had its eyes on them. The man looked to the side, his expression one of extreme horror. The monster's eyes glowed red, and it swept its hand. The man fell down, and the baby in his arms flew out. The boy screamed, "Dad!" Before the monster could grab him, the father tried to urge the boy, "Go in quickly, son. I'm fine." Behind him, the monster grabbed the mother tightly in its hand. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, preparing to take a bite. She told her son through tears before she died, "You must survive." The heavy door of the shelter opened, and the people inside, seeing the scene outside, shouted, "There are survivors. Quickly bring the boy in." As the door closed, only the boy's sobs could be heard, "Dad, Mom." A beautiful woman reached out to take him and said softly, "Xiao Yi, from now on, we are family. Come home with me." Behind her was a shy little girl hiding behind her mother, her big round eyes looking at him. And so, the woman took the two children home. The dark memories gradually ended. In his heart, he always told himself, "Only in this way can I protect them?" At the same time, the system announced on the screen, number 1128, Lin Yi. He rubbed Moo Moo's head, who was fuming with anger, and instructed, "Wait here. I'm going." She watched his back and silently called his name, Lin Yi. He slowly walked into the system's pillar of light. Standing in the center of the formation, Lin Yi closed his eyes and waited. When he opened his eyes, he saw his soul in a space outside the universe. In the distance, a bright light shone. Lin Yi wondered, is this the place to awaken talent? He reached out towards the beam of light. As Lin Yi got closer, the beam of light suddenly rotated, sucking his body inside. In the vast space, two dragons, one blue and one red, coiled around him. In an instant, both dragons plunged into Lin Yi's body, causing his whole body to emit a dazzling light. The system announced, received mythical level talent, Qiankun reversal. Do you want to hide it? Lin Yi's mind was stunned. Mythical level? Mythical level talent has never appeared before. Seeing the system's announcement, he quickly replied, "Hide it." At this moment, his entire divine sense emitted a rainbow-colored aura. The system displayed information, Qiankun reversal, level 1, reverses and enhances the power for yourself, and all skills that affect yourself can be turned on or off at will. If you advance to a higher level, you can change the nature of the skill. Current enhancement effect reduces mana consumption by 10%. The system continued to announce, current conversion effect, buff effects become debuffs, debuffs become buffs. Upgrade conditions, you must reach level 10. At the same time, two flames, one blue and one red, appeared in Lin Yi's hands. He pondered the information the system provided, can reverse all effects affecting myself, and can also turn on and off the talent at will. Does this mean that enemies will never be able to kill me? But if I can only use ordinary attacks, not skills, or let a priest heal me, is it possible to break the effect of it, hurt myself? Discovering this, Lin Yi happily clenched his fist and said, "So this is why this talent can be hidden." After completing the skill awakening, he rubbed his neck and left amidst the whispers and announcements. Number 1128. Lin Yi's talent awakening has been hidden. Moo Moo saw him return and curiously asked, "How was it, Lin Yi? Was it smooth? What's your talent?" Lin Yi interrupted her, "It's a secret." Whispers began to spread around, "I told you, he must have only awakened some shameful trash talent. Useless talent goes with useless people. The goddess really misjudged. Liking that kind of useless person." These words reached Wang Shuai's ears and made him very uncomfortable. The announcement continued to ring out, number 1128. Student Lin Yi, please quickly complete the job selection. Number 1233, Student Su Mu Mu, please begin talent awakening. He gently pushed her and urged, go quickly. She turned around and grumbled, be gentle with me, you idiot. After completing talent awakening, students will choose their job through the goddess statue. Lin Yi looked at the towering goddess statue and listened to the announcement, next is. The system made a request, please choose the job you desire. He paused and analyzed, if we follow logic, invincible to a certain extent, then Qiankun reversal must be a god-level skill. Must maximize the talent's strength and make up for its shortcomings. Lin Yi pointed to the priest card and decided, I choose this one. The system was silent for a moment, and then issued a new announcement, please confirm your job again. Is it priest? No, you are currently the first student to choose to become a priest. He looked at the goddess statue and affirmed, yes, priest. The system processed it and announced, job change confirmed. The priest card emitted a golden power. This power swirled around Lin Ye's body. After a while, the system announced, job change successful. He appeared in a black priest outfit, holding a scepter with a cross on top. The system displayed Lin Ye's information, name, Lin Yi, job, priest, HP, 100. If it is lower than 80, it will enter an injured state. All attributes will be slightly reduced. If it is lower than 30, it will enter a seriously injured state. All attributes will be moderately reduced. If it is lower than 5, it will enter a dying state. All attributes will be significantly reduced. If it is 0, it will die. Magic value, 100, talent, Qiankun reversal, mythical level, along with information about the attributes strength 4. Constitution 4, intelligence 5, spirit 5, and agility 4. Skills, healing technique, use on a single target unit, summon the power of life, restore 50 HP points to the target, cooldown in 5 seconds and consumes 10 magic points. True Purify, use on a single target unit, summon elemental spirit, restore 30 magic points to the target, cooldown in 12 seconds and consumes nothing. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and thought, let's try this, activate, Qiankun reversal. Lin Ye's eyes turned red. He raised his scepter in the shape of a cross. A power erupted from his hand, transmitted to the top of the scepter, and gradually formed a fiery red skull. The system announced, healing technique, reversed, use on a single target unit to deprive the opponent's life, reduce the opponent's HP by 50 points, cooldown in 5 seconds and consumes 9 magic points. Lin Yi looked at the destructive power of this move and concluded, just like I imagined, the skill released is HP reduction, not damage, not resisted by armor, equivalent to true damage. Slightly lower than the mage's skill damage, but if the enemy has magic resistance, I'm still much better. The system table provides additional information. Purifying technique. Reversed, using a fallen spirit summon on a single target unit to reduce the opponent's 30 points of magic. The cooldown time is 12 seconds and does not consume anything. With this information he analyzed. As for this purifying technique, it seems like nothing, but it can prevent enemies of the magic attack system from releasing their ultimate move at the last moment, revealing flaws. According to this way of thinking, the way to fight is very clear, still have to be careful with teammates' buff and healing skills, in the Qiankun reversal state. Teammates' buff skills will cause a strong blow to the body. The students standing outside the goddess statue area looked at him operating and choosing a job and ridiculed, there's actually someone who's going to take the nanny job path. Definitely wanting to hide cowardly behind their teammates. In the talent awakening area, the announcement rang out, number 1233, Su Mu Mu, awakens legendary level talent, Phantasmal Mimicry. Phantasmal Mimicry, summon otherworldly souls to fight. She landed on the ground in the admiring eyes of the students. Many people praised, oh my god, didn't hear wrong. It's the legendary talent, no wonder it's Goddess Mu Mu, the only legendary talent ever, don't know what job she will choose. The goddess has always been continuously at the top of the theory class. Really is a genius. Not only stopping here, they began to kick stones at Lin Yi. How can a humble cultivator be worthy of being beside a heavenly pride? Must want to become the goddess's licking dog. However, upon hearing Mu Mu's talent, many people felt extremely strange, but strange indeed. What kind of talent is phantasmal mimicry after all? Another person teased. Why don't you try? Go hug the goddess's legs. She came to the foot of the goddess the system then asked, "Please choose the job you want." Without taking the time to think, Moo immediately made a decision. "I choose the job, mage." Hearing this answer, he was quite satisfied. As expected, the headmaster said happily, "Mage with legendary level talent, very good, has the potential to become a member of the Job Holder Alliance." However, his eyes looked at Lin Yi and said to the person next to him, "But, I care more about that kid. It has been a long time since a student actively chose the priest's job." Tian Chi, standing behind the headmaster, also gave his feelings. But this young man really does not feel like he chose reluctantly, a little interesting. After completing the job change, Moo ran quickly towards him and shouted, "Lin Yi." In her new mage outfit, she spoke up and asked him, "I chose mage, let's go to the dungeon together." Lin Yi gently refused. "Can't do it, Moo. I have my own plans," she asked, slightly surprised. "What do you mean? Could it be that you want?" At this moment, a fluctuation appeared in the air. The system announced, "Reminder, Novice Dungeon, Wolf Forest, has opened." In front of everyone, the gate to the dungeon gradually appeared. A new announcement appeared, "Please, students who have completed Talent Awakening and Job Change, enter the dungeon." Wang Shuai came in front of him and suggested, "Hey Lin Yi, can you please help me a bit? I want to invite her into my team. The reward, I can take you along to receive the reward together. Just need you to listen to my instructions." A male student behind mocked, "If it wasn't for Goddess Su, then we wouldn't need to use a priest either." He glanced at him and didn't bother to show any respect and replied, "I refuse." The male student who spoke was extremely angry and raised his fist threateningly. "Lin Yi, you have to be sensible." The headmaster suddenly spoke, "Dungeons cannot cooperate. Even if there is enough talent, it is difficult to resist the monsters." The group of students saw this and looked at him. The male student who was still aggressive just now scratched his head, stammering, Headmaster." The headmaster looked at him and instructed, "Young man, facing the demonic beings, however much hatred you have, you must put it down." Lin Yi explained, "Headmaster, I don't have any hatred with them, just feel that cleaning the dungeon alone has high experience, and earns a lot." Hearing this, he couldn't believe it. "Alone, you alone, priest, how can you do that?" The headmaster continued to advise, "Even if it doesn't work, you can change to another team. Don't make fun of your own safety. After all states in the dungeon affect reality. If you encounter danger, you will really lose your life." He didn't agree and only said, "Thank you, headmaster, I can clean the dungeon myself." The plan in Lin Yi's head is, if you want to upgrade quickly, then you must choose to fight alone. Moreover, before my strength is strong enough, my god-level talent cannot be revealed to others. Looking at his back entering the dungeon alone, he sighed, "This Lin Yi, how can he be so confident?" Lin Yi reached out and touched the dungeon door. Immediately it displayed a notification, "Novice Trial Dungeon is dangerous, suggest teaming up. Do you want to enter the dungeon?" He replied without hesitation, "Yes." The surrounding scene then changed. Entered the Novice Dungeon, Wolf Forest. In front of Lin Yi, an arrow pointed to the forest. An information board appeared, Wolf Forest, level 1 to 3, difficulty, novice level, difficult. It is recommended that novices team up, need to cooperate to be able to pass the stage. Introduction. There is a pack of bloodthirsty wolves living in this forest. They have sharp teeth and claws. Remember not to be surrounded, if not then there is no way out. He recalled the information in his head and then made a plan. Wolf Forest, difficult for students entering the dungeon for the first time, but if you cooperate well then there will be no casualties. Taking 1 point B is already an extremely outstanding achievement. On the road there will be treatment spring water to heal classes for job holders. Ensure safety to trial for novices, while also making the priest's position even lower. But if there are people who are tired of living, not cleaning up the wild wolves on the road, then it will lead them to gather in one place. Each hungry wolf with red eyes in the dark silently approached. Or if you go deep into the forest, enter the restricted area. You will die immediately in the dungeon. He summoned a blue flame in his hand thinking, if I already have a god-level talent, then how can I be satisfied with the usual scores? Lin Yi confidently waved his hand and advanced forward full of determination. The legendary restricted area, I must go in. Deep inside the wolf forest, the full moon is the only light shining down on the entire forest. His hand holding the magic weapon without fear faced 3 wolves. Each of them had red eyes and bared their sharp teeth. Each of their stats were quite strong compared to novices, with the talent of copper, skills, bite, bleeding. Howl, They are social creatures wandering in the wolf forest, like to fight in groups. Their attacks have a bleeding effect and can cause continuous damage. Seeing someone appear, all the hungry wolves drooled and pounced. A detailed information board about their skills appeared. Bite, use fangs to bite the opponent. After hitting it will activate bleeding, cooldown time is 10 seconds. Bleeding, passive skill, after being activated, can continuously deal damage to the enemy every second. Total duration is 3 seconds and there is no cooldown time. Lin Yi grinned. Qiankun reversal activated, a dazzling power shone straight down on him. Lin Yi raised the staff and performed healing technique. An amazing power crashed down on the wolf's entire body. The system immediately sent a notification. Healing technique reversed. Deprivation technique, dealing 50 points of damage to the wild wolf. Finishing off the monster without taking damage, received 10 experience points. The wolf's body quickly rolled to the ground. From a distance, another wolf took momentum, jumped up, and charged straight at his chest. It wanted to tear Lin Yi apart, but it was thrown away by a protective circle around his body. The system announced bite, reverse attack, self-healing HP plus 20. Bleeding, reverse effect, self-healing HP plus 2, plus 2, plus 2. Lin Yi raised his staff and poured his power into it, unleashing the move, Qiankun reversal, purifying technique reversed, imprisoning spell. Many chains appeared in the air, binding the wolf into a rice dumpling. A fallen spirit appeared and flew around cheering. The wolf was immediately injured, and its magic power was reduced by 30. The wolf immediately fell to the ground. The system panel showed, purified all of the enemy's magic value, creating a single target action-restricted state. Seeing its condition, he thought, as expected, the imprisoning spell is extremely effective against low-level monsters with little mana. At this moment, the last monster finally charged over. Lin Yi dodged its bite. Then he used healing technique, dealing 50 points of damage to the wild wolf, eliminating the monster without being injured, receiving 10 experience points. Looking at the paralyzed wild wolf lying on the ground, Lin Yi thought, one small monster gives 10 experience points. If I clear all the small monsters like this, I can at least level up to level 4. My goal is the final hidden boss. Even if there is a 1-level difference, there shouldn't be any problem. Right at this moment, a wolf's mouth full of fangs lunged straight at his head. The system announced, the cooldown time of healing technique has ended. Lin Yi glanced at it. He continued to use healing technique, dealing 50 points of damage to the wild wolf, eliminating the monster without being injured, receiving 10 experience points. Lin Yi wiped the syrup from his face and told himself, to get to this day, I have prepared very carefully. After all, at the moment when the enemy attacks and slaughters, it doesn't matter what level you are at. After eliminating all the wild wolves, the system announced, you have left the combat state. He immediately ordered, turn off the effect of Qiankun reversal, purifying technique. Lin Yi closed his eyes and waited until he got the notification, your value has reached the maximum. A light emanated from around him. The screen announced level increased to level 2, all attributes have been raised, combat ability has been increased, all learned skills have been upgraded. Healing technique has been upgraded to level 2, followed by Lin Ye's new detailed information panel. All attribute parameters have been increased with the single target skill. Healing technique, deprivation technique, and the support skill, purifying technique, imprisoning spell. The system gave him a choice, received 2 free attribute points, do you want to use them? Lin Yi quickly chose, yes, add all points to intelligence. His body changed, enhancing his intelligence. Lin Yi thought, my ability can be not receiving any damage, continuously regenerating mana, therefore, I will add all the points to intelligence. In this way, after Qiankun reversal, I can maximize magic damage, and take life immediately. The scene changed back to the real world. The headmaster looked at the map worriedly. This area is a restricted area for exploration during school teaching. He wants to challenge the 5-star hidden boss, Dark Demonic Wolf King. In his mind, he immediately denied it, impossible, unless this kid is intentionally tired of living. Then the kid's hidden talent is mythical level. Even more than mythical level? The headmaster stroked his beard and expressed regret. Unfortunately, he chose not to make his talent public. First, we can only look at other seeded players. I hope student Lin Yi can survive and return. Tianqi stood aside and observed, smiling, "Old man, why don't you make a bet since you are so worried? I bet he can set a new record." "But you said the seated player is that girl? I feel like there is a little bit of fire lacking. The idea is rich but the execution is a bit." Speaking of this, everyone focused on observing the screen of the dungeon's development. Moo-Moo-led two girls were advancing in the wolf forest. Suddenly they encountered a big wild wolf rushing towards them. She immediately unleashed the move, ice binding technique, and the cheers of the remaining two people. Goddess is so powerful. The first wolf was pierced by her sharp ice spikes and roared in pain. When it fell, it was also the time Moo-Moo noticed something from the forest tree. In her heart she secretly cried, "It's bad." Moo-Moo was horrified to see two big wild wolves rushing towards her. The sound of the first wolf had already caused the monsters to pay attention. She turned around and shouted to her two teammates, "Run quickly." In her heart she secretly sighed. It's over. My goddess image has flown away in an instant." Thinking this, Moo-Moo landed on the ground. She turned around and said to the two teammates who came with her, "You two go behind me," then stood in front of them. She poured the strength of her entire body into emitting a pink power. Moo-Moo shouted, "Phantasmal mimicry." A new image of herself appeared right next to her. Both simultaneously unleashed the move, ice binding technique, attacking towards the two wild wolves. After eliminating them, she wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, it's safe." The headmaster said triumphantly to Tianqi, "How is it, still doing okay, right?" He replied, "No fighting consciousness, only talent will not be able to help her go far, unless." The scene changed back to the restricted area. A little rabbit was nibbling grass and was attracted by the movement next to it. A large wolf was thrown away right in front of it. The system announced, "Level has increased to level 3. Lin Yi encouraged himself, "Just a little bit more, good, this speed is just as I expected, eliminate the remaining small monsters to level up to level 4. Suddenly he noticed a sound in the forest behind him, and turned around to guess, "It's here." Lin Yi stepped forward and reached out to pull out the leaves. On the cliff in front of him was a wolf with a large body that was many times more ferocious than the other wolves. An information board immediately appeared. Name: Dark Demonic Wolf King, level 5 along with its attributes, with the talent of silver, skills, bite, bleeding, wild call, claw strike. Introduction: Dark Demonic Wolf King wanders in the wolf forest. It has a fierce temperament, and will pursue and eliminate any creature it sees. The wolves in the entire forest are its subordinates, and will follow its instructions, tear apart any enemy. It is the old wolf with a large scar on its eye. Dark Demonic Wolf King is a hidden boss. In the textbook it is a taboo boss. Countless talented young people have been seriously injured, sometimes crippled. Future heroes are torn apart by it without mercy during the challenge. Since then, this forest has also been listed as a taboo place by the Academy. Hiding behind a tree observing, Lin Yi thought, "These wild wolves seem to still be surrounding the Dark Demonic Wolf King. The reality is also the same as ordinary animals, occasionally leaving to find a place, conveniently. And when they are done, they do not necessarily have to return to the nest immediately, but will go around. The frequency of this group leaving is not low. The opportunity to eliminate them one by one is there." He suddenly appeared behind a wolf. After secretly dealing with it, the system then announced, dealt 50 points of reverse damage to the wild wolf, finished off the wild wolf and received 10 experience points. Lin Yi put his hand on its body to regenerate HP. He happily 6. A troublesome little monster is now the best blood bag for me, waiting for my experience to increase, then I will fight one-on-one with the Dark Demonic Wolf King. Like this, the Dark Demonic Wolf King has fewer and fewer surviving subordinates. My level is getting higher and higher. The energy concentrated in Lin Ye's palm transmitted to the top of his cross-staff weapon exuded a red color of danger. Lin Yi quickly slaughtered the lone wild wolves. This time he leveled up, the level increased to level 4. The Dark Demonic Wolf King discovered Lin Yi and pounced over. He sneered, finally discovered it. "Then let's start a new game, Dark Demonic Wolf King." In front of Lin Yi was a white wolf many times larger than his body. Its attribute panel appeared with quite high parameters. Lin Yi assessed, this terrifying amount of blood and attack attributes is 50 times higher than ordinary wild wolves. If it were a novice, they would be torn to pieces or circled until they lost their lives, but a dark shadow claw strike it unleashed did not cause any damage to him, and even caused Lin Ye's attributes to increase. He said happily, "Thank you, I feel more comfortable in my bones." It continued to swing one strike. Lin Yi sighed. As expected of a god-level talent, its attacks are only recovery food for me. Keep attacking, like this, it will be easier to deal with you. The Wolf King panted. At the same time the system announced, "Healing technique, cooldown finished." He indifferently glanced at it and asked, "Finished attacking?" It stood upright on two legs, its entire body exploded with power. The system warned, "Dark Demonic Wolf King activates normal attack, claw strike." It reached out its claws and slapped towards Lin Yi. Fortunately he dodged in time. This one strike of the Wolf King slammed into the ground, causing dust to fly up. It bared its sharp teeth and smiled dangerously. The Wolf King's one strike just now created a large hole in the ground. Lin Yi saw it standing and thinking, then asked, "Discovered it?" Unfortunately it was too late, but the Wolf King didn't pay attention to his words. Its body erupted with a blue flame, its muscles bulged. Dark Demonic Wolf King used frenzy. When its huge body flew over, Lin Yi did not flinch. "If you had a pack of wolves surrounding you, I might have to spend quite a bit of strength. Unfortunately, you are currently alone." As soon as he received the notification, "Healing technique, cooldown finished," his eyes flashed with murderous intent. One strike Lin Yi counterattacked made a red power appear, shooting straight into the sky, illuminating the entire forest. The Wolf King lay flat on the ground without moving. The system announced, "Eliminated the Dark Demonic Wolf King, received 1000 experience points, level increased to level 5. Completed the dungeon, Wolf Forest," started to summarize the rewards. Received a bronze treasure chest, lower grade. After collecting the first reward chest, the system continued to announce, "Completed all the hidden elements, eliminated the final boss." The entire process did not use any damage skills, defeated 30 wild wolves. The evaluation score increased to level SSS, received an additional silver treasure chest. Upper grade 1. Reading the announcement he smiled. "Oh, if healing technique reversed is not considered a damage skill, then I might not have gotten the SSS grade evaluation." At the same time Lin Yi received the reward. Everyone outside the real world read the system's announcement together. All were stunned. "What?" The students with their mouths open and eyes wide in question. "Who is it after all, Mom? Didn't we just witness a historical moment? Take a picture quickly." The headmaster was also very surprised. Never before, one and only, achieving the SSS grade evaluation in the dungeon day means having completed all the hidden achievements. "In my impression, only Lin Yi is the person who entered the restricted area." Another person spoke up. "How is that possible? The SSS grade evaluation has a requirement of passing the stage without dealing damage. What kind of concept is clearing the stage alone without dealing damage?" Moo Moo passed the stage and came out of the system. Knowing this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Unexpectedly could complete SSS grade, just now letting me receive a grade evaluation. Was already extremely dangerous. Don't know what holy figure made it in this period. Her mood gradually became worried. Also don't know how Lin Yi is now. In the dungeon he said happily, yes, very good, luckily really. Since it is like this, Lin Yi decided, open the treasure chest. The screen announced, activated the silver treasure chest, upper grade, received the skill book, Divine Healing Therapy, received free attributes ×5. Received silver grade equipment, Shadow Dagger. Each stream of treasure light radiated from the treasure chest. He carefully read the information. Shadow Dagger increases the wearer's attack attributes by 50 points, increases 10 points of armor penetration. When attacking enemies there is a 5% chance to cause the enemy to fall into a bleeding state. Divine Healing Therapy, Level 1, active skill, use Divine Breath to bless allies within a 10-meter radius, restoring 100 HP, and has a lasting recovery effect for 10 seconds. Each second restores 10 HP, consumes 50 mana, cooldown in 20 seconds, Lin Yi without hesitation, learn. He checked the reverse state, reverse, Divine Healing Therapy, Calamity Descends, Level 1, active skill, use Evil Breath to curse all enemies within a 10-meter radius, eliminating 100 HP, and causing a lasting blood loss effect for 10 seconds, each second subtracts 20 HP, consumes 45 mana, cooldown in 20 seconds. Imagining when using this move in battle, Lin Yi saw, although the cooldown seems a bit long, and the amount of mana consumption is quite a lot, But this is also only a small problem in the early stages. Such a large amount of AoE burst damage is already a strong ultimate move in the early stages. Combining with Purifying Technique, making up for the infinite CD weakness, has already surpassed even the strongest mage job. He spun the shadow dagger in his hand, thinking how to deal with it. As for this dagger, then just sell it to the second generation. Consider it as a down payment for the future. Cannot keep spending uncle and aunt's money, they have paid enough for me. Looking at the screen display, he happily said, the 5 free attribute points are the most valuable thing here. The source of free attribute points is very rare. Comparing with the Celestial Tower chart of rewards, he saw, except for the 2 free attribute points when leveling up, only challenging the special tasks of the dungeon, opening the hidden treasure chests to get them. If the first time passing the stage the evaluation score is not above grade S, then you will not be able to receive the attribute reward, but the SSS grade achievement will get a whole 5 points of additional attributes. Calculating a bit, Lin Yi was quite satisfied. All free attribute points added to intelligence points. From now on, I, Lin Yi, will go to the extreme of the magic system, becoming the most violent calamity priest. The dungeon gate suddenly had movement, causing the group of people outside to gather here. Coming out already. One person shouted loudly, definitely the SSS grade Great Boss's team. But from the gate only saw one priest figure walk out. Everyone was stunned. Wait, why is it only Lin Yi? Maybe still doing the settlement. Really want to see how rich the hidden rewards are. He didn't understand what they were saying and coldly brushed past. Moo Moo came from the side and eagerly called, Lin Yi, quickly tell me, it's you, right? Wang Shuai also just finished the dungeon and came over to contemptuously say, based on this kind of useless thing, Moo Moo, you are a bit flattering this name. If I remember correctly, then he went in alone, right? Probably couldn't do anything, so had to run out, right? While the group of people were laughing, Lin Yi conjured the shadow dagger in his hand. He raised it up and asked, are there any classmates who have changed jobs to be an assassin? I opened a weapon, not bad quality. Does anyone want it? One person yelled, holy shit, you got this equipment, it's silver grade equipment. Lin Yi asked again, finally, do you want it or not? A group of assassin systems students scrambled to compete. I want it, over here, now I'm calling my dad to get money here. I'll give 10,000. One other person bid, 20,000, another classmate said, hey, 20,000 and also want top-grade equipment, I'll give 50,000. Hearing this, he secretly assessed, 50,000, this price is also worthy of this top-grade weapon. Lin Yi proceeded with the auction, 50,000 once, 50,000 twice. Suddenly a female student gave a loud bid, 100,000, the people around were surprised, 100,000 alliance currency? The income of an ordinary family is only 10,000 alliance currency. Daring to spend 100,000 alliance currency means a family needs to go without food and drink for 10 years. This is really an astronomical price. He was quite satisfied, thinking, 100,000 is indeed a high price. Also did not count on burying this top-grade dagger. Lin Yi did not hesitate and agreed to the transaction. At this time everyone crowded around him and asked, Lin Yi, can I ask you something? You are currently, what level are you? He replied, level 5. People asked questions continuously. Lin Yi, which team did you participate in after all? Could it be that you really cleared the dungeon alone and reached level 5? The SSS grade evaluation is you, right? Just help me how to pass the stage. How did you do it? The headmaster guessed this student did not team up at all, which means that Tianqi interrupted him. Impossible, no one can do that. He must have found a team when he entered the dungeon. A student who is a novice clearing the dungeon alone, and then receiving an SSS grade evaluation. Do you feel like it is a thing that can exist? He analyzed. Its requirement is to clear the monster alone without dealing any damage. Currently, all the job holders standing at the top of the pyramid cannot achieve such a result in the novice stage. Seeing Wang Shuai's face turn purple with anger, a classmate advised him, handsome guy, do we still want to make trouble with him? Wang Shuai gritted his teeth and hissed, I see he just got lucky, maybe, he used some dirty tricks. Then what? A priest, how far can he go? The people next to him echoed. That's right, look at the smug look on that villain's face. Handsome guy, next time we seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson is fine. At this time the headmaster stepped onto the podium and announced, alright students. The test is over here. From today onwards, you are no longer ordinary students, but trainee job holders with extraordinary power. At the same time, 30 days later you all also know that you will have to go through the most important moment in your life, which is the job test. The future, again being a common person, or becoming a human hero, resisting the demonic tide. All will be decided after your performance in the assessment in the next 30 days, he instructed. During this 1 month, you must use the low-level secret realm dungeons arranged by the school to increase to level 10 or above. Lin Yi fell into thought. The job test is a requirement that must be completed by a team, is one of the important criteria of the evaluation score, is the teamwork of the team. But my cooperation target has been decided. He looked at her with a little worry in his heart. Don't look at this little girl who is always a cold image, actually is the most worrying person. The person is clumsy and very sincere. Easily deceived and easily unable to bear to reveal her true nature. Lin Yi secretly determined, even if she has awakened a very powerful talent, I will protect her from being harmed. After all, this is also my promise to uncle and aunt. I will not let the tragedy of that day continue again. He rubbed Muumu's head and asked, not going home for dinner today, going out to fight dungeons together or not? She stared blankly at Lin Yi. The dungeon gate fluctuated again. The two of them entered the dungeon together. The surrounding scenery changed, appearing a cave. On the store the system announced, Secret Realm, Stone Cave, level 3 to 6. Can choose difficulty, medium-sized team. It is recommended that a team of about 5 to 10 people enter. Introduction: there are countless venomous scorpions living in the stone cave. Although the attacks are not fatal, but the poison in their tails is very troublesome. Remember not to get stung. There are 2 levels given as normal and difficult. Both levels must eliminate the venomous Scorpion King. However, the difficult level must not be poisoned and eliminate the Scorpion King within a certain time, otherwise it will enter a berserk state. When he reached out to choose the difficult level, she then analyzed on the side. Challenging dungeons can choose the difficulty. The difficulty of the dungeon will gradually increase according to the level of the dungeon. The higher the difficulty, the more difficult the monster attributes and the requirements to pass the stage will be. More people are needed and the rewards will of course be more generous. Novice dungeons usually only have 3 levels, which are normal, difficult, and nightmare. Stone Cave, this dungeon will only have 2 levels in the beginning, which are normal and difficult. Although it is a novice dungeon, but you plan to challenge the difficult level team with just the 2 of us, and also want to get the SSS grade evaluation, Lin Yi replied concisely, trust me. Muumu looked at him a little worried. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I feel, in order not to deal damage is a bit difficult for me, will again be a drag on you. Lin Yi turned back and revealed, this dungeon has a way to skip class. She was surprised. Skip class, you mean to say, ignore the monsters and pass the stage? He explained, the monsters and terrain in this dungeon are fixed. I have found the data left by a senior. Summarize a little. Rebuild the layout of the dungeon. According to the calculation, skipping class is possible. Muumu was full of admiration. Really powerful. It's like the whole scene is recreated in his head. In fact, I always knew Lin Yi was hiding his strength. From early on he had studied all kinds of dungeons and monsters, used all kinds of data, each time taking the theory test. He always scored the maximum. Everyone thought he was bullying the fool. Seeing she didn't say anything, Lin Yi then urged, why are you still standing there? Let's go. Muumu was startled and replied, coming. In her heart she secretly affirmed, but I always believed that he will definitely become a hero to save the earth. The two entered the stone cave dungeon. She looked at the sparkling clusters of quartz and exclaimed, wow, it's so beautiful. Seeing Muumu lose focus, he reminded, Muumu, compared to the previous dungeon, this dungeon is much more dangerous. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, due to insufficient team members, forcibly matching the team with other players. He picked up a piece of stone and muttered, the dungeon can unexpectedly forcibly match teams with other players in the dungeon. In this case, we not only have to face monsters, but also have to compete. Let's pay a little attention. A large explosion suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Wang Shuai appeared out of nowhere, hit by a blow that sent his entire body flying. Wang Shuai covered his nose to stop the syrup that was flowing and coughed a few times. He thought, unexpectedly, just one small monster can wipe out our entire team. The level of danger of the dungeon outside the difficulty level is much greater than imagined. The cave is concentrated with many venomous scorpions. The system displays their attributes and skills. Highly poisonous, gluttony, petrification. Introduction: Scorpion monsters with poisonous tails will cause the person who is stabbed to fall into a state of paralysis. Difficult to move, if poisoned many times will even paralyze the heart. He and his team were a little fearful of this group of monsters. Glancing at Lin Yi in the back, Wang Shuai then made a call. Hey Lin Yi, why don't you come over to help fight the monsters? Have you forgotten the Academy's assistance regulations? He only coldly left a few words, pray for your own happiness. Then immediately pulled Mu Mu to enter the stone cave. Let's go this way, leaving the group of people behind cursing, you despicable priest. Lin Yi explained to her, remember, the scorpions here are extremely afraid of water. All are melee monsters without any long-range attack methods. Later just follow me. Listen to my orders, I guarantee you will not be poisoned. She replied without hesitation, okay. He then reminded, oh right, almost forgot one more thing. They are also extremely sensitive to sound. The voices and footsteps of the two people had attracted a large scorpion. He quickly used deprivation technique. The cross-shaped staff head appeared a red law circle striking down the stone cave, creating a shelter for the two. Mu Mu exclaimed in surprise, this is your talent, then that SSS grade evaluation is it? Lin Yi put his finger to his lips, shoo, one time making her silent. He explained in a low voice, to skip class successfully is to pass through a special path avoiding all the monster's eyes and ears, to the bug of the dungeon then. The two then came to a rather humid place in the cave. In front of them was a stream. Lin Yi pointed to Mu Mu, the weakness is in the map where water-fearing magical beasts gather to live. There is a puddle of water, this stream does not harm the human body, is drinkable water. He ordered, jump down, then jumped down himself first. She looked at the water a little worriedly. Then jumped after Lin Yi. Mu Mu clung to him and swam in the water. When she touched the shore, Mu Mu came out of the water and breathed a sigh of relief. In front Lin Yi had picked up a stone to study. He raised the stone high. Then quickly smashed it hard on the ground, creating a sound echoing in the cave. The magical objects were stimulated by this sound and their whole body radiated murderous intent. Even the scorpion that was fighting with Wang Shuai's group craned its neck looking for the source of the sound. It abandoned him and turned its head to crawl away, causing everyone to be stunned. Hey, what's going on? Many scorpions followed each other towards one side. They gathered around the water where Lin Yi and Mu Mu were standing on a rock in the middle of the lake. A giant scorpion appeared with streaks of light on its body. An information board immediately appeared. Name, Venomous Scorpion King. Skill highly poisonous, gluttony, petrification, and the introduction. A hidden lurker with huge size, colorful patterns symbolizing extremely terrifying poison. Be careful with its venom, it will take your life. He reached out his hand to provoke, come here. The Scorpion King was angry but could only wheeze without daring to cross the water. Lin Yi said, you don't dare come up, then next is our turn. He entered the battle state, his whole body gradually turning red. Lin Yi summoned Calamity Descent, striking the venomous scorpions by the lake so that there was not a drop of blood left. The system announced, eliminated venomous scorpions times 5, eliminated venomous scorpions times 50, eliminated venomous scorpions times 100, received 2,000 experience points. Wang Shuai's group read the announcement, and their mouths dropped open in disbelief. Priest, can deal magic damage so powerfully. The venomous scorpion we encountered had to use the strength of the whole team with much difficulty to defeat it, and now it is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in his hands. What kind of monster have we bumped into? He also stammered. No, impossible, the one who set the record is him. At this time Mu Mu unleashed the move, the rest is left to me. She began to show her talent, phantasmal mimicry. Mu Mu launched an attack, ice binding technique. Countless pieces of ice shot out directly, pinning into the body of the venomous scorpions. The system then announced, has eliminated venomous scorpions times 50, received 500 experience points. All the venomous scorpions had been eliminated. Student Su Mu Mu has leveled up to level 4, received 1 free attribute point. When her body emitted light, changing to level up, she still didn't believe, unexpectedly leveled up so quickly. Mu Mu's information board appeared again. At this time all of her attributes had been increased. He happily reminded, next, we need to face the venomous Scorpion King. Looking towards the other side of the lake, Lin Yi was surprised. As expected of the venomous Scorpion King, actually has enough ability to resist water. The system continuously announced, ice binding technique dealing 10 points of damage to the venomous Scorpion King. She was surprised, only 10 points, The defense of the venomous Scorpion King is so strong. What to do now? If we make a mistake even once, I'm afraid. He reassured, don't worry, its weakness lies in the center of the abdomen of the second HP stage, we can. Before he finished speaking, a venomous scorpion tail quickly headed towards where they were standing. Lin Yi pulled Moo Moo to dodge the attack. At this time each stalactite in the cave suddenly fell, causing water to splash up. He ordered, Moo Moo, continue to create new foothold. She then quickly agreed, okay. Lin Yi again used deprivation technique. The system then announced, deprivation technique dealing 150 points of damage to the venomous Scorpion King. Its HP bar was gradually falling, even so he had to sigh too hard. Just as the venomous Scorpion King stood up straight, raising its two claws, Lin Yi accurately aimed at the time and ordered, that's the moment, Moo Moo. She spent no time thinking and immediately unleashed the move, ice binding technique. He thought, the venomous Scorpion King only at the time of using this move will lean the person up, revealing the weakness in the abdomen. Once again using deprivation technique, Lin Yi successfully pierced its weakness, critical hit weakness, dealing 1,000 points of damage to the venomous Scorpion King. She exclaimed in surprise, so powerful. At this time the system announced, has eliminated the venomous Scorpion King, received 3,000 experience points. Completed the dungeon, Stone Cave, started to summarize the rewards. Completed all hidden elements, eliminated the master of the secret realm, the venomous Scorpion King, eliminated all venomous scorpions, was not poisoned, evaluation score SSS grade. Received 1 gold treasure chest, free attribute points 5 points. His body shine changing, leveling up to level 6. Once again Lin Ye's attribute board was updated. At this time he admired and called out, great boss Lin Yi. Wang Shuai and his companions knelt down crying and begging, please great God Yi, take me along, I am willing to serve anywhere, isn't this a villain, taking advantage of the few people? I am great God Ye's dog. He glanced at them and coldly said, today's matter you all must keep your mouths shut, don't tell it out. Or else, you will bear the consequences yourself. Lin Yi brought Moo Moo to enter the transfer space. He suggested, open it here, no one can see. Lin Yi ordered, open the treasure chest. The screen notification appeared, received gross skill, poison potion, job requires mage, received gold grade equipment, Gale's shoes, silver grade equipment. Hunter's great sword, silver grade equipment, jade ring, received free attribute points times 5. She suddenly realized, 5 attribute points, no wonder your stats are so high. He examined the details of the rewards one by one. First is Hunter's great sword, type of weapon, forging level, level 1, silver quality, requirements of great sword system, job equipment. Equipment effect, increases attack power by 200 points, increases strength attribute by 5 points and has a passive effect, shield breaker. Next is the equipment, Gale's shoes gold grade quality, equipment effect, increases agility by 10 points, increases movement speed by 30% and has a passive effect, ghost step. Ghost step, increases the effect of evasion. The third reward is a skill book, poison potion, gold grade quality, can be developed, job requirements mage, initial effect. Use magic to summon poison bubbles. The poison bubbles will cause poison damage to a target after coming into contact with the enemy's body. The poison bubbles will explode and create poison damage. The poison state lasts for 5 seconds. Finally, the equipment, jade ring, type of accessory, silver quality, has the effect of reducing 10% of the cooldown time for all skills, cannot be combined with the cooldown effect of other equipment. She was shocked non-stop. Oh my God, the things that fall out from a gold grade treasure chest are so rich. He showed Moo Moo, these 2 gold grade items are indeed the top grade items of this early stage, but the best treasure is this silver grade ring. Holding the ring in his hand, Lin Yi thought, this jade ring, although silver grade, but can reduce skill cooldown, is indeed an existence comparable to free attribute points. If setting a price for auction, it can even be auctioned for 1 million alliance coins. He gave the book to her. Skill book is read by mages, you take it. Moo Moo handed over the book a little hesitant. The gold grade skill book with the attribute of poison potion, but I was previously an ice system. After choosing the skill attribute, the mage can only learn ice system skills, cannot be compatible with other attribute skills. Suddenly she felt that her body had a strange point. Lin Yi then asked, what's wrong? Moo Moo's whole body was suddenly covered by a flame. The information board appeared. Activated hidden talent. 5 elements master. Talent progress, 2 out of 5. She looked around her in a daze. 5 elements master talent. What is this? Never heard of obtaining a new skill can also activate hidden talent. That's interesting, he said. It seems like you will need more skill books. If you collect enough skills with different attributes as soon as possible, you will probably receive an unexpected reward. I think this is another advantage compared to your other mages. It will be your trump card. Moo Moo was very excited. My trump card, Lin Yi reminded. Let's go. It's time to go out. Following behind him, she asked curiously, by the way, how do you plan to allocate those 5 attribute points? Can I refer to it? Lin Yi replied, my way is not suitable for you. Because it is my way. Moo Moo then stopped, then okay. When the two came out of the dungeon, there were already many students standing and waiting outside discussing together. Oh my god, can a novice really clear the dungeon outside? Really scary, I'm very afraid of scorpions. Nonsense, didn't say the dungeon outside. The male students' eyes turned into 2 hearts as soon as they saw her walk out praising her endlessly. Goddess Moo Moo here. Oh my god, so cute. There were also people who paid attention to Lin Yi. Walking next to Moo Moo and asked, did everyone see the person standing next to the goddess? Lin Yi usually has an ugly appearance, but recently there has been some news saying the only SSS grade evaluation was done by him alone. Some people couldn't believe it and asked back, really, impossible. Another person retorted, why not? He sold the dagger for 100,000 alliance coins, don't you know? From a distance a yellow sports car roared over, braked, and came to a stop causing dusty mist. From the car a pair of long legs stepped down. Xiao Feng came forward and said to the person who came with him, Lao Zhao, I saw the younger sister you mentioned from afar, indeed is top grade, even more attractive than having a dungeon outside. Shiheng also got out of the car and replied, don't joke around. Seeing the 2 people just arrived, she grabbed him and pulled him away. Lin Yi, let's go quickly. Lin Yi without time to react then asked, what's wrong? Moo Moo looked towards the distance, her face quite uncomfortable. I find this name very annoying, relying on his skin to seize and plunder, occupy, hire geniuses to strategize all kinds of dungeons. His daily hobby is playing with poor female students, really disgusting. Before they could leave he had already come in front of her, blocking the way with a flirtatious tone. Classmate, wait a minute. Beautiful girl, is there a chance to get to know you? My name is Huang Xiaofeng. The students standing nearby began to discuss, isn't this Huang Xiao? Heard that he doesn't come to school for a semester. One person said, idiot, they are only waiting for each test. If not awake and then customize a set of max level silver grade equipment is fine. If the talent is strong enough then maybe can be the first place. Heard that he is the Sea King. His character is very bad, trapped so many younger sisters. Some people defended, stop making things up, it's all people intentionally harming Huang Xiao, not even a bit of evidence. Xiao Feng couldn't take the murmurs to heart, and was even a little proud. Indeed, wherever I go, this young master is the center of discussion. Moo Moo hid behind him and refused, no, I have a boyfriend. His face turned purple with anger. Huh, what? Xiao Feng looked at the young man in front of him and contemptuously assessed. Wearing all pavement goods, indeed a beauty wasted on a beast. Lin Yi turned around and whispered, young miss, are you again using me as a shield? I even thought you knew this name. He reached out his hand to push him and shouted, get out. But before he could touch Lin Yi, Xiao Feng was shot out by a power pushing him backwards. Xiao Feng, from surprised, what kind of trash dares to hit me, gradually turned to self-aggrandizement and scolded, doesn't know how to measure his own strength. He poured strength into his hand and unleashed the warrior skill, charge. Just as the fist arrived it was blocked by Lin Ye's reverse move, deprivation technique. The reaction shot back a huge power causing Xiao Feng to fly backwards. He knelt on the ground groaning, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, I want my life. Xiao Feng looked at him resentfully, you, what tricks did you use? Lin Yi came in front of him and pretended to be innocent and replied, I didn't touch you, everyone saw it, moreover my job is a priest. The people around were in a commotion asking, just now, what happened? Why did Huang Xiao suddenly become like that? Another person replied, don't know, but Lin Yi is indeed a priest. Does not have damage skills. She surprisingly guessed, this is Lin Ye's talent? Xiao Feng, unwilling, continued to pour strength into his arm, rushing towards him. But he was immediately bounced back, falling face down on the ground, struggling, cursing, "You bastard, playing dirty." Lin Yi watched with interest, thinking, just testing a little the reverse effect of the healing technique on job holders. It seems that deprivation technique, in addition to damage, can also bring negative effects to job holders. He looked at Xiao Feng kneeling on the ground contemptuously. "A little weak, haven't even used half the strength." He hugged his chest in pain and shouted, "If you have the guts, then let me go. Do you dare to use job holder skills to fight one match? Now regret, kneel down and apologize to your daddy, and it's still." In time, Chi-Heng, startled, pulled away from the crowd and came to remind, "Wait a minute, don't forget, between job holders can't use awakening skills to fight." He assessed, "A priest can immediately seriously injure Huang Xiaofeng, a person with an iron skin and flesh layer, with a body full of top-grade equipment. What is this kid?" In the distance, many students gathered and discussed. The school forum is commenting hotly. Based on the things Lin Yi auctioned off, he cleared the dungeon alone and even leveled up straight to level 5. Holy shit. No joke, right? Impossible. The first day after awakening. Only relying on the novice secret realm and the wild secret realm, how can he level up to 5? Chi-Heng came in front of Lin Yi and said politely, "Excuse me, my friend is a little excited. I apologize to the two of you on his behalf." He observed the person standing in front of him. "Lin Yi, why haven't I heard of him before? If such rumors exist, then it must not be made up. He has awakened an extremely strong talent, and also chose to hide it. Is a strong opponent." He also politely replied, "I don't want to break the harmony between the classmates. It's just that this one seems to be very unconvinced." On the ground, Xiao Feng, who was being pinned down, was always cursing. He shouted, "Zhao Chi-Heng, what are you apologizing for? Why don't you teach him a lesson for me?" Only saw him come forward and magic power appeared in his hand. Xiao Feng was then in a panic. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chi-Heng knocked him unconscious, carried him on his shoulder, and said to Lin Yi, "He should be Huang Xiaofeng, the young master of the Huangshi Corporation, after today's matter. I'm afraid he won't let it go, will call people to cause trouble for you. This month don't come to school anymore. In this card there are 50,000, consider it an apology. If you need to level up a dungeon, can contact me, I will arrange it for you. Ensure before the test comes, not missing any progress, but I hope you can leave a little face for me. Stay away from this name during this time." He looked at the card he handed over and replied, "I can't guarantee that." In his heart he secretly assessed, "This person is a little interesting, not without a brain covering up the shortcomings, also does not want to create enmity. Also wants to sell favors to me." Lin Yi turned around, brought Mu to leave, only leaving one sentence, "People don't offend me. I don't offend people. In fact, I conversely want to see how many people he can let come to find me to cause trouble." Just so happens to test a little the actual combat ability of Calamity descends. On the forum, a very prominent headline, "Shock, Stone Cave difficult level is cleared in 1 minute and 30 seconds, diagram European Emperor Town, Ring Baoyu. Not available, Hunter's Greatsword, Hunter's Greatsword silver grade weapon, negotiable price, strategy how to pass the Stone Cave SSS grade, requires unlocking 5,000 alliance currency." Some people went in to comment, "Holy shit, Ring Baoyu, reduces 10% of cooldown time, really scary, is it too much?" Another comment, "Is Ring Baoyu for sale? Sell the house to get the money, Stone Cave difficult level and also clear so quickly, not lying right, 5,000 alliance currency, want to get money so crazy right?" Looking at these comments, she asked him worriedly, "Lin Yi, can this strategy really sell for such a high price on the job holder forum?" A group of job holders just entered the dungeon and looked at their phones, said, "The terrain of the Stone Cave is extremely dark. The SSS grade conditions also restrict team cooperation. Basically impossible to do." A classmate looking at from behind said, "I was also a little curious. Don't know if it's real or fake. Try buying it once and see." The female student with the group also encouraged. "After all, it's also free attribute points." The boy looked at the phone and reported, "Look, there's already one person who bought it." The young man carrying a sword next to him urged, "Hey, then you spend it." There were 2 notifications in a row, received 5,000 alliance currency on Lin Ye's computer. 3 minutes later, the person who just bought the strategy successfully passed the SSS grade. He put his hammer on the ground, wiped his sweat and happily said, "It's really true, really leveled up to SSS. He immediately commented on the post, "I tried and succeeded, yo, great boss VIP Pro always, although it took 2 minutes. But this is the first time I tried, if I pay attention to the time then I can go faster." Some people didn't believe and asked, "Really?" Another person doubted, "So fast, combined with the water army, right? How much money did you get?" There were 3 new notifications again, received 5,000 alliance currency. His post quickly had more comments past the SSS grade, "Really admire it, the principle is so simple. But no one has discovered it, the great boss is the first person to research it out. Give up school and go up the mountain to become a founder already." Another comment, "Usually the stone cave is very dark, the conditions are also strange, who would willingly bite this bait?" Another person commented, "Really convinced, don't give yourself more reasons anymore, okay?" Someone said, "Great boss, I advise you to go promote it, reasonable charges, not afraid of anything. This money is worthy of you." All are discussing how to pass the SSS grade. This skip class method, unexpectedly, is so simple. His computer exploded with notifications, received 5,000 alliance currency. People on the forum were actively discussing, announcement, the skip class secret of the stone cave by the mysterious great boss. Do you also want to get the SSS grade without suffering? Find the person who posted this, no matter how, no matter who he is. I also want to worship him as a teacher. Need you to quickly go see this post, following the long-term god. There will be free attribute points. Lin Ye's post became the top hot item many people watched and reposted. Muumu's eyes shone. So scary, there are another 100 orders. Just like that there are 500,000 already. At a villa. Jun Yen observed the screen in front of him and asked, "A little interesting. Has the information of the poster been checked?" The subordinate replied, "Not yet. This post before being posted used hacking methods to hide his information, but roughly can check the IP is at the Jiangqing Job Holder Academy." He squinted his eyes and smiled. "Heard that. The academy this year also has some quite interesting things, right?" She confirmed, "That's right, there is a big brother very interested in your great sword, very quickly made a deal. The great sword sold so fast," Lin Yi offered. 80,000 no discount, the big brother very quickly replied, "So cheap, great boss, I want to buy it now, let's start the transaction now, if it's possible then I will come find you now." He set a date. Meet at the front of the school's dungeon gate. Muumu was overjoyed. "Lin Yi, you're rich, counting the great sword, then you've earned nearly 300,000. Lin Yi calmly replied, "Also good, all within my expectations. Because the price is reasonable, and the content is of high value, everyone also actively helped me advertise, however, we need more dungeons." He propped his chin and pondered. Graduation weapons silver grade are very good equipment in the early stages, but sooner or later will be changed. Even with top-notch equipment, lacking combat awareness would only harm people during the trial. She curiously asked, "Lin Yi, the time before the test is so precious, and you want to become stronger, but why waste time adjusting strategies and trying to earn money?" Lin Yi turned to look at Muumu. He smiled gently and replied, "Because this money is to protect the person I value most." Lin Yi always remembered in his heart that they had always protected him in recent years. In his previous life, he had no father or mother, and never understood the warmth of family. Coming to this world was instead Lin Ye's good fortune. Because he had parents who loved him with their lives, but 10 years ago, when the demonic tide ended, Lin Ye's disgusting relatives treated him like a delicious bait, and wished Lin Yi would die in that demonic tide like his parents. That way, they could take the assets Lin Ye's parents left behind. He still remembered their words, "If you don't want to accept this mess, then I'll reluctantly take it. At the same time, 90% of my sister's assets will be mine. Any objections?" Another relative scolded, "Look at the kid looking at you. This jinx, even if you throw him into a welfare home, no one would know. If he doesn't die from hunger or from being beaten, then let him be a dog." "I think you just want a piece of the pie," the fat ant retorted. "You're not kind either. I've tried my best, but you're too greedy." Lin Yi thought back. At that time, trying to resist them was like a praying mantis trying to stop a car to avoid being crushed to pieces. He had escaped. The plan at that time was to eat his fill and survive so that those people would pay the price. But at that moment, his uncle and aunt stood up, brought Lin Yi home, and treated him like their own son. To let Lin Yi gradually trust them, then they helped him reclaim the inheritance his parents had left behind. not letting Lin Yi have any intention of revenge, wholeheartedly caring for him. Those so-called relatives were also brought to court, and received their deserved punishment. If it weren't for them, Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to go to school normally like the life of an ordinary person now. He didn't know how much injustice he would have to endure. So to put it bluntly, earning money is to repay. Becoming stronger is also using his strength to protect the three most important people to him, to not repeat the mistakes of the past. A soft female voice broke Lin Ye's train of thought. Hello? Baiji shyly asked. Excuse me, are you the great boss selling the hunter's great sword? My name is Baiji. Lin Yi asked. Are you a student in the school? Muscle brother, I don't accept intermediary transactions. She hurriedly waved her hand. I'm the owner. Sorry, my phone just ran out of battery. Baiji was teary-eyed and about to cry. Great boss, I'm really the owner. The avatar in the chat is a picture of a muscle brother, swordsman, great sword system. Lin Yi doubted, this body playing great sword? Could it be that this kid was born with supernatural strength and added all the points to strength? Even so, Lin Yi still took out the sword and told her, then you confirm the item. Here are the attributes of the hunter's great sword. Look carefully. Once it's sold, there's no refund. He tossed the sword out. Baiji caught the great sword in a flash. She tried slashing a few times. The movements and strength made Lin Yi believe, okay, this strength is definitely the big brother, no mistake. Baiji happily chatted with him. Great boss, this great sword is really only 80,000? It's a silver-grade graduation equipment. Until now, it's considered one of the best of our class. I also went out to the market to ask, the hunter's great sword should be more than 200,000. Lin Yi scratched his head and wondered, didn't your teachers teach you about the normal prices? In the market? She admitted frankly, I've been bad at maths since I was a kid. I don't have any concept of money. He thought to himself, rich kid, then instructed Baiji, next time you buy something, remember to ask the price carefully. Don't get scammed. She took out her phone, scanned the payment code, and said, thank you, great boss, I know. Getting such a cheap great sword, Lin Ye's phone immediately had a notification, Wealth Alliance Bank. You have received 80,000 T, and the balance has exceeded 1 million T. Congratulations on becoming a gold card user and enjoying the benefits of the gold card. I also want to thank you a bit, so that I can. He politely replied to Baiji, no need. It's just a trade. Just come again if you need anything. Suddenly, a streak of light shone over Lin Ye's head. He suddenly received a notification. You have been used by an unknown power and received a special buff, attention of the goddess of luck. Lin Yi asked in surprise, is this your talent? She decisively replied, yes, this is my talent. It can also be upgraded. So, can I join the great boss's team? Looking at Baiji standing there shyly, Lin Yi thought, having a talent that awakens a luck buff is sometimes even rarer than a legendary talent. Looking at her, it didn't seem like she was lying. It seemed like it was really a talent that could increase luck. In terms of strategic significance, it could be said to be invincible. The effect of this talent wouldn't limit the quality of the chest when clearing a stage. Even if a person had a poor talent, under the increase of this talent, they could also open a mythical-grade treasure chest. He imagined the scene of opening a mythical-grade treasure chest. Lin Yi asked Baiji, oh right, have you told others about the effect of this talent? Baiji shook her head and denied, I haven't told anyone. Lin Yi was satisfied when he heard this, that's good. Also, does this talent have any restrictions? She replied yes. At most, it can only be used 3 times a week, and each time it can only be given to one person. Lin Yi carefully instructed, don't let others know. Otherwise, you can't avoid falling into a situation of being used. After all, people's hearts are sinister. Baiji was very worried when she heard this, is it that scary? But she also listened to his words, yes, I'm glad I haven't told anyone. Lin Yi explained to Baiji, your buff is an extremely precious and scarce resource. Once the news is leaked, it will cause anger among the job holders. In order to monopolize your ability, they might even imprison you, robbing you of your freedom and future. Baiji asked Lin Yi in a somewhat confused tone, but isn't the Job Holder Alliance the last place we'll go to? He patiently answered her doubts. The Job Holder Alliance is a large-scale, benign organization that leads humanity to fight against the demonic tide and spreads throughout the world. But there are many factions within it. The relationships are complicated and intricate, the disputes are fierce, and assassinations also occur frequently. So join my team. For the time being, we'll take care of you. Lin Ye's invitation made Baiji stutter with joy. Really? Is that really okay? Lin Yi smiled and reaffirmed his words. Let me introduce myself a bit. I'm Lin Yi. Welcome to my team. He suggested to Baiji, should I take you to meet our teammate? Baiji was so happy that she wanted to cry. That's great. Others don't believe I can be in the lead, so they don't want to form a team with me. Lin Yi was speechless. The body is small but plays the great sword system. Who would believe it? A moment later, Lin Yi brought Baiji to meet his teammate. Mu looked at the girl in front of her and asked again to be sure, so, this is the muscle brother? Is this the new teammate you found? Baiji hesitantly said hello, I'm Baiji. Mu smiled brightly when she saw her like this, and reached out to shake hands with Baiji. Please advise, I'm Su Mu. Getting Mu to take the initiative to shake hands. Baiji's eyes were as bright as stars. She didn't spare any praise. You're the goddess Mu. You're so beautiful. Your hands are so soft. Suddenly, Mu seemed to realize something. Her eyes became vigilant. She pulled Baiji into her arms while asking softly and glancing at Lin Yi not far away, you're so cute. Isn't it that Lin Yi saw this and had some thoughts? Lin Yi was puzzled by Mu's glare. Why are you glaring at me? He coughed and spoke to break the strange atmosphere. How about inviting everyone for a meal? We'll go to the next dungeon later. Mu and Baiji looked at Lin Yi at the same time. Mu asked suspiciously, which dungeon? Goblin Underground City, Nightmare level, Lin Yi answered, so that we can all get free attribute points. I'll go first, enter the dungeon alone, and then make a good strategy for everyone. Mu couldn't believe her ears. She said loudly, you're challenging the Nightmare level dungeon alone? Just like that, entering the Nightmare level? The Nightmare level is the highest difficulty for novices in the wild secret realms. The rewards are also the richest. The treasure chests that fall out are definitely above gold. And at the same time, the attributes inside are also greatly enhanced. Even if it's a team entering, the novice job holders might lose their lives in the dungeon if they're not careful. It can be said that the difficulty is wanting money but not wanting life. Mu couldn't keep calm when she heard this. She rushed towards Lin Yi and shouted, no way. Do you want to go to the afterlife? Even if you're very strong, you can't risk challenging a Nightmare level dungeon alone now. Lin Yi gently soothed her, Mu, it's okay. Don't you believe in my ability? Mu still grabbed Lin Yi's clothes. Of course I believe you, but no way. Even some high-level job holders will have accidents in the Goblin Nightmare dungeon. Although it's a dungeon below level 10, many job holders above level 10 have been seriously injured. It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge it. Baiji smelled something bad. In the 36 strategies, running away is the best option. She ran away cheerfully and said to him, Great God Lin Yi, Goddess Mu. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'll go first. You two talk slowly. Lin Yi turned Mu around, pushed her forward, and said in a coaxing tone, Don't be anxious. I know you're worried about me. It's the same as the difficult level dungeon before. Go home and eat first, Mu. Mu was so angry that smoke came out of her head. She said in a warning tone, All right then. If not, I'll tell your parents. Lin Yi agreed with her on the surface. But in his heart, he was thinking, I didn't expect Mu to object so much. I can only deceive her first, and take the opportunity to clear it tonight. Seeing him so easily listen to her, Mu was a little unaccustomed. She wondered, is Lin Yi really that easy to listen to? News about Lin Yi suddenly appeared with the headline, suspected to have appeared the strongest new player, accompanied by 4 pictures of him. The poster also wrote, This year, among the new players taking the test, it's not a rumor that there is a genius who cleared all the secret realms alone. I received some pictures in the Job Holder Academy dungeon today. Under the comments, everyone discussed very lively about the true identity of the person in the picture, whether it was a male or a female, a rich second generation or a young master or young miss from a certain family. Netizens continued to speculate and sigh about Lin Ye's extraordinary ability. It was time for dinner, but Moo Moo was still sprawled on the chair, surfing the phone. Lin Yi reminded, "What are you looking at? Let's eat." But Moo Moo didn't pay attention to him. She was still intently looking at her phone. He reached out and snatched her phone, causing her to shout irritably, "Lin Yi!" A table of sumptuous food was set out before their eyes. Moo Moo's mother happily said, "You two have worked hard these past 2 days. Eat a little more. Pay attention to your health." Moo Moo obediently replied, "Yes, Mom." While Lin Yi was very grateful, "Thank you, Auntie." Moo Moo's father, Uncle Su, asked Lin Yi, "Xiao Yi, how do you feel about the trial? Is it going smoothly?" He politely replied, "Everything is going smoothly." Uncle Su said ambiguously, "You've had the desire to become stronger since you were young. We all know that once you've made a decision, 10 horses can't pull you back. But don't abuse anything. After all, everything is easily broken." Hearing this, Lin Yi understood. He asked Uncle Su directly, "Uncle, did some people gossip with you?" Uncle Su didn't hide anything. "Yes, it's the person in front of you." Being exposed by his father on the spot made Moo Moo a little annoyed. "Dad, why did you say it so directly?" Moo Moo's mother, while scooping soup, interjected, "Your aunt and uncle won't interfere with what you want to do. It's just that sometimes I hope you can be like Moo Moo. A healthy and stable life is enough." Moo Moo was sulky after being said so by her mother. She took the bowl of soup from Moo Moo's mother's hand. Lin Yi smiled. "Yes, I'll learn from Moo Moo. Become a quiet salted fish." Moo Moo glared at him. She thought in her head, "Why do I feel like I'm being ridiculed?" He smiled and said, "I'm just kidding. In short, you two can rest assured. I won't do things outside my capabilities." Uncle Su pushed the card towards Lin Yi. "Then that's good. Remember, this family will always be your support." He flusteredly waved his hands. "Uncle, I've earned enough money. Just keep these things for yourselves." Before he could finish his words, Moo Moo's mother interjected, "Xiao Yi, you'll have a lot of expenses during the exam. I'll be angry if you don't accept it." Seeing her so serious, he was helpless. "Yes, yes, yes, don't be angry." Lin Yi had no choice but to take the card from Uncle Su's hand. He put the card in his pocket, thinking in his heart, "Mom and Dad, can you see? Fortunately, I have them by my side. I'm living very well now. I want to cherish this hard-won life even more. For them, I'll have to become even stronger. So I'm coming to the nightmare-level dungeon. At Huang Xiaofeng's house." A curse rang out. "Damn it, Zhao Qiheng, you dared to stab me in the back." In the room, Qiheng leisurely sat on the side, pressing his phone. "Big brother, I was saving you at that time, paying a sum of money for you. Without me, you'd probably be lying in the hospital now." In contrast to Qiheng, Xiaofeng was very angry. He shouted loudly, "What a block! Did I need you to save me? You're just trash, damn it. If I had put on all the equipment, it would have blocked it, oh damn it." Qiheng didn't care about him. He stood up and went outside, reminding before leaving, "You take a rest." Boiling with anger, Xiaofeng grabbed the glass of water placed on the table next to the head of the bed. He threw it hard towards Qiheng and growled, "It's because of you lowly thing that I lost face like this. Get out, what brothers, what a block." Seeing him go too far like this, Qiheng didn't bother to be polite anymore. He really thought that because he was the young master of the Hong Tea Corporation, he could do whatever he wanted. "Dr. Hong told me to take care of your requirements. I shouldn't have agreed. You deserve to be beaten until you peed your pants. To the point that even your own mother wouldn't recognize you." Suddenly, he laughed contemptuously. "I almost forgot." Then he said each word clearly, "You don't have a mother." After saying that, Qiheng went straight out of the room, leaving Xiaofeng to sit and yell, "Break up, get out, and don't come back here." Qiheng looked down on him. "Trash, you're not worthy of being my brother." As he walked, Qiheng thought, "Huang Xiaofeng, you basically don't know what kind of person you've provoked this time. A new player who suddenly appeared can seriously injure you without using any active skills, and there are even rumors that he can one-on-one dungeon, although no one has confirmed it. Recently, a mysterious figure has risen quickly, attracting the attention of many forces. By selling dungeon strategies and the gold-grade items that fall out, leading to the students forming a fan club. In history, the probability of 2 standard new players appearing like this, coming from Jiang City, what is the ratio? Then you will know automatically. Xiaofeng sat in the room feeling annoyed and took out his phone to call someone. Help me deal with someone. Call all your brothers. Let them wear equipment and weapons. If it's not enough, ask me. I don't lack money here. He didn't know what the other end of the line said, but he replied, Don't worry. I'll handle it if something happens. Just teach this kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. You need to let him understand who is the real person in power at Zhangtan Academy. At the Goblin Dungeon, first floor, Misty Forest. Lin Yi wore equipment and entered the weapon. Goblin Underground City Level 8, Nightmare Difficulty, has 5 floors with monsters that get progressively stronger. You must clear all the floors to receive the rewards. If you withdraw halfway, you won't get anything. Lin Yi considered the Goblin Dungeon is one of the most difficult dungeons at this stage. Because the time to clear the stage is quite long, the requirements are unreasonable. And even job holders with strong talents don't dare to come here to clear monsters and take equipment and free attribute points. But here, you can open gold level or higher chests. With the luck buff, it's not a problem to open a platinum level chest and get about 10 to 15 free attribute points. The system displayed the attribute panel of the goblin soldiers. Lin Yi was in a challenging mood. It's time to start. 5 seconds the entrance began to gather many monsters. He internally monologued, this time, the main goal is to check the monster gathering speed killing method that I have optimized. The SSS grade scoring requirements of the Goblin Dungeon. In addition to eliminating the secret realm boss, you must eliminate all the monsters without using special props. And the 2 most special characteristics are, each floor must not exceed 10 minutes. 2 is to cross the 5th underground floor, bravely fight against the fierce goblins and eliminate the hidden leader, the Goblin King. 30 seconds to speed kill the goblin soldiers. A group of fierce goblins chased after Lin Yi. 2 minutes and 5 seconds, go deep into the first floor, facing the goblin captain. Lin Yi muttered, 3 minutes and 59 seconds, not much different from my predictions. Suddenly, he braked sharply, his feet rubbed against the ground, sparking. In front was a group of goblins blocking the way. Lin Yi prepared to attack. He read the mantra, Divine Healing Therapy Calamity Descends. When he finished speaking, it was also the moment when the weapon in his hand released its power. 3 minutes and 59 seconds, quickly passed the first floor. Divine Healing Therapy increased to level 2, the system updated on Lin Yi's upgrade. After dealing with the goblins, he calculated, within 5 minutes, it has been possible to quickly pass the first floor. It seems that the method of pulling monsters together in the first floor is not a problem. Even if the output is not high enough, there are still 5 minutes to increase the output points. Without hesitating any longer, he entered the following floors. All the monsters on the 2nd floor of the Goblin Dungeon have been eliminated. All the monsters on the 3rd floor of the Goblin Dungeon have been eliminated. All the monsters on the 4th floor of the Goblin Dungeon have been eliminated. Coming to the 5th floor, Lin Yi teleported to the Goblin Palace. Seeing his sudden appearance, the Goblin leader roared angrily, Human, you dare to break into my territory without permission. Its name is Goblin King, level 8. Strength 12, Constitution 12, Intelligence 10, Spirit 9, Speed 7, Gold Talent, Skills are Ground Shatter, Dragon Spear, Frenzy, Summon Legion. Observing the Goblin King sitting there, Lin Yi was a little doubtful. Strange, having just entered, it's already the secret realm leader? Are there no small monsters? While he was still thinking, the Goblin King suddenly used Ground Shatter to attack. It roared, Go down to the Yellow Springs. The leader of the Goblin Dungeon possesses extraordinary strength and terrible attack power. Its movement speed is a bit slow, but in return, it has strong muscles, solid gold armor, and a gold spear with a wide attack range. Thanks to this, it doesn't need to worry about its weaknesses. Lin Yi saw it using Ground Shatter and thought, it's a Ground Shatter skill from the beginning? The Goblin leader jumped up to prepare to strike Lin Yi. He thought, the speed is not fast enough. I must dodge to the side, avoid the point it jumps to, then lie face down to minimize the damage caused by the air wave created when it lands. However, he hesitated a bit. Without time to hesitate any longer, Lin Yi shouted, Reverse the damage of Ground Shatter. Reverse the damage of the air wave of Ground Shatter. The Goblin King didn't understand what was happening. Taking advantage of that, Lin Yi used Healing Technique Reversed, Deprivation Technique to attack the Goblin King. A red light erupted from his weapon. Being attacked violently, the Goblin King was in pain. And coupled with being attacked by his own attack, the Goblin King roared in anger. The Goblin King used the Dragon Spear skill to reverse the skill effect. Your strength is restored by 200 points, and your attack power is temporarily increased by 40 points. The Goblin King used the skill to dive, reversing the skill effect. Your strength recovered 140 points, and at the same time eliminated the state of being knocked into the air. The Goblin King realized that something was wrong. It said, "So my skills have no effect on you, then?" Linny seemed to smell something bad. The Goblin King entered a frenzy state. The Goblin King entered a frenzy state. The Yue Goblin King roared, "I've guessed your weakness. Hear my orders, my people, appear and destroy my enemy." Lin Yi sighed in his heart. As expected of the nightmare-level secret round leader, it's really difficult to deal with. But now is not the time to use the ultimate move. Suddenly, a hint of panic appeared on his face. The Goblin King still ordered his disciples, "Attack this ant directly, don't use any skills, let him die painfully. Because the skills don't work on you, so hundreds of normal attacks. Can you withstand it?" Dozens of goblins rushed over with knives and swords to attack Lin Yi. He quickly retreated to avoid the skill of the Gale Shoe's Ghost Step. But the goblins had no intention of letting him go. They clung tightly. Some other goblins used crossbows to shoot continuous arrows. The arrows were hot on his heels. He couldn't avoid getting hit by the goblins' arrows, but Lin Yi just sneered, what if he was hit? He used mental therapy. The wounds on his body gradually healed. Seeing this, the Goblin King was extremely angry and roared, "How could this be? Can't he be killed? Damn it, hateful humans!" Lin Yi stood there valiantly, looking at it with eyes as sharp as knives, making it even more furious. "What is that look in your eyes?" The weapon in his hand emitted a bewitching red and black light. Reverse healing art, plunder art. He raised his weapon straight at the ferocious goblins, and at the same time, the red and black light powerfully pierced through the bodies of the goblins. Lin Yi jumped up. Reverse healing art, plunder art. The skill of the Wind Walker Boots, Ghost Step. He decisively struck down at the Goblin King. Then he turned around and ran. The Goblin King roared, then clutched his head and fled. "This cunning human has no fighting spirit. Why don't you stop and have an honorable and fair duel with me?" Hearing its challenge, Lin Yi asked, "Is this your warrior spirit?" He hesitated, but indeed, he should turn around and have a duel. Lin Yi gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. Reverse healing divine art, calamity descends. Pained by his attack, the Goblin King couldn't accept it. "Impossible," it stammered, "this is the power of my demon god, how could it appear on the lowly bodies of you humans?" Lin Yi stood tall on his weapon and cast his skills. He said, "This time it's definitely over." A blazing red pillar of light pierced through the roof of the building, straight into the sky. Lin Yi continued his unfinished words, "It'll be quick." The fiery red light shot out from all directions, enveloping the entire building. The Goblin King and its disciples were in agonizing pain but couldn't resist. They could only stand rooted to the spot and groan. Reminder: you have eliminated the entire Goblin Legion. Gaining 1,000 experience points. Reminder: the Goblin King's power has been greatly reduced, leaving only 1%. Entering a near-death state, all attributes are greatly reduced, and the desire to attack is also significantly reduced. The Goblin King collapsed to the ground, muttering, "My life is over, my life is over." Lin Yi didn't pay any attention to it. He cast reverse healing art, plunder art, making the Goblin King suffer agonizing pain. You have eliminated the Goblin King, receiving 5,000 experience points. Level increased to level 7. Complete a Nightmare Goblin Dungeon instance. Starting to summarize rewards. All hidden conditions have been completed. Evaluation grade SSS. Received a special effect from the attention of the Goddess of Luck. The instance completion treasure chest will be upgraded from a gold level treasure chest to a platinum level treasure chest. Looking at the benefits he received, he exclaimed, "This is truly a carp transforming into a dragon." Baiji's blessing skill is really powerful, directly upgrading the gold level chest to platinum level. There's still quite a lot of time left, 20 hours remaining, enough for me to clear the instance one more time. The system offered two options. Do you want to open the treasure chest? Lin Yi chose to open it. Received platinum level skill Holy Light. Received item Peace Fire. Received 15 free attribute points. Received platinum level equipment Glittering Stone. Received Platinum level skill Mystical Stars. Received Gold level equipment Sandstorm Bow. The system presented the Holy Light skill book, Platinum quality, and its requirements. Peace Fire, Gold level item. Throw at enemies to inflict 3000 damage. Glittering Stone, the quality is also Platinum level. Mystical Stars skill book, Platinum quality. Finally, the Sandstorm Bow, Gold level. Stowing away the equipment and skill books, Lin Yi was satisfied. 2 Platinum level skill books, 1 Platinum level equipment. Holy Light also has the attribute of restraining certain special types. Not to mention for now, the Glittering Stone has a rare teleportation skill along with added attribute points. Moreover, Mystical Stars not only has a large area healing effect, but can also simultaneously grant all teammates damage immunity. So, after using the Heaven and Earth inversion talent, it means it will be a more powerful large area damage skill, with a stronger burst damage capability, and can also reduce, or even make the damage received by enemies increase due to the damage immunity effect. No matter how thick-skinned the monsters are, they can all be quickly eliminated. A new strategic level group skill has appeared. Learn the Mystical Stars skill first. As for Holy Light, it might not be so outstanding. If it can't be sold, I can learn it later. After all, there aren't many skills. The system asked him again, "Are you sure you want to use the 15 free attribute points to add to intelligence?" Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. He thought, 15 free attribute points, add them all to intelligence. Learn the Mystical Stars skill, equip the Glittering Stone, all attribute points increased by 20 points. At this time, he had exited the Nightmare Goblin dungeon. In his heart, he secretly calculated, this update is another qualitative leap. Then the system updated information about Lin Yi, and his strength in all aspects had increased significantly. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Caught red-handed, huh?" Lin Yi reflexively turned around to find the source of the voice. When he saw that it was Moo Moo, he just smiled. "What a coincidence, you came to the instance too." Seeing him still acting, she was annoyed. "Lin Yi, what are you still pretending for?" Then she suddenly sighed. Moo Moo asked him, "So, you cleared the Nightmare Goblin dungeon?" Lin Yi smiled smugly, making an OK sign with his hand to brag, "That's right." Having nothing more to say to him, Moo Moo stated her purpose, "I know, I just came up with the idea, and wanted to try this instance too." Lin Yi pretended to understand. "Oh, so that's it, then please come this way." His attitude left Moo Moo speechless. In the distance, the silhouette of a convertible was parked there, observing them. The person inside spoke, went to a few traditional spots, and finally caught him. Looking through binoculars, Xiao Feng pointed, "See that? That's the bastard who has asking for a beating written all over him." He grabbed the neck of the person next to him, and ordered, "Take care of him for me." Receiving no response, he glared, then punched the other person's head and cursed, "I'm talking to you, are you stupid?" The other person trembled in fear, "No way. That person is too scary, this general can't do it." Xiao Feng stood up abruptly, looking extremely impatient and scornful. "I knew it, I can't rely on you useless students for anything." He suddenly smiled slyly. "Luckily I came prepared." Back home, Lin Yi hugged his computer. He posted, "Nightmare Goblin Dungeon Strategy, no deceit, selling Holy Light and Sandstorm Bow for 8,000 Alliance coins." The entire comments section was in an uproar over Lin Ye's overwhelming strength in clearing the Nightmare level instance alone, and in just 4.5 minutes. Suddenly, an account named Paparazzi confirmed, "Admin is Lin Yi, a student of the Vocational Academy, the strongest candidate in this year's exam, rumored to be the person who sold the Hunter Great Sword. And the only person who cleared the instance alone with an SSS grade, accompanied by 3 photos of Lin Yi in the instance." The comments section was in an uproar again. Most people didn't believe it. They doubted Lin Ye's true identity and strength, believing that his achievements were too unusual for a normal priest student, and that he might possess a talent or special identity that hadn't been revealed. Suddenly a notification appeared. "Received 8,000 Alliance coins. Received 8,000 Alliance coins. You have received a request to buy Holy Light. Price 100,000 Alliance coins. Do you want to consider it? You have received a request to buy Sandstorm Bow. Price 150,000 Alliance coins. Do you want to consider it?" Lin Yi sold them without thinking. "Dear customer holding a gold card of the Fortune Alliance Bank, You have 500,000 alliance coins, bringing your total balance to 1,500,000 alliance coins. Lin Yi thought, 500,000, really better than I imagined. Maybe this is the way to clear the instance without taking damage except from the boss. But no one else can do this besides me. Even if I make a strategy, no one would dare to buy it, but it doesn't matter, the nightmare level instance is still a qualitative breakthrough for my equipment. And data. Making money is only secondary. While he was still immersed in his own world, the system notified him again, Carp effect remaining time 15 hours. He considered the Carp effect will only last for another 15 hours. Maybe I should rest a bit, recover my energy, and then continue fighting in the next instance. Lin Yi pushed back his chair and stood up. He warmed up his arms and legs and said, then let's go for a run, use training to rest and also strengthen my physique a bit. Night at the riverside, Lin Yi was actively running and training his body. A sports car sped past at lightning speed. Lin Yi curiously turned around to see what was going on. At that moment, the car roared and rushed towards where he was standing, raising a cloud of dust. The person sitting in the car was none other than Xiao Feng. Lin Ye's voice was faint, Huang Xiao Feng. Scarface, who was with Xiao Feng, grinned, what a coincidence. Lin Yi. Get in the car, I'll take you somewhere. He lost his patience. Didn't Zhao Qiheng clearly tell you not to come and provoke me? I don't like trouble. But it doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. Xiao Feng was annoyed. Damn it, don't mention that traitor's name. Scarface chimed in, stop talking nonsense, Huang Xiao wants to duel with you. If you don't agree, your whole family can forget about peace. Hearing him mention his family, Lin Yi couldn't remain calm. He was unhappy, so you found my home address. But what was he afraid of? He chuckled, all right. But I hope you act like a gentleman, don't lose and then cry for others to save you. Hit where it hurts. Xiao Feng's face contorted more than a monkey's. Damn it, don't spout nonsense. Don't even think about making a move later. I want a one-on-one duel with him. Scarface, who was grabbed by the collar, was scared. Huang Xiao, what if you can't beat him? Xiao Feng, feeling looked down upon, was ashamed and angry. The clothes I'm wearing are something that poor dead bastard couldn't earn in his whole life. How could I possibly lose? Get lost, you hear? Lin Yi, standing to one side, frowned as he listened to their conversation. So you're not just finding support. Xiao Feng was still whispering to Scarface, do it according to the original plan. Scarface nodded to show he understood, Huang Xiao. While they were still discussing, Lin Yi jumped into the car and sat in the front. He was lazy. Hurry up, it doesn't matter how many people come, I'm busy and don't want to waste time. Xiao Feng was still putting on an act, just you wait, you'll regret it soon enough. I'll make you crawl like a dog. Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and I'll make you wish you were dead. On a moonlit mountain with a cool breeze, Xiao Feng's car sped away into the night. His car stopped in a small forest. Waiting for them was a crowd of people. Seeing them arrive, the crowd said in unison, Boss, Huang Xiao. Lin Yi laughed sarcastically, so many people came? Hurry up, solo or gang up. Xiao Feng's face was twisted as he gritted his teeth. Solo, all of us solo against you alone. He drew his diamond-level Shadow Wind sword. Lin Yi was unhurried. I don't see any difference. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, you little brat. He waved his sword and ordered his henchman to charge forward. Send him to hell for me. The henchman obeyed and immediately charged forward like crazy. Lin Yi calmly took out his weapon. Before the attack of the crowd, he easily dodged. Scarface, witnessing this scene, was stunned. He exclaimed, his speed stat is too high. Lin Yi nimbly jumped a few steps to avoid Scarface's attack. He roared, sudden strike. But of course, Lin Yi could easily dodge them all. He frowned, is more people stronger? Looks like I still have to use the inversion talent. Looking at a cloud of dust rising up, Scarface smirked smugly, you little brat, that's all you've got. The weapon in Lin Ye's hand was activated. Scarface was stunned, his mouth agape. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. He was puzzled, what kind of move is this? Lin Yi was also stunned. He muttered, I clearly haven't activated the attack, but the power is really strange, shattering the defense of gold-level equipment. Seeing Scarface injured, his henchman clamored, Big brother, are you okay? Scarface was still stubborn, I'm fine, just ignore this brat's moves. He's just a priest. And there are so many of us, and we're all wearing gold equipment, let's beat him together. One of them chuckled obsequiously, Big Brother is right. They surrounded Lin Yi from all sides, shouting, Steel Fist, Flying Kick, Fiery Fire Cannon, 1,000-petal Heavy Flower. How could a few moves like these scare him? He sneered and summoned inverted mystical stars. The punks cried out in alarm, this is. Lin Yi stood there valiantly, surrounded by fiery red iron chains. Those chains wrapped around Scarface's henchmen. Scarface was in so much pain that his eyes bulged. None of them escaped Lin Yi's attack. With just one simple blow, they were all lying scattered on the ground. Scarface was beaten to a pulp, fresh blood was still flowing from his mouth, but he still couldn't accept the truth. He trembled, impossible, we were just taken care of in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a voice rang out, relying on money is still better than relying on people. Lin Yi turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Xiao Feng ripped off his outer coat. He smiled arrogantly, this is the item I bought at the Sotheby's auction, a level unrestricted, diamond-level equipment set. For a price of tens of millions. The flexible attribute diamond alloy equipment set, level unrestricted, all attributes plus 100. Scarface, even though he was dying, had to widen his eyes in surprise. Sotheby's, that's the highest level auction hall in all of Huaxia, just the entrance ticket is worth over 100 million. With such financial resources, no wonder he's the sole heir of the Huang Corporation. That equipment set must also be a rare treasure with a legendary level. Xiao Feng spoke loudly, Lin Yi, this time I'll make you kneel at my feet. He was still complacent, what's wrong, are you scared? Xiao Feng stepped over the corpse of one of his henchmen. He acted superior, it's still not too late to beg for forgiveness now. Lin Yi mocked, you look magnificent on the outside but are hollow on the inside. No matter how strong your equipment is, it can't hide the weakness in your heart. You can't win. Insulted, Xiao Feng was angry. He gnashed his teeth, then you. Go die. But it wasn't easy to defeat Lin Yi. He used flash jump to avoid Xiao Feng's attack. Missing, he was annoyed, what? Scarface, observing the two of them fighting, was terrified and stuttered, no, it's not right. I don't know what kind of move he used to defeat all the brothers with gold equipment. How could this guy's damage be so high? What exactly is he doing? Even more bizarre, for a moment I even felt like this kid wasn't human anymore. Like the thing that appeared in the demon tide at that time. Xiao Feng was puzzled, impossible, did you add all your attribute points to speed? I clearly had my attributes increased by this huge set of equipment. As long as I hit you, you'll definitely be finished. Lin Yi scoffed, your basic attributes are too low, that's why you can't hit me no matter what. It's my turn, first I'll find your weak point. He used reverse healing art, plunder art. The power of the weapon powerfully pierced through Xiao Feng's body. Inflicted 1000 damage, damaged the target's armor, the all-attribute increase effect of the diamond-level equipment is lost. Hit by Lin Yi, Xiao Feng clutched his chest in pain. Xiao Feng was furious, my diamond-level equipment. His whole body emitted a surge of burning rage. He frantically charged forward, slashing repeatedly, roaring loudly, sudden mutation strike, 3 forms strike. Sweeping 1,000 soldiers, but it's too immature, Lin Yi dodged all his moves. He jumped up high, shocking Scarface. Xiao Feng writhed in pain, unable to hold his weapon steady, but still pretending, stop for me. But he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Then he rolled on the ground, screaming, it hurts, what kind of weird move did you use on me? Lin Yi admitted directly, right, a useless person with no combat skills like you, my normal attack is enough to penetrate your defense. He slowly sat down in front of Xiao Feng and advised, it's okay to surrender now, sign the agreement, saying, I, Huang Xiao Feng, voluntarily give the diamond equipment set to classmate Lin Yi to express my sincere apology and guarantee that I will never repeat my past wrongdoings. How about it? Xiao Feng was deaf to reason, still cursing, you're dreaming, don't even think about it. Lin Yi didn't say much, and directly gave him a slap, his voice as light as ice, my skill has cooled down, your sky-high defense equipment is gone. Xiao Feng clenched the weapon in his hand and roared angrily, you dare threaten me? Take my move. Heavenly Horse Meteor burst. No matter how crazy he went, Lin Yi remained calmly seated, unmoved. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Xiao Feng smiled triumphantly. You trash, are you still alive? While he was still complacent, his body became twisted, his fingers were as if someone had broken them, causing him endless pain. From the smoke and dust, Lin Yi walked out valiantly. He said, healing art? Xiao Feng's broken fingers gradually recovered. Having just been healed by Lin Yi, he still didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He threatened, this is disgusting, if you touch me, my dad won't let you off. Lin Yi didn't feel happy in his heart. He said, I hate it when someone dares to threaten me. Immediately he used reverse healing art, plunder art to punish him. He smiled without smiling, don't worry, there's still plenty of blood left, let's continue. Without caring whether he wanted to or not, Lin Yi directly struck him down. Scarface stood blankly, his mouth agape as if he had seen a ghost. Looking at Xiao Feng groaning in pain, Lin Yi continued to heal and restore his health. Suddenly he clenched his fist. Xiao Feng's body was once again twisted by his beatings. Scarface was terrified. Torture, is this torture? His henchmen were also terrified. Is the person we messed with really a priest? The weapon in Lin Yi's hand fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Calamity descends. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Scarface clutched his head and shouted, Little Huang, you're not really dead, are you? In a bush not far away, a camera was secretly recording everything. The onlookers were surprised as they watched the dark figure, and netizens wondered, what's going on? What's the gossip today? Holy crap, what's going on? Isn't that the famous rich young Master Huang? Xiao Feng? Who is the person standing opposite him? So many gangsters, are they going to wipe them all out? Scarface was hit by a painful move. The comments were confused. What kind of skill is that? The mage is too strong. Where did Huang Xiao Feng get the courage? Xiao Feng despised the nameless envious person. The netizens were surprised. Huang Xiaofeng's words are too harsh. I didn't expect him to be so uneducated. No wonder he's so smug. So he has a trick up his sleeve. This set of equipment, how much money did it cost? I hate rich people. The title appeared. Arrogant young master relies on power to bully people, encounters a tough guy, powerful boss vigorously beats him into pulp. Xiao Feng was beaten black and blue. And the comments were eager to gossip. Can money really do everything? Am I seeing things? This is a priest, he can both heal and attack. Everyone was curious, what talent does this priest have? He can directly tear apart a warrior's level unrestricted diamond equipment. Request, find the expert, I want to be his disciple. The screen zoomed in on Lin Yi's face, and the comments exploded. He looks so much like my classmate. Are you at Jiangqing Vocational Academy? We might be talking about the same person. I heard a few days ago that they had a conflict. It seems that Huang Xiaofeng wanted to get close to my goddess but failed. I remember that person was a priest. Everyone was excited. Is that important? This guy was first swiped an instance by someone distributing flyers, and 2 days ago he inexplicably made Huang Xiaofeng choke with anger. Isn't that just the right story to make? He must have awakened some kind of top-tier talent. The netizens discussed, didn't someone previously reveal that the login IP of the expert selling equipment and SSS-level strategies showed up in Jiangqing? Yes. Yes, although this expert has set an instance record, the instance level is not a vocational level scale. Moreover, his transactions have also been photographed. Students from your school should recognize him, right? Baiji typed awkwardly, it's not Lin Yi. I bought equipment from the expert before, he's very humble. Everyone, please stop spreading rumors. The person upstairs is being too secretive. This is the real news. She thought what to do. It seems like the expert can't hide anymore. Surely there are many people who are better than me who want to be the expert's teammate. Do I not have a chance to hug his thigh anymore? In the Lin Yi fandom group 8, everyone discussed, expert Lin Yi is invincible, he can heal, he can deal damage, he can tank, and he can regenerate mana to pull people. He's a support and a main force, carrying 3 positions. A god has descended. What does it mean for a priest to knock down all of a warrior's blood? It means the class divide is about to end. Priests will no longer be the bottom of the pile. A new era has been born. Classists, let's form the Lin Yi cult, break the resource barriers, and break the talent restrictions. Xiao Feng was boycotted by a series of criticisms. People like Huang Xiaofeng are really disgusting. He pretends in front of girls, but he only knows how to rely on his parents. He even called people to gang up on his classmate. Arrest them all and punish them. The Huang Corporation's young master looks down on ordinary people like us. As a result, he encountered a tough guy and collapsed. Look at his arrogant appearance, he's actually just a useless thing relying on money. It's not just money. His father Huang Tianqi is a high-ranking cadre of the professional league. He'll definitely rely on his dad to get into the league later. Can the professional league allow such scum? Like father, like son. Get out of your seats for me. It stinks too much. The professional league must give us an answer. Punish them. The market value of the Huang Corporation stock has evaporated. Hackers have launched a large-scale attack, because the chairman's son bullied his classmate. Moo Moo pointed at the news. That Huang Xiaofeng is too much. Mom and Dad, we must teach them a lesson. Uncle Su, calm down. Moo Moo, don't. Moo Moo's mother explained, this child has a bad temper. If he goes down the wrong path, he will naturally suffer his own retribution, but if he always uses rights that don't belong to him to suppress others, he won't be able to become an excellent professional. Moo Moo cried, Mom, she wondered, if we take action, wouldn't we make Lil Yi become like Huang Xiaofeng? Moo Moo's mother replied, that kid can solve it himself, can't he? The system announced, Lin Yi, you have not yet participated in the professional test. Jun Yan praised, very good. He pressed the pause button. Jun Yan commented, awakened talent, it must be from legend or above. Choosing a priest is really overkill. He wondered, such a talent is rare in 100 years, surely we can make a special exception and directly admit him into the professional league? Jun Yao turned his head, what do you all think about admitting Lin Yi into the league first? Two girls nodded, agreeing. For global stability, this kind of person must be recruited into the league as soon as possible. The bald man laughed, Lao Huang. Why are you still here? Don't you need your son anymore? The orange-haired man said complacently, in fact, this matter can't be considered a big trouble for Minister Huang, it's also an opportunity. Why not seize it? Tianqi said cautiously, I'm still at the company handling work. I've already planned out the compensation for Lin Yi later. As a father who doesn't meet the standard, I'm very sorry for my son's behavior. He repented, I've sent people to apologize on my behalf. Don't worry, I will definitely deal with this seriously. At this moment, a voice said, please wait a moment. The helicopter ordered, Lin Yi, let it go lightly. He was surprised, huh? Qi Hang ran over, Chairman Huang wants to talk to you. Xiao Feng said proudly, my dad is here, you're finished, wait to die. Lin Yi said seriously, what's going on? Chairman Huang wants to put pressure on me. Then he can come himself. Qi Hang bowed his head, no, the Huang family is willing to compensate for Huang Xiaofeng's behavior. Uncle Huang wants to apologize to you personally. Xiao Feng was stunned. You bowed to this poor beggar? Are you crazy? He shouted, that's not right, what did you just say? My dad wants to apologize to him? What nonsense are you talking about? A moment later, Tianqi appeared, hello, are you Lin Yi? Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Yi calmly greeted. He bowed his head, I'm Huang Xiaofeng's father. All the things he did are because I didn't teach him well. I'm very sorry for causing you so much trouble. Lin Yi looked on, you're too kind, uncle. Tianqi explained, a verbal apology alone is not enough to compensate for my son's mistakes. I want to meet in person to apologize to you and compensate for your losses. Equipment, props, as long as it's within my ability. He expressed, as for Huang Xiaofeng, I hope you can hand him over to Zhao Qihang. I will definitely use family law to strictly discipline him. Lin Yi smiled, if your attitude is so sincere I agree, but the specific content related to compensation. He confidently suggested, I want 3 sets of level unrestricted diamond equipment, 1 set for priest, 1 set for mage, and 1 set for swordsman. In addition, I want 5 million alliance coins. Can you do it? Qi Hang was frightened. What? He was distracted. Level unrestricted diamond equipment, 3 different sets for different classes. I'm afraid it would be difficult to find even in the whole country. Tianqi was embarrassed. Level unrestricted diamond equipment, but if you need 3 sets, you may have to wait a few days. We don't have them available at the moment. Rest assured, I will ask people to specially sweep the secret realms and instances. The League is also willing to provide resources and help. Qi Heng supported Xiao Feng angrily. It's a pity. I have to clean up the mess for you again. He adjusted his glasses and turned his head. He checked for electronic devices. Qi Heng reached out his hand. He announced, "Thank you all for watching. Huang Zong has personally come to apologize and negotiate compensation. Please watch the official channel stream tomorrow for details." Thank you, everyone. Lin Yi was surprised. The League, it seems the League has noticed me. Have they already investigated that my talent is extraordinary? Tianqi explained. In addition, I can give you all the secret realm resources around Jiangqing, except for a part of the rare secret realms, a total of 50 secret realms. After all, Jiangqing is not just mine alone. There are many factions in it, and the divisions are deep. Lin Yi was confident. It doesn't matter, a month is enough. Qi Heng was frightened. 50 secret realms, to clear them in a month, is this something a new professional can do? Tianqi agreed. Okay, tomorrow night, bring your teammates, I'll treat you to a meal. As for the public opinion on the internet, Lin Yi interrupted, I will correct it on professional. As for tomorrow's meal, Chairman Huang can stream it. He was cautious. This young man named Lin Yi has already thought this far? Tianqi smiled. Let's decide on that. His future is bright. He is an outstanding genius. Lin Yi tapped to end the video call and looked at Qi Heng. For the sake of your and Huang Tianqi's attitude, I will let it go today, but there won't be a third time. Qi Heng nodded. I understand. The Huang family is a bit complicated, and extreme environments can easily make people extreme. There are some things, he said seriously, I don't intend to inquire about the Huang family's affairs. We don't have a close relationship, so we shouldn't say much. Qi Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you for understanding. The next day, at a 5-star restaurant, Jade Orchid. This is the first restaurant in Jiangqing to be officially recognized as a 5-star restaurant. It has always been highly rated, and the chefs are masters from all over the world. The highlight of this restaurant is that it pays great attention to the customer experience. Whether it is one person or many people, they will have their own private rooms. The private rooms have their own service teams, who come whenever they are called, without delaying the best time to enjoy the food. Most importantly, no matter what their identity. Even if they can only order the cheapest golden egg fried rice in the restaurant, they can enjoy the most supreme VIP treatment. Mu Mu was worried. Although Huang Tianqi personally apologized to you in the stream, you still have to be careful at this banquet. Lin Yi reassured. Don't worry, it's okay. He said to himself. Huang Tianqi apologized so solemnly, just because he saw my potential and wanted to make friends beforehand. The waiter pointed the way. Mr. Lin, this is room 888 reserved by Mr. Huang. Please come in. Tianqi smiled. Lin Yi, you're here. Please sit down. He looked. These two must be Su Mu Mu and Bai Ji, right? Come on, sit here. Mu Mu nodded, and Bai Ji replied, yes, thank you. Tianqi ordered, you can bring the signature dishes, please. He raised his glass. The three of you, allow me to apologize to you for my son Huang Xiaofeng's behavior towards you. Sorry, it's because I usually don't teach him how to treat people. So he made such malicious harassment. Mu Mu was surprised, no putting on airs and presuming authority. Bai Ji was stunned, amiable and friendly, humble and reasonable. They were both stunned. Huang Xiaofeng's father, the top figure in Jiangqing, is such a person. Lin Yi smiled. Parents who love their children will think long-term for them. As the chairman of the Huang Corporation, he doesn't hesitate to humble himself to others. He held out his hand. I understand Chairman Huang's sincerity. Huang Xiaofeng can realize his mistakes and learn from them. I won't dwell on the past anymore. The two then shook hands and made peace. The staff member reported, Boss, the items have been brought in. Do you need to show them now? Tianqi agreed. Show them. The staff member obeyed. The display showed, equipment name, Demonic Emperor's Splendor, type, set, crafting level, level 1, quality, diamond, requirement, priest, effect, constitution plus 30. Intelligence plus 30 increases self-healing effect by 15%, has a passive effect, rejuvenation, note, when hit by an enemy, recover the damage received, cooldown time 10 seconds. Particularly increases self-healing effect by 50%. Lin Yi commented, as expected of a diamond equipment set, but it happens to not conflict with the individual items I'm using. It seems to simply and brutally add HP and survivability. But in fact, if you calculate it, the reverse damage will be directly doubled. Lin Yi was happy. I'm very satisfied. Bai Ji's eyes lit up. Thank you. Mu Mu looked at the set, a 4-piece set of level unrestricted diamond equipment, giving away 3 sets at once. Even with the Huang family's assets, it's definitely not just for face. They're really investing. She was satisfied. The equipment is very good, thank you, Uncle Huang, we'll accept it first. The stream screen showed comments. This is the top figure in Jiangqing, the boss behind the Huang Corporation, Huang Tianqi? He actually respects a newcomer like Lin Yi so much. Nonsense, so what if he's a big shot? Didn't he not teach his son well, so he ran into a tough guy like expert? That's right, if the apology attitude is not sincere and the compensation is not enough. For expert Lin Yi, each of us will spit and drown the Huang family. Since the expert said he won't dwell on it anymore, then let's go. Everyone sat down to chat and eat. Baiji was happy. Lin Yi greeted, then that's it for today. Tianqi agreed, there are quite a few reporters gathered outside, I'll see you out. He explained, this is a nightmare level pass for the land of skeletal remains. Of course, not all of it. The instance resources promised to you will be made up later. Lin Yi said smugly, that's great. The reporters outside swarmed over, Lin Yi is out. Questions were raised one after another. Lin Yi, it's said that your awakened talent is reverse healing, and you can clear any instance alone. Is that true? Lin Yi. Is it true that you cleared the novice instance alone and achieved an SSS rating? Please answer, no professional can do it alone. Please, is the anonymous expert on the professional forum you? Lin Yi silently walked forward. At Huang Xiaofeng's room, there was a cursing voice, how shabby, what a loser. He opened his eyes angrily, what the hell are you? Mai Gao laughed, he said confidently, I am, Lord Mai Gao, from the Abyss, a high-level demon with pure blood and strong strength. Xiao Feng clicked his tongue, I thought it was something. Once humans like us awaken, we're not supposed to beat you back to the Abyss to be bugs? Mai Gao was surprised. Are you kidding me? A guy who was beaten by a priest to the point of becoming a laughingstock for the whole city is being smug here? He was embarrassed. This is strategic retreat, you know? Mai Gao laughed eerily. Huang Xiaofeng, are you really willing? Those ignorant humans are laughing at you. Friends and family won't help you, instead they flatter the person who bullied you like lapdogs. How about a deal with me? Right now, I can let you obtain unparalleled power, and beat those who have humiliated you into the ground. Let your father know that you are the one who should be valued the most. Xiao Feng threw the pillow, get out. This time I'm letting it go lightly. He stood up and shouted, I, Huang Xiaofeng, am a genius among geniuses. I don't need the pity of bugs like you. What power? Give it to those poor and useless people. Mai Gao was tired, can I just destroy this idiot? Endure, it's all for KPI. He smiled, in short, when you figure it out, just call my name Mai Gao. I will answer your call immediately, bestow upon you the great power of the Abyss, and lead you to become a fearless, depraved person. Secret Realm Instance, Land of Skeletal Remains, Level 60, Difficulty, Nightmare Level. Lin Yi looked at Baiji, how many times do you have your awakened talent this week? Land of Skeletal Remains, a desolate land covered in death, surrounded by a large army of skeletal remains. When you enter, you will awaken them, and they will see you as delicious fresh food. Baiji raised her hand once. I went to 2 instances before, and used one. Lin Yi sighed, then don't rush to use it first, save it for better resources later. Although it's a nightmare level resource instance, we have diamond equipment. The best platinum level drops in the instance don't have much benefit for us. The Huang family promised us that this week they will give us better instance resources, opening up the word grade difficult instances for us. Lin Yi thought, now we only lack a weapon that has passed the transition phase. Even if we don't open up a good thing, we can sell it at a high price. He explained, so for this instance we have 3 goals, 1 is free attribute points, 2 is to open up a platinum weapon, and 3 is to create an SSS level strategy for the nightmare level. Look, I'm teaching live. Moo Moo happily said, okay, then I won't take action until you fail. A faint blue light appeared. The difficulty of this instance is called in the mouths of professionals and students, bone soup. Obtaining an SSS rating requires 4 conditions. 1. Kill the final boss, the undead knight, and 2. Destroy all the undead skeletal remains. 3. Do not use the Holy Sword, the instance's own weapon used to suppress all the undead in the land of skeletal remains. 4. Before clearing the instance, protect the Holy Sword with 60% or more HP remaining. Baiji was frightened. The land of skeletal remains is called Bone Soup because of the similarity between the normal level and the difficult level. Just use the Holy Sword as a no-brainer to fire. Bullets. This is my first time entering the nightmare level. Moo explained, this kind of cheating like 300% damage restraint once it appears at the nightmare level, then is it still called nightmare? No. She comforted, don't be nervous. After finishing this instance, can we sell the equipment and strategy to buy snacks for you? Baiji was stunned, I don't need it. Lin Yi said awkwardly, okay, I'll work for free. He shouted, start now, look carefully. Lin Yi bit lightly on his fingertip. A red drop fell, and the monsters ran out shouting, a human, a living human, let's eat. Lin Yi thought, use the blood to attract these skeletons, so they ignore the protection shield of the Holy Sword, which hates the most evil. Lin Yi cast a move, reverse healing art. The system reported, entered a state of constant blood loss, all attributes lowered. The ferocious monsters pounced. Moo shouted, let's retreat. Lin Yi catch it. He caught and swallowed it, a painkiller, used when the body is injured, can greatly reduce the feeling of pain, has no healing ability, cannot heal wounds. The monsters were chasing behind Lin Yi. The notification displayed, life value below 25%. Lin Yi looked at the monsters. His judgment was correct. The desire of these undead skeletons for blood plasma is even greater than their hatred for the Holy Sword. Baiji exclaimed, do we really not need to help? Moo said confidently, no need, shouldn't we trust him completely? That's Lin Yi. He hit his arm hard to make blood plasma flow out. The screen displayed a life value below 10%. Notification, approach the border of the land of skeletal remains instance. Lin Yi was overjoyed, here we are. He used a move, divine healing art. The monsters were surprised. Lin Yi shouted loudly, it's too late for you to find it unappetizing now. Lin Ye's eyes were sharp and red. Heaven and earth hell. Notification, the life value of all undead skeletal remains is 0. White smoke appeared, surrounding Lin Yi. Moo and Baiji witnessed him across from them. They looked around in surprise. There was a voice from the cave, who woke me up? The screen displayed, boss, undead knight has awakened. The boss shouted, I will use your skull as a cup, and drink all of your blood plasma. Name, undead knight, level 9, strength, 11, constitution, 15, intelligence, 20, spirit, 15, agility, 10, aptitude, platinum, skills, vengeful flames. Undead fury, nether abyss. The undead knight cast a move, vengeful flames. Lin Yi responded with a move, reverse healing art, plunder art. The move shone directly on the knight. He didn't know anything in surprise. Lin Yi laughed, too weak? Divine reverse therapy, calamity descends, increased damage by 50%. The red light exploded the ground. The undead knight has fallen into a severely injured state. Activated passive skill, undead grievance, enhanced attributes of the undead knight. He was angry, come back, my brothers. All undead creatures revived, increasing by 100 HP every second. Lin Yi looked around in surprise. The monsters revived strongly. The undead knight ordered, foolish humans, you have no way out anymore. Do you have any last words? Lin Yi sighed, and Baiji exclaimed, expert. Moo sneered, these monsters are too stupid. They don't even understand math. The undead knight only increases by 100 HP every second. Lin Yi simply doesn't need to restrain the curse of the Holy Sword. External suppression, 3 minutes is enough to finish them. Life value plus 100, life value minus 500, undead lost, life value plus 100, life value minus 500. The undead knight recognized it. Lin Yi pointed, this kind of last words you have to ask yourself. Notification board, reverse healing art, plunder art, life value minus 750. Including a 50% damage increase. The undead knight was blown away by the move, losing his soul. Evaporated. Eliminated the nightmare level undead knight boss, obtained 6,000 experience points. Completed the instance, land of skeletal remains. Starting to summarize rewards. Completed all hidden conditions. Evaluation upgraded to SSS, obtained Gold Treasure Chest 11, Platinum Treasure Chest 11. Name, Lin Yi, Class, Priest, Level, 8, Energy, 10 plus 20, Constitution, 10 plus 20 plus 30, Intelligence, 42 plus 20 plus 30. Spirit, 10 plus 20, Agility, 10 plus 20 plus 20. Equipped equipment, Demonic Emperor's Splendor Set, 4 pieces, Wind Walker Boots, Glittering Stone. Emerald Ring. Awakened Talent, Heaven and Earth Inversion. Single Skills, Healing Art, Plunder Art. Support Skills, Purifying Art, Restriction Art. Group Skills, Divine Healing Art, Calamity Descends, Mystical Stars, Fallen Heaven and Earth Hell. Mumu praised Lin Yi, not bad. Notification, Su Mumu, Baiji did not produce output or movement. Running Judgment. Settlement, no experience rewards. She was surprised. Final task, complete the Nightmare level instance, Land of Skeletal Remains. Protect the Holy Sword guarding the barrier throughout the process without being attacked by undead creatures. Obtain the unique reward, Stone Sword Key. Stone Sword Key, unique, the gateway to the secret realm copy of a bygone era, Land of the Undead. Can be opened in a place with conditions that meet the highest difficulty, the Cataclysm level. Baiji clicked her tongue, a Cataclysm level instance key. Am I seeing things? The final task of the Land of Skeletal Remains has disappeared. Do you want to start the treasure chest reward? Yes, no. Mumu wondered. In the Bone Soup instance, there is also a one-time secret key that has never been opened. Lin Yi agreed. The individual props of a one-time secret realm and ordinary instance keys are not the same. After using it, both the key and the instance will disappear, and the rewards inside will be the same. It's because it's unique, so it's an extremely valuable strategic level resource. Newcomers can see that ordinary instances only have normal, difficult, and nightmare levels. After that, there are actually catastrophe, calamity, disaster, cataclysm, and epic levels. Top-level ordinary instances, rare one-time secret realm instances, are all controlled and monopolized by professional forces. Baiji was overjoyed. Then at the same level, the rewards of a one-time instance are even more powerful than the rewards of an ordinary instance. Mumu explained, several times more powerful. Moreover, they will definitely award unique world-named rewards to those who deserve the challenge. Lin Yi thought, wait a minute, those professionals who get SSS level points, none of their protective shield's HP can maintain 100%. Mumu pushed him, why care about them? Quickly start the treasure chest opening show, and see what our great Lin Yi, with his aura of luck, can open. He agreed shyly. Opening the platinum treasure chest, obtained free attribute points x10, obtained platinum level equipment, hunting dog's fang, round stone staff. Attribute edition. Lin Yi was embarrassed. There's nothing suitable for priests. On the other hand, this round stone staff, Mumu, do you lack an updated weapon? She was silent. Mumu refused. No, 10 free attribute points is already a win. Intelligence plus 10, current intelligence is 52 plus 20 plus 30. Lin Yi instructed, you exchange for the round stone staff, it probably corresponds to the earth attribute 5 elements. Grandmaster. Mumu wondered, where do we go next? He explained, in fact, our 3-person team, whether it's equipment or external data, has already taken the lead in the professional test. Swipe again, accumulate experience to reach level 10, and the 3 transport. Lin Yi requested, next, can you two swipe the Land of Skeletal Remains yourselves? Based on my procedure just now, you definitely won't get SSS level, but getting an S level point is easier to increase. Experience. Baiji affirmed, I have no problem. Suddenly a black shadow zipped past. Lin Yi jumped ahead, wait, there's danger. He blurted out, Baiji. Lauer smiled evilly, hey kids, did you get the stone sword key? If you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the stone sword key. Lin Yi, Mumu, and Lauer faced each other. He spoke, if not, your little teammate will. Baiji angrily cast a move. She shouted, why do we have to give it to you? The escapee took the opportunity to cast a move. Baiji turned her head to look in fear. She was pushed back. The escapee sneered, you have some skill, but unfortunately. Lin Yi reminded, if you don't want to die, release the girl. The escapee laughed, don't be so violent, in fact, I really like those who are strong enough. Suddenly a move hit him. What? The escapee exclaimed. Holy crap. Lao Er was furious. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stop him? The escapee gasped. You, a kid who hasn't even reached level 10, how could you? Mimicry tears. Lin Yi shouted. Get lost, who gave you the courage to rob us? Scarface smiled complacently. Wait until you get to hell, then regret your arrogance today. Lao Er, don't let him live. Death's wonderful spot, Lao Er said aggressively. Kill this kid first. The remaining 2 girls are nothing. Moo Moo warned. This person doesn't care about his teammates' lives at all. Lin Yi said coldly. Moo Moo, Bai Ji, you 2 retreat behind me. On them, there is the smell of the demon tide. Lin Yi assumed that they were all fallen people. They voluntarily made a deal with the demons of the abyss, able to ignore their innate talents while gaining the power of the abyss that is many times stronger than themselves, burying humanity and opposing humans. Divine healing art, inverted calamity descends. The fire dots were quickly aimed at Lin Yi. The escapee laughed loudly. This trash can't even release skills. Lao Er, the equipment of these kids looks pretty good. Strip them all. Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot. Without any damage, he broke it. Scarface was terrified. What? You idiot, heal him. He stammered. Big brother, no, just now he, in a moment, left. Scarface was shocked. How could this be? Where would a priest who hasn't even reached level 10 get such strong damage? Unless he also made a deal with the demons of the abyss. No, priest, attack. It's that Lin Yi. This guy is not a normal professional at all. He shouted loudly. No, he's not human at all. Run. Lin Yi blocked the way. Want to run? Be friends with. I won't let you go anywhere. He cast a move, mystical stars, inverted. Scarface begged. No. A surge of power hit the ground, scattering stones everywhere. Scarface's body couldn't bear it, and wanted to dissolve. Lin Yi looked. After increasing the damage, all the skills can directly destroy the nightmare-level boss in an instant. Fighting with professionals higher than 5 levels. Their life value can be 0. They must be gone. Moo Moo requested, if you don't take action now, we'll be the ones lying there. Baiji asked awkwardly, do we need to dispose of the bodies? What if their guild organization finds us? Lin Yi said calmly, no hurry. These fallen people will not have any guild organizations or gangs willing to openly admit them. And if they don't do it openly, they establish their own factions and won't care. Platinum and Hongjin equipment are used randomly, but the attributes are locked. Only fallen people can use them. What a pity. He was surprised. There is one. Pass for the giant forest of lost life, catastrophe level. Lin Yi smiled secretly. Catastrophe level instance pass, good stuff. The level 10 instance of the giant forest of lost life. In fact, the nightmare level was once a test question for professionals. For many years, no team has ever cleared this instance. The second boss, Dark Curse Knight, has become the nightmare of all students, blocking the way on the path to becoming a professional. All elite professionals will team up to challenge the catastrophe level. Giant Forest of Lost Life. Their goal of clearing it is not to obtain level equipment or experience. It is to obtain the drops after clearing it for the first time without being injured, the instance key, the Forgotten Lair, Cataclysm level. But those are all things of the future. Moo Moo recognized it. It's the giant forest of lost life. She was happy. Can we go? Lin Yi replied. Wait for the waiting time for Baiji's talent to pass, and directly enter. We not only have to try to level up to level 10 in the instance, but also strive to get the pass, the Forgotten Lair. Baiji fearfully pulled Lin Yi's hand and asked, so what should we do with these evil people? Even if they are burned or severely damaged, they will leave traces. Moo Moo leaned down and asked, or should we bury them? Then she turned around and sighed. If someone among us could summon, we could use the bodies as food. Lin Yi was helpless. Hey you two. Then he carried the 2 bodies away and said, or throw them into the instance, so they will disappear over time while waiting for the instance to end. Moo Moo and Baiji also enthusiastically dragged the bodies on the ground. Moo Moo then said, good idea, I didn't expect the instance to have this effect. Then they threw those bodies into the instance. Then he opened the system panel and said, okay, let's go back and prepare, combining work and rest, waiting for Baiji's koi time to end, and directly open the giant forest of lost life. Moo Moo and Bai happily smiled and agreed. A day later in Zhonghan SKP, The three of them were sitting together eating and drinking happily when Moo said with a smile, in order to prepare for the promotion examination. It seems that we have never relaxed and had such a big meal since we awakened our talents. Lin Yi replied, don't worry, we will only earn more alliance coins today. Bai Ji happily enjoyed the food deliciously. Lin Yi then said, if we have free time, we can often come here. Moo agreed immediately upon hearing this. She blushed shyly. In fact, it would be better to save it to buy equipment. I'm not a child, and I don't need to spend so much money on entertainment. Baiju then spoke up and said, expert, in fact, I can share the money, oh no, or I can pay for it. Lin Yi smiled, next time, our team is not short of funds. The waiter came out and pointed his hand over there and said, hello, this table's bill has been paid by that gentleman. Lin Yi was surprised and didn't understand what was going on. He looked towards Jun Yan in question and thought, who is he? Jun Yan happily greeted him, hello everyone, I am Shang Jun Yan, a cadre of the professional league, and also the head of the Lingyan sect. Lin Yi shook hands and said, hello, I am Lin Yi, a student of the No. 1 Professional Academy of Jiangqing. They are my teammates Su Mu Bai Ji. Jun Yan went straight to the point, I know. I came here to invite you to join the Lingyan sect, in order to make it easier to enter the professional league first. Bai Ji's eyes widened in surprise, while Lin Yi still didn't understand the story. Mu then quickly asked, enter the professional league first? Lin Yi said worriedly, but I didn't participate in the professional examination. Moreover, if I agree with you, it's hard not to be suspected that I'm using special privileges to go through the back door if I enter the league without showing my strength in public, right? Water was being poured into the glass along with Lin Ye's refusal, so I won't agree with you. Moreover, I have no plans to join any sect. Jun Yan replied, this I really never thought you would refuse. That's right, the strong have their own considerations. He drained his glass of water and said, it's okay, I hope to see you quickly join the league. Jun Yan smiled and said, if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. This is also the league's intention to give preferential treatment to talents. And also comes from my own personal feelings. When you come, I want to openly spar with you. Lin Yi then replied, no problem. Then he thought, the Lingyan sect, this person is also a bit interesting. Tuesday in the academy garden, Lin Yi said, the new challenge has begun. Immediately he called out loudly, Bai Ji. She quickly shouted loudly, coming. Then she cast a move. A panel appeared with the content, you have been granted an unknown power, obtained a special buff, and can receive a treasure chest that has been upgraded by 1 level each time you clear an instance, lasting for 24 hours. Lin Yi powerfully cast a move and said, use the pass, and use the key to start the transfer gate, Giant Forest of Lost Life. That panel appeared once again, checking for the request to open the instance transfer gate. Confirming, please wait. Secret Realm Instance, Catastrophe Level, has been activated. Immediately, the instance gate opened before the eyes of the three of them. The system panel announced, about to enter the Giant Forest of Lost Life, levels 8 to 15, Catastrophe difficulty. The world's disasters regard this place as home, and secluded silence is the destination. This is the land where the giant race lost their lives, and also the land of despair filled with death. Mu spoke up and said, the Giant Forest of Lost Life, I heard that it is a fragment of a secret realm separated from some large secret realm. Although level 8 can enter, it has the difficulty of a word level strategy. Other instances can't keep up. Suddenly a giant hand appeared. Then that giant monster approached them. There was a loud voice, here it comes. It is called the Ghostly Spirit Soldier of the Lost Nation, reaching level 8, Strength and Constitution 15, Intelligence and Agility 11, Spirit 12. Quality Gold, with skills / charge, jump / and straight thrust. Mu rushed forward and said loudly, Lin Yi, leave these two small monsters to us first. Immediately afterwards, she rushed forward and attacked the Ghostly Spirit Soldier powerfully. Mu suddenly widened her eyes in surprise, my attack. On this side, Baiji attacked the Ghostly Spirit Soldier repeatedly and shouted loudly, it really doubled. Suddenly a finger pointed up with the thought, healing art, sharp art. Lin Yi stood below and raised his finger and said, pay attention to their / and charge combos, roll down. He suddenly thought, it seems that the new equipment is very effective. The attack power of Mu Mu and Baiji has surpassed most of the students of the same level. Baiji somersaulted over the ghostly spirit soldier. Mu Mu quickly slid forward. She then shouted loudly, "Poison bubble." Baiji also shouted loudly, "Fiery flame slash." Immediately afterwards, the ghostly spirit soldier was attacked and shattered into many small pieces. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently. Suddenly a stream of purple gas gathered together in one place. Mu Mu wondered this is. Baiji then reminded, "Everyone be careful." Lin Yi said nervously, "Pay attention, the first boss is coming." The white spirit cavalry immediately appeared, reaching level 13, strength 27, quality 22, intelligence 15, spirit 18, agility 20. Quality platinum, with skills cavalry raid, light spear, protection, lion barrier, holy light. A loud shout rang out, reverse mystical stars. Lin Yi directly attacked the boss in front of him and shouted, "Fallen heaven and earth hell." Mu Mu unexpectedly couldn't believe her eyes. "It's destroyed?" Lin Ye's eyes were blood red and said, "No, not yet." Baiji stood and watched. Suddenly there was a loud voice, "Pay attention to position, bleed, add increased bleeding damage." The white spirit cavalry launched forward. Mu Mu immediately cast a move, Mimicry Tears Poison Bubble. Baiji also bravely rushed forward and shouted loudly, "Flowing Fire Slash." The panel appeared with the content, "The white spirit cavalry was poisoned and took continuous damage at the same time, receiving the bleeding debuff." Mu Mu and Baiji were engaged in fierce combat. The white spirit cavalry was still unscathed. Cavalry skill, Holy Light, life value plus 2000, all of its own attributes increased. Cavalry skill, Protection. Magic defense increased by 40%. Mu Mu was shocked. Is this a fixed skill of the white spirit cavalry? It will enter this invincible state after hitting 1 on 4 machines. Baiji also gasped, breathing heavily, and said, "The first boss is already so challenging." Lin Yi spoke about the purifying art. "This is a special skill before this knight turned into an undead." He continued, "I'll kite it, you two pay attention and don't pull its hatred." Lin Yi jumped forward and taunted, "Come here, white spirit cavalry." As he approached, he thought, "This position is difficult to escape, but the vision is clear, and the distance is just right." Lin Yi smirked and thought, if it is a professional knight, he will definitely use a ranged attack, such as throwing a spear. Cavalry skill, Lion Barrier, adds a protective barrier to itself, helping to block 300 physical damage and 300 magical damage. Cavalry skill, Throwing Light Spear. Immediately Lin Yi cast a move. The beam of light struck straight down on the ground, shattering the earth. Lin Yi advanced vigorously. The move was unharmed. Heaven and Earth inversion. Life value plus 1500, attack power increased, movement speed increased. Seeing this, the white spirit cavalry looked over in confusion. Immediately afterwards, it was hit by Lin Ye's attack, reverse healing art, plunder art. After attacking through the white spirit cavalry, he slid on the ground and thought, long-range attack is not possible, what will happen next? Lin Yi predicted, I guess it will use a raid-type skill, retrieve the weapon, and switch to close-range combat. The white spirit cavalry then condensed its spiritual power to form a purple light that surrounded the body. Cavalry skill, Cavalry Raid. Lin Yi flashed forward and unleashed a sudden skill prop. Immediately, the white spirit cavalry and Lin Yi rushed forward, reverse purifying art, nether your restriction. Lin Yi cast a move. The panel appeared with the content, after equipping the glittering stone, all attributes increased by 20 points, obtained the active skill Flash. Teleporting a distance of 10 meters in the specified direction. He smiled and thought, unfortunately, you have entered my plan. The white spirit cavalry was confused after falling for the trick. Lin Yi advanced vigorously and attacked continuously. The life value was subtracted one by one. Seeing the situation was optimistic, he was secretly happy, good opportunity. After the long-range raid, its holy light skill has consumed a lot. Now it can only be empty-handed to waste its exploding. Attack speed. On Lin Ye's side, the life value was plus 500. The panel appeared, the life value has reached its limit. As for the white spirit cavalry, the white spirit cavalry's holy light skill ended. The protection skill ended, and the lion barrier skill ended. It jumped up and wanted to run away. Seeing the white spirit cavalry jump high, Moo Moo pointed and shouted loudly, "Now you want to run?" Too late. Lin Yi quickly chased after it. Just in time, the waiting time ended. He then cast a move, Reverse Divine Healing Art, Calamity Descends. Immediately, a red light descended straight down, hitting directly on the white spirit cavalry. Without hesitation, Lin Yi cast the next move to finish it, Reverse, Mystical Stars, Fallen Heaven and Earth Hell. The panel appeared again with a notification, White Spirit Cavalry has been eliminated, receiving 8,600 experience points. Lin Yi leveled up to level 9. Su Mu Mu leveled up to level 7, Baiji leveled up to level 6. She said worriedly, as expected of a catastrophe level instance, just the first boss is this difficult. Mu Mu silently pondered, if it weren't for Lin Yi having a skill that could give us damage immunity. With our current skills, even with diamond equipment, it would be very difficult to pass. Lin Yi looked into the distance and instructed, the second boss, according to the strategy, we can probably get to the mountain on the other side through the directional sea. He searched as he walked and wondered to himself, it's just strange, why isn't there a directional sea to guide me when I come in? Suddenly all three of them were tied up by giant vines. Lin Yi suddenly understood, so that's how it is, this is probably a traditional way, especially for catastrophe-level instances. Suddenly they were released and fell down. He calmly instructed, remember to roll when you fall, otherwise you will be considered injured by the instance. Lin Yi opened his hands to create streams of black and white light. Not long after that, all three of them landed on the ground. He said expectantly, are we finally going to meet the legendary teacher Zhou? Suddenly a stream of black light attacked directly into Lin Ye's abdomen. It was Moonlight Raid. There was a shout, be careful. Mu Mu exclaimed unexpectedly, Lin Yi. Baiji was frightened and wide-eyed as she shouted, expert. Immediately afterwards, the Dark Curse Knight suddenly appeared, reaching level 15, Strength and Agility 40, Constitution and Intelligence 50, Spirit 25. He had a diamond quality with skills Rising Dragon Slash, Moonlight Raid, Triple Slash, Moonlight Sword Chi, Release Dark Curse, Enchanting Curse, and especially a mysterious unknown creature appeared. Here for an unknown reason. Lin Yi staggered and said, Teacher Zhou, I've heard of you for a long time. He thought to himself, no wonder he's a boss with a ceiling fighting strength, able to directly attack the professionals. Without needing to show himself, Lin Yi painfully embraced the object that had just attacked him and worried, or should I use Reverse Heaven and Earth? If I accidentally can't escape its attack, wouldn't that be a disaster? Immediately the Dark Curse Knight targeted him and attacked, Enchanting Curse. When entering a combat state, you will automatically enchant your own weapon. The enchanted weapon will deal magic damage. When attacking, release the Dark Curse. All of your own attributes are greatly increased. It quickly waved its hand. That blue light then appeared, sweeping across the ground. It was the Moonlight Sword Shadow, unavoidable directional attack, affecting professionals with a lot of blood and hitting the weaklings. Standing behind, Lin Yi dodged to the side and observed, it's too fast. He glanced behind him and said loudly, Mu Mu, Baiji, no need to escape. Just directly take the hit. Baiji quickly cast a move. Immediately afterwards, the sword chi collided. Baiji stuttered painfully, it's too powerful. It feels like my hands are broken. She slumped to the ground and uncomfortably spat out a dark red liquid. Mu Mu worriedly ran over Baiji. Suddenly a thought flashed, Moonlight Sword Chi is not the most powerful skill of Teacher Zhou. This is still the damage created after the sword chi collided with each other. Mu Mu supported Baiji. Fortunately, I had prepared enough medicine beforehand. Now I can't let Lin Yi switch to the priest's original skill to heal us. On this side, Lin Yi cast a move, Mystical Stars. Then he continued to launch Fallen Heaven and Earth Hell and attack directly at the Dark Curse Knight. Lin Ye's move hit the ground hard. The Dark Curse Knight's health bar appeared. Healing Art, Plunder Art. Mu Mu opened her eyes in fear. Lin Ye's 3-hit combo is so powerful, but it only managed to chip away 1/3 of Teacher Zhou's blood. Our equipment is all the latest stuff. She stepped forward and launched the Wood-type Poison Cannon skill and the Ice-type Ice Prism skill. Mu Mu attacked the Dark Curse Knight, causing it to freeze. But immediately it broke free. From behind, Lin Yi burst forward with a vigorous momentum. Here it comes again. He launched straight up into the air and firmly held the weapon in his hand as he attacked down. Lin Yi attacked the Dark Curse Knight very hard. It immediately launched Rising Dragon Slash into Lin Yi, sending him flying away. The Dark Curse Knight continued to unleash Triple Slash. Lin Yi hurriedly parried, and his life points were added one by one. It looked at him thoughtfully. Then the Dark Curse Knight targeted Lin Yi's neck. Immediately afterwards, it decisively launched a critical horizontal attack on his neck. Mu Mu and Baiji widened their mouths in concern. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and put his hand on his neck, causing a green light to emit. His life points were plus 888. Lin Yi smiled lightly. Indeed, Teacher Zhou's strength should not be underestimated. He calmly stepped forward and said to himself, I have to concentrate more. From behind the Dark Curse Knight, many red streams attacked together with the shout, Plunder Art. It unexpectedly turned around. The Dark Curse Knight's hatred point with Priest Lin Yi was 100%. Lin Yi raised his finger from a distance and said, Continue as planned? Mu Mu then agreed. He ran off and shouted, Plunder Art. Lin Yi thought, I originally activated all the hatred and pulled it in this direction to prevent it from attacking Mu Mu and Baiji. Even if the meat is thick, I can gradually chip away its health. The three of them quickly joined forces and attacked the Dark Curse Knight continuously. Lin Yi analyzed, after all, this is an innate skill to turn the situation around. This is the way to restrain damage to the boss. He smiled. Even if it is the catastrophe level, the life points and defensive attributes have been greatly improved. For us, it just takes a little more time. The Dark Curse Knight looked over, and the hatred point shifted. It moved around searching. Baiji was currently hiding behind a tree trunk. Immediately the Dark Curse Knight was hit by the counterattack. Divine Healing Art, Calamity descends. Life points were minus 937. After attacking, Lin Yi stood behind and spoke, Hey Teacher Zhou, remember that your opponent is me. He firmly said, I will block in front of my teammates to make your long-range attacks always ineffective. He flew up high and shouted loudly, Let's end it here. The Dark Curse Knight was hit and slumped to the ground. Immediately afterwards, it gradually emitted a white light. Lin Yi's eyes widened. This is. The panel appeared, defeating the Dark Curse Knight and making the Dark Curse Knight surrender, receiving 9,300 experience points. The Dark Curse Knight has disappeared forever. From the instance. The catastrophe level has been reduced to the nightmare level. Under your influence, the nightmare level has been reduced to the difficult level. Lin Yi opened the system panel to view it. The system panel showed the content, completed the final mission, giant still annihilating forest, and defeated the secret realm boss Dark Curse Knight without taking any damage. Received the Dark Curse Knight summoning reward. Summon a level 15 Hongjin Dark Curse Cavalry to fight for yourself, use within about 20 levels, lasting for 1 hour. Cooldown time 1 day. Baiji admired and asked, Senior, you actually destroyed Teacher Zhou? She grabbed Lin Yi's clothes and also summoned Teacher Zhou to fight instances, and reduced the difficulty of the instance even further. He smiled and rubbed Baiji's head. That's right, this is the achievement we have enjoyed. Afterwards, Lin Yi pondered, it was indeed as he had expected. A boss like Teacher Zhou had not been defeated for a long time. Once the player killed him, he could be defeated without injury. Coupled with luck and cumulative buffs, the rewards would be unimaginable. Mu Mu unexpectedly blurted out, Hurry up and look over there. The system reminder has not ended, unless there is something even more magical. A dazzling golden vortex opened above their heads. The system panel showed information. Congratulations to the player for meeting the requirements of the Cataclysm level instance. Forgotten Lair. The Guardian of Original Sin, who protects the lair, will open the gate for you. Lin Yi reached out to receive an item and smiled. You forgot. I said before that Teacher Zhou is to take the qualification to enter the instance, Forgotten Lair. He looked over worriedly, completed the hidden mission, obtained the qualification to take the field, changed the landscape of the instance. I don't know if it will affect other people. Suddenly there was a question, is there a problem? This is helping others. Mu Mu said softly, everyone doesn't need to worry about being taught a lesson by Teacher Zhou again, avoiding giving up the final exam to the greatest extent, and stepping onto the path to becoming a professional. Lin Yi then replied, I'm thinking, in this way, will they lack some of the necessary training to become a professional? He said diligently, don't think about it anymore, let's continue to find the final boss. The three of them continued to walk after defeating two opponents. Lin Yi spoke up to announce, only the giant in the Forest of Doom is left deep in the forest. The giant monster appeared, covered in black, making him ponder, the setting of the giant's still annihilating forest is particularly magical. The second boss, Dark Curse Knight, is the strongest one in the instance, Lin Yi analyzed. Although the final big boss looks like Godzilla, the moves open and close large and destroy the world. But in reality he is an idiot. Its name is Giant of the Middle End, level 15, strength 25, constitution 30, intelligence and speed 10, spirit 15, quality gold, with skills Giant Barrage, Giant Iron Fist. Especially the unknown creature is like a puzzle. I don't know why it appeared here. Baiji looked up happily and asked, Expert, the strategy is to stick nail polish on its left foot, right? Lin Yi anxiously observed and said, Don't be nervous. This guy's speed is slow, and the shaking back and forth is obvious. He looked at the giant of the middle end and instructed, Press his left foot in. He can only try to step straight on you. Baiji was nervous. Okay, then I'll go first. Lin Yi seemed to sense something. You wait a minute. Lin Yi stopped her with his hand. I didn't say to use this method this time either. He continued, How about letting Teacher Zhou do the work for us? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi summoned Dark Curse Knight. Immediately the Dark Curse Knight appeared, reaching level 15, with power no less than when he was a boss. Lin Yi shouted loudly, Go Teacher Zhou. Hearing the order, the Dark Curse Knight launched forward to where the giant of the middle end was standing, making it confused. The Dark Curse Knight launched the Moonlight Raid. The giant of the middle end also refused to give in and launched the Giant Barrage. Its move hit the ground hard. On the Dark Curse Knight's side, his eyes shone brightly as he discovered an opening. He quickly rushed forward and launched Rising Dragon Slash, Moonlight Sword Chi, and Triple Slash, hitting the opponent repeatedly, causing the giant of the middle end to lose a lot of blood. Lin Yi ordered from behind, Moo Moo, launch the big move, Baiji, give us the enhancement skill is enough. The two of them quickly agreed and stepped forward. The panel appeared, Great Swordsman's Encouragement, increasing the attack of the entire team, and increasing the understanding of the entire team. Baiji approached the giant of the middle end and shouted loudly, Flame Sword Chi. Moo Moo also quickly followed and cast a move, Mimicry Tears, Poison Infiltration. It was hit, leaving very little blood. Lin Ye's eyes were blood red, ended directly. Then he shouted, Fallen Heaven and Earth Hell. Lin Ye's move landed on the giant of the middle end, causing it to completely lose all blood. The panel appeared, destroying the secret realm boss giant of the middle end, receiving 8,000 experience points. Lin Yi increased to level 10, Su Mu Mu increased to level 8. Baiji increased to level 7. Lin Yi slowly flew down. As soon as he landed, Mu Mu happily announced, Lin Yi, you're level 10. The information panel announced, After judgment, the challenger completed all hidden conditions, and the instance rating was upgraded to SSS. Received double experience. Lin Yi increased to level 11, Su Mu Mu increased to level 9, Baiji increased to level 8. Baiji said happily stuttering, increasing 2 levels continuously. I've never heard of such a thing. A chest appeared with the content, Instance Giant Still Annihilating Forest, started calculating rewards. Under the influence of special abilities, the observation of the Goddess of Luck was received. The overpass treasure was upgraded to the diamond level, completed all hidden conditions, and the rating was upgraded to SSS. Under the influence of special abilities, a platinum treasure chest was received. Mu Mu happily hugged Baiji. Xiao Bai, your ability is really the European Emperor's body, the carp reincarnated. Lin Yi then spoke up, this is the reason I added her to the team. The box was opened, and the information panel appeared, opening the diamond treasure chest, receiving the Azure Sea Tide Burst skill, the platinum level, receiving the giant equipment heart. Each person receiving free attribute points x15, Thunderbolt only 1. The items appeared, opening the platinum treasure chest, each person receiving free attribute points x15, receiving platinum equipment White Spirit Cavalry chest armor. Receiving platinum equipment White Spirit Cavalry spear, receiving item Marrowbone 3 Ash. The items appeared one after another, Giant's Heart, type of carried equipment, all attributes plus 15, has the active skill Giant's Power. After opening, receives the body effect for 5 seconds. Marrow Bone Ash increases armor penetration for Next is the chest armor, a knight's professional armor limit, increasing the strength of the physical body, reducing the speed of the wearer. Activating the entire set receives a special effect. The White Spirit Cavalry Long Spear, a knight's long spear professional armor limit, increasing the strength, with the light spear head effect. Using the light spear head skill increases 3 levels. Activating the entire set receives a special effect. Finally, the Tricoastal Tide skill, a specialized skill of priests, restores the team's overall HP within range, and randomly dispels 2 reduction states. Lin Yi carefully observed, this skill is not bad. Then he launched a move, making the surrounding area covered with a dark red light. That was the counter-transition trick. Turquoise Coast, level 1, summons Death's Wave to sweep everything, creating 500 points of damage with all enemies in the range, increasing HP while randomly adding 2 debuff states. Lin Yi pondered, it seems that his reversing talent did not cause any of the team's skill-enhancing effects to become internal ghost skills, similar to the boss's control skills. Such as the White Spirit Cavalry's raid source is a dizzying control, reducing its own speed. He performed the moves, analyzed keenly. But after reversal, it will be used to dispel control on one's body and increase speed. Then, after the Tricoastal Tide is transformed into a damage skill, the one that originally dispels the effect to reduce one's side will only turn into an enhanced state of the enemy's debuff. Lin Yi pondered, but if it's random, then it can't define its nature. It can be a reduction in attributes, a reduction in recovery, or it can be control, causing dizziness. He closed his eyes and changed to learn the Turquoise Tide skills. While learning, Lin Yi said to himself, this reminds me that I should pay attention to learning the dispelling skill, and form a way to control the attack. He held the turquoise coast in his hand, causing a mixture of red and gold light to emit. Lin Yi pondered, not to mention that the introduction of the Candonian counter is very clear. That if the talent reaches a high level, it can even change the nature of the skill. Lin Yi suddenly realized that the right to explain ultimately belongs to the sense of existence of the talent itself, and it is up to you how you want to transfer it. He turned around and said, we'll arrange and divide the other things when we get outside. Teacher Zhou disappeared, and I still have to tell the people in the academy and Shang Junyan about the difficulty of the instance being lowered. Bai Ji and Mu Mu listened attentively. Lin Yi was nervous, it must have sparked another wave of shock. The next day in the principal's office, the sun was shining outside, when suddenly someone spoke loudly, what? The principal was suddenly extremely surprised that Lin Yi had destroyed the Dark Curse Knight in the Giant's Annihilation Forest. He asked back in disbelief, I didn't hear wrong. You're talking about the giant in the Catastrophe level Annihilation Forest. The principal was confused again that after the Catastrophe level instance reached the SSS rating, the system reminded him that the final mission had been completed. The difficulty of the giants of the Annihilation Forest would be directly reduced by 1 level. And Jun Yen agreed and presented that after Lin Yi left the instance, he contacted me. After the league confirmed it, it was indeed the case. The principal wondered about the certificate, the Forgotten Lair, and Jun Yen nodded slightly and replied that he had obtained it, and that currently only 73 people were working in the Forgotten Lair. He recalled the terrible images, of which 24 people chose to give up halfway. No one passed it, not even halfway through the journey. Jun Yen squinted that none of them could challenge a second time. He thought about himself once being defeated, and it wasn't that they didn't want to, but they didn't get the second certificate of qualification, or they had exceeded the level limit. Tianqi patted Jun Yen on the shoulder, and you have to wait until he gets stuck at level 15 and doesn't increase to level 16 before entering. For such a professional talent, the League will try its best to provide maximum support, but after entering the instance, it still depends on himself. The principal smiled and praised, it's great. I and all the students of the academy must thank him. He breathed a sigh of relief that the commendation meeting must be opened. I mentioned it in the meeting before, and decisively sealed this instance, but everyone opposed it. Tianqi shook his head slightly. There are many soldiers in the sky, and students dare not face difficulties. In theory, they should be eliminated, and the Alliance will not support waste products that are not suitable for professional occupations. The principal bowed his head and frowned. I just sighed that the dark cursed night had expelled some students from our academy. Junyan smiled and said, "That's not how you should put it." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Moo walked in quickly and said, "I'm sorry, principal, to trouble you for a moment." She handed the phone to the principal. "I and Lin Ye's team have encountered some trouble." News about Lin Ye appeared on the phone screen. Moo said indignantly that after we left the instance, and informed the league of the situation, within 24 hours. The professional forum reported this news. Many people pointed out Lin Ye's attributes, not only adding points, but also saying that his plan to add points and sell strategies and equipment was corrupt. She said angrily, some people even maliciously analyzed every scene and secretly filmed videos of him, saying that his talent was unreasonable and unrealistic. Thinking that his talent was magic energy, and thinking that he had made a deal with a ghost. Moo frowned. If Lin Yi is the most outstanding student of the professional academy, and the future professional is favored by the academy, everyone should know Lin Ye's character and strength. He is the glory of our academy. She said loudly, "Please do something for Lin Yi." The principal then said, "Classmate Su Moo, we understand your feelings." Jun Yen quickly opened the information panel. "I'll check immediately." Lin Ye's picture and many unkind words about him appeared on the information panel. Those people didn't recognize Lin Ye's talent. Tianqi and Jun Yen carefully read the unkind words about him. The principal walked towards Moo. "Classmate Su, I and you will go together to verify the situation with this teacher." Tianqi smiled and said that it is difficult to say whether this teacher exists or not. Jun Yen glanced behind him nervously. This was clearly fabricated by outsiders who did not know the internal affairs of the League. I suggest that the League and the school, as well as the royal family, issue a joint statement, but I'm afraid this intensity is not enough. On this side, Lin Yi spoke, and I would like to conduct a magic energy test. Jun Yen unexpectedly called Lin Yi. Tianqi and Jun Yen immediately corrected, and Tianqi presented that the alliance's three-way denial of rumors had a certain degree of impact, and the so-called news came from within the school. But in fact there was no such person at all, and the source of the rumors had also admitted that he caused them. A seal was stamped on the paper, and Lin Yi dealt with magical objects. At the League base, it was very crowded, and they repeatedly asked that Lin Yi could say why he needed to conduct the magic energy test, and whether his talent had a relationship with evil spirits. There was a sound that Lin Yi was the mirror of our academy, and could not be brought down. Someone asked if the League's credibility could be guaranteed, and how we would know that the machines were not counterfeited. Lin Yi turned around sadly when he heard someone say that Lin Yi really came, and that he took the initiative to request a magic test, and that the internal League waters were very deep. Suddenly the reporters' faces changed, and they became silent and worried. Lin Yi sneered that if you were so cowardly, you shouldn't be a reporter. The blue-haired reporter shouted loudly and told him to speak up. "Why didn't you dare to speak?" The man wearing glasses also angrily pointed and said that he was still asking about the League, and that the world would not revolve around you. Suddenly there was a loud shout that it was broadcasting live, so look quickly and don't talk nonsense with him. At the point where demonic energy was detected, Lin Yi opened the door and was greeted by someone who asked him to enter the formation to wait for inspection. Lin Yi readily agreed and took off his outer coat. An information panel appeared, starting to check the level of demonic energy infection. It was checking at 5%. Lin Yi stood still with his arms spread wide to both sides when a voice said, "That is." The person standing outside observed, "Actually, you don't need to do this. Some people just can't stand others being outstanding." He consoled, "Most experts believe in your strength." Lin Yi replied, "Actually, I just find it interesting." The information panel announced 15%. He confided, "I don't care what those people say, I just don't want to make the people who believe in me worry too much." Hearing Lin Yi say that, the other person sympathized, "I understand." The information panel then announced it was at 50%. That person said confidently, "We hope you will have a good result. Otherwise, we can only arrest you on the spot." Lin Yi smiled and agreed. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes tightly, and another announcement came, 85%. Outside, the two people standing and observing were also extremely tense. Not long after, there was an announcement that it had reached 100%. Lin Yi still had his eyes closed tightly, smiling. The panel announced the result. The demonic energy infection value is 0%, and no contract with evil spirits was detected. The brown-haired person was overjoyed. Great, I'll print out the report for you right away. Instantly, the report was opened before the eyes of everyone outside. Some people were so surprised that their mouths dropped open. What? Not a trace of demonic energy at all? This is impossible. Soon after, there were curious messages and cheers. Lord Yi is unparalleled. Lord Yi is invincible. Lin Yi confidently said in front of everyone, now, I want to announce my attribute points and level. If anyone objects, they can come and see me for a one-on-one fight or a group fight. As you wish. Suddenly, Xiao Feng was angry. How annoying! Can you believe this? Lin Yi is so strange. He must be bewitched by demons, and use some method to sneak through. He jumped through the window immediately. No, this young master must warn him. Lin Yi walked away carrying 2 full bags of stuff, one of which was snacks for Mu Mu and Bai Ji. Xiao Feng secretly followed behind, hiding behind the cheap food stall, staring at him. Seeing what Lin Yi bought, he gnashed his teeth and muttered in his head. Milk tea snacks, Lingo has really fallen. To be so indulgent. After a moment of frustration, when he looked again, he could no longer see Lin Ye's figure. Xiao Feng was stunned. Where's the person? He didn't notice that a figure had appeared behind him. Lin Yi walked behind him, kicked Xiao Feng in the butt, and asked, Have you escaped from prison? He stumbled forward and shouted loudly. So insidious. Lin Yi commented calmly, the stalker is still more dangerous. Xiao Feng turned around sharply, rubbing his sore but while pointing at Lin Ye's face and yelling, Don't be ungrateful. I'm here to deliberately remind you. He suddenly approached him, whispering in his ear, You've met them too, haven't you? Some garbage evil spirits or something. Lin Yi shook his head. No. In his mind, he recalled the scene of him, Mu Mu, and Bai Ji tossing people around with satisfaction, silently adding, But I've met some vicious guys. Xiao Feng was unconvinced and shouted loudly, Don't talk big. This young master just expects you to be lucky enough to defeat them, and then be found by that abyss might. Let me give you a piece of advice. Quickly report to the Alliance to accept investigation and cooperate with them to track down the traces of the demons. Lin Yi looked at him with suspicion. You're saying the abyss demons have taken a fancy to you? You not only resisted the temptation but also took the initiative to surrender? He snorted triumphantly. A bunch of cowardly rats who don't even dare to appear in the human world, and they still dream of me submitting to them? I am Huang Xiaofeng, born to be the protagonist. I want the best money, the best looks, and the best strength. Do I need this kind of inferior trash to prove myself? Lin Yi looked speechless, laughing in his heart. Only lacking support is number one, huh? His eyes suddenly changed, and when he looked at him again, there was some appreciation. He secretly commented, but then again, although this person's personality and qualities still need to be rebuilt. He resisted the seduction of the demons, which makes people look at him in a different light. Lin Yi said softly, I not only hate the abyss demons like you, but the talent I have is even beyond their reach. You should understand this very well. Xiao Feng was stunned. What do you mean? Lin Go, wait for me. Seeing that he didn't stop, he muttered again, anyway, I don't believe you. I'm going to report it. Lin Yi strode down the road, sighing to himself, I should still contact Huang Tianqi and lock him up. He's so noisy. After walking for a while, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Lin Yi stopped, and exclaimed in surprise. He took out his phone and saw that in the Academy's professional imposter support group chat, Lord Yi No. 1 in Jiangqing with the nickname Lord Yi forever called his name, announcing that they had caught the fabricator. He also reported that the fabricator was profiting from the strategy that Lin Yi had released. He typed a reply, Who? The other person immediately named Chao Yuan, a member of the class, and asked if he had evidence. The other party replied that he did. Seeing this, Lin Ye's face darkened and he sent a voice message to the group, This person will be blacklisted from now on. All strategies and equipment will not be circulated to him. As for spreading rumors, everyone can take screenshots of the evidence and send them to me. I will announce it on the Professional Alliance forum. Lord Yi forever sent another message, saying that the brothers were angry and asked if they could teach Chao Yuan a lesson. He calmly advised them to focus on the upcoming professional assessment, and not to ruin their future because of a petty person. Lin Yi wore the bag on his hand, and sent voice messages while walking, replying to everyone. Everyone caught Chow Yuan. I can give you a strategy that is not sold outside. Lord Yi forever account surprised and asked, Is it really a strategy that is not sold outside? He replied, That is of course, you want to copy anything is okay. Friend A messaged, Really? Lin Yi added, Not only that, if you find anyone like Chow Yuan, more accusations, I have more welfare strategy for everyone. Friend B was immediately moved. When can I be like you? Release a strategy in a simple way. Suddenly remembering something, he added in a voice message, Oh right, a little heads up, the guide to skipping school in the Bone Land will appear soon. Everyone please check out the introduction. The grand introduction with the title Preview of the Guide to Skipping School in the Bone Land, a fast, simple strategy. Everyone kept clicking on it. Lord Yi forever commented. Maintaining the Holy Sword's blood volume at 100% to pass the level, what the hell is this? Friend A also expressed surprise, Lord Yi, this is too unreasonable. Friend B was excited, Brother Lin, you're forever my brother, please don't be merciful, reward me with the strategy. Lin Yi continued to send messages, asking them to publicize to the students who bought Chow Yuan's pirated version that anyone who bought or distributed the pirated version would not receive any guidance from him in the future. Everyone immediately agreed below. They quickly posted the information in the group, calling out, from today onwards, delete all of Brother Lin's pirated strategy guides. Baiji looked determined, her fingers flying across the phone screen. Anyone who steals again will be blacklisted and will not be able to receive any strategies in the future. Anyone who covers for someone will be considered an accomplice, and will be blocked in the same way. Some people angrily slammed the table, objecting, based on what? We want to save a little money, and the Alliance won't even let us? Some even supported Chow Yuan. That's right, let me see, Chow Yuan is a good person. But these dissenting opinions were quickly met with criticism. These strategies were all created by Lin Yi himself with great effort. Chow Yuan is just a smuggler. You want both an SSS level clearance reward and the lowest price, isn't that too unreasonable? Unexpectedly, you want Lin Yi to work for you for free. There are still those who are stubborn. If you don't let us use it, then you don't let us use it, a domineering clause. How many more strategies can you release? I think it's all hype. Before this comment was up for long, someone had already released a trial version of the Bone Land strategy. Maintaining the Holy Sword's blood volume at 100%, immediately causing another uproar. What? I want it, help, I want it too, I've been craving it for a long time. Some angrily said they wouldn't watch it, then left the group chat. The remaining people in the group didn't care, and together blocked the accounts of those people. The preview version of the Bone Land strategy that was released also attracted passers-by. Some accounts excitedly left comments asking how to join Lord Ye's internal group. Some worshipful fans spent money to buy the original version, and immediately deleted the pirated version. Lin Ye's fans quickly promoted the internal group, attracting new fans. All the way he went, the phone in his pocket kept ringing non-stop, notifying him of joining the group. In a short period of time, Lin Ye's account gained thousands of likes. When he checked the notification, he couldn't help but be surprised. Why are there so many people suddenly? Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, but when fighting back against petty people, you really have to use the method of hitting directly at their weaknesses. Hitting the nail on the head, it's often more useful than a fist. That way, I can stabilize my money-making path, and I don't have to worry about malicious competition affecting my income. Arriving in front of his house, he entered the password and pushed the door open. After putting away his things, Lin Yi opened the attribute panel, muttering, if so, let's reorganize the current data and equipment. The information panel appeared before his eyes, listing the specific name, profession, priest, level, 11, as well as the indicators of strength, constitution, intelligence, spirit, agility, the equipment Lin Yi was wearing, as well as the awakened talent and various skills. His eyes stopped on the line Awakened Talent, Reversal of Fortune Level 2, next to that line was a bright red exclamation point. Lin Yi was surprised and reached out to press the exclamation point. A red message box immediately popped up. This is the information about this reversal talent, Reversal of Fortune, in addition to being able to reverse strengthen yourself and skills. If you reach a high level, you can also change the nature of skills. The following lists the elements that can be converted and the enhanced indicators when using the talent. At the last line is the conditions for the next promotion, requiring the individual level to reach 20, and to use the reverse skill to kill 10,000 dungeon creatures. He saw it, understood that this is to go towards unlimited firepower, but the promotion can be temporarily put aside. Wait until after the professional assessment. Lin Yi reopened the attribute panel, secretly calculating, after breaking through level 10, with the upgrade blessings and free attribute points, his intelligence has reached nearly 150. The next goal is to get the intelligence value of 150 after removing the rewards from the equipment, then, improve agility, spirit and physique, and finally consider strength. Even so, his secondary attributes are also among the top among students. He searched for a while and sent a message to Qi Hang, suggesting to buy priest equipment of gold grade or higher, including weapons, shoes, necklaces, and jade pendants. He quickly replied, gold grade is easy, but wanting upper grade is a bit difficult. Lin Yi had to accept gold grade. Qi Hang immediately agreed. 10 minutes later, he sent a list of items he required, with property maps, advantages and disadvantages, and prices. Lin Yi looked carefully at each one, secretly assessing. The profit of this gold-grade weapon is still possible. Shoes, not suitable. Thinking so, he chose the Star Healing Scepter, the Bone Necklace, and the White Bird Jade Pendant. Qi Hang quoted 350,000. In addition, Lin Yi also asked for forging stones to forge the equipment to level 10. The other party hesitated a bit, hinting that the price might be high. He secretly felt embarrassed, and couldn't tell him that I wanted to attack the land of death. The two sides exchanged a few more words. Qi Hang apologized for the trouble, and then quoted the price again for Lin Yi, a total of 2 million for alliance dollars. He quickly paid, received 3 first-class gold-grade equipment. The bone necklace can enhance 10 points of physique, restore 5 more blood per second, the value of life plus 200. Physical defense plus 20%. The White Bird Jade Pendant plus 10 points of intelligence, 10 points of spirit. White Bird effect, when worn will summon the White Bird's spirit, exempt 30% of the damage of a magic attack. The Healing Scepter is only for priests, increasing 10 points of intelligence, 100 points of temporary attack. Lin Yi opened the forging system, and shouted with excitement, "Start refining." All 3 newly purchased equipment were brought out by him for refining at once. The forging success interface opened, the gorgeous costume of the Demon Emperor, the All-Star Healing Scepter, the Bone Necklace and the White Bird Jade Pendant were all promoted to level 10. And the properties increased sharply. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction, and said to himself, let's leave it at that for now. This level of equipment, with the full SSS ranking of the Land of Death, should be enough. After all, in a dungeon like the Land of Death, the things that fall out are only good and not bad. There was a sudden noise outside, and he looked suspiciously towards the door. Lin Yi looked out, calling doubtfully, Moo Moo, right when Moo Moo, who was only wearing a towel, was looking down for body wash. She was startled by his voice, and her face began to blush. Moo Moo turned around quickly, shyly pulling the towel to try to cover her body, and said awkwardly, "Why didn't you make any sound when you came home? I used the bathroom in your room. Do you mind? The hot water in my room has a problem." Lin Yi was momentarily flustered by the scene in front of him, and scratched his head embarrassedly. "It's okay. Do you need me to take a look?" She quickly shook her head. No need, right? Do you have time now? I want to talk to you." He blankly pointed at himself. "Me? Maybe, but you should dry your hair and change your clothes first. Be careful of catching a cold." Moo Moo nodded repeatedly. She rushed back to the room like the wind, and didn't forget to tell Lin Yi, "Then you wait for me a bit, just a few minutes," he reluctantly said. 5 minutes later, Moo Moo was sitting next to Lin Yi on the sofa. Properly dressed, he crossed his arms and looked at her, asking, "Speak, what's the matter? Why are you so solemn?" Moo Moo hesitated a bit. "I wanted to say that before Xiao Bai she complained to me that she really doesn't like the great sword profession very much. There are many places she's not used to. Even though she's updated the equipment, the single copy is still a bit difficult." Lin Yi was surprised. "Is that so?" "She's never made any requests to me, and I think her great sword is very light. There may be a little trouble, but she can still do it. If she can find hero proof, she can change her profession, she can choose a better profession. Someday I will ask Huang Tianqi a bit, to see if he has a method, but wanted Bai Ji to determine herself, is it really want to change profession or not? Mu Mu stood up, her face darkened slightly, and her attitude was a bit awkward. Then that's great, I'm relieved, then I'll go back first, but Lin Yi stopped her, standing still. He looked at Mu Mu with sharp eyes. You must have something else you want to say, not just for Bai Ji. She drooped her head and said in a low voice, Lin Ye's face was stern. I'm asking about your business. Mu Mu was guessed by him, and shouted angrily, yes, 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 I was seen through by this arrogant guy. Then you're not allowed to laugh at me after listening. He covered his mouth, giggling. Definitely, she became even more annoyed, and said loudly embarrassedly, you're not allowed to laugh at me. Mu Mu looked sad, and the more she spoke, the softer her voice became. Lin Yi, you're already level 11, right? Have you noticed or not, since awakening your talent? The distance between us seems to be getting further and further away. Lin Yi was stunned. Is that so? Her heart flashed a little disappointment. I knew it, Mu Mu said sadly. From small to large, we've almost always played together. I thought that even after awakening our talents, we would definitely be the best partners, with the most tacit understanding and the most trust in each other. But you don't seem to need me, just relying on your own ability. You can get hidden level rewards and become the center of attention, and I am just following your orders, completing some small troubles that you can solve yourself. The more she spoke, the more she felt her eyes getting hot, and in an instant, her eyes were full of tears. Mu Mu choked. I'm also happy for you, but the distance between us is getting bigger and bigger. When I'm running dungeons, I gradually feel I'm really an obstacle. There's no way to become the pillar of a team. Lin Yi stepped forward, gently stroking her head, soothing. Mu Mu, you're thinking too much, she scolded in a low voice. You idiot, that's because you don't know. Mu Mu was sullen. You don't know the feeling of a pursuer trying to keep up with the footsteps of others, but becoming more and more powerless. Her voice suddenly became firm. I don't want to continue relying on you anymore. Lin Yi smiled. If that's the case, then from today onwards you have to be more disciplined. Snacks and late-night meals will be cancelled from today, as long as it's not when running dungeons. At 5 o'clock in the morning, come out with me for exercise. The purpose is to increase your reaction speed. Mu Mu was shocked, crying and shouting, but agility doesn't just need to be stacked with points. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. Do you think your points are enough? Mu Mu cried even louder. Lin Yi couldn't bear to look anymore, and took out an item, telling her, okay, take this. Mu Mu stopped crying immediately, staring suspiciously at the thing in his hand. This is the giant's heart for me? Lin Yi nodded. That's right, a gift for you. This thing is perfect for you to use in the transition period, plus your copy has the ability to double the effect. She took the giant's heart in her hand, her eyes sparkling. Lin Yi encouraged her. Mu Mu, believe in yourself, talent paired with profession, unlimited potential. Mu Mu was immediately filled with enthusiasm, shouting, okay, I will do it, starting from today. Snacks out. He scratched his head, secretly sighing in his heart. When the girl grows up, she still needs to be encouraged with real things. She suddenly reached out to grab his hand, if that's the case. Mu Mu used the skill, forcefully pressing Lin Yi down on the sofa. She interlocked her fingers with his, smiling provocatively. Please, Teacher Lin, first experiment with the potential of my phantasm. Tears. Lin Yi frowned, not understanding. Mu Mu sat up, making a movement like a small cat, mischievously teasing Lin Yi, punching the back, massaging, cooking, cleaning, everything is proficient. The spirit behind her also changed into the shape of a seductive maid, waiting for her to command. Mu Mu and the spirit pounced at the same time. She continuously landed punches on him while shouting, you must enjoy it. Lin Yi was beaten black and blue, unable to fight back. In the hallway, Baiji sneakily went to the door of a room, looking around and not seeing anyone before tiptoeing into the room. Mu Mu happily reached out to stroke her head. Xiao Baiji, you're here. Lin Yi smiled. It's hard on you, and asked you to deliberately make a trip. Baiji asked worriedly, are you two going to the land of death now? Aren't you taking another day off? Above Lin Ye's head, a notification appeared about a special buff called the Gaze of the Goddess of Fortune. Each copy will increase the treasure chest by 1 level. The effect lasts for 24 hours. He took out a black key, shook his head. No need, I've rested. On the contrary, you guys are right. Bai Ji and Moo Moo go see a movie. Combine work and rest to achieve double the effect. Then, Lin Yi inserted the key into the space in front of him. The space immediately twisted and changed. A vortex appeared, constantly emitting black gas and red lightning bolts. So he successfully used the stone sword key, summoning the secret land of death, opening a teleportation door. A message appeared: enter the secret land of death once, choose the most difficult level, cataclysm level. The clothes on Lin Ye's body changed into priest clothes. He took the weapon, his eyes flashed red. Let's go. Moo Moo frowned as she watched, worriedly exclaiming, cataclysm level, Lin Yu. Without letting her finish, he had already stepped into the secret realm. This is a secret realm for levels from 15 to 25. The difficulty is cataclysm level. Is a restricted area of life covered by death. Any living creature that enters it will become food for the undead army. Lin Yu looked around as he stepped forward, secretly feeling lucky in his heart. Fortunately, there are no intruders in this dungeon. It doesn't seem as terrifying as I thought. He concentrated his spirit and began to use the reversal of fortune's skill. In an instant, 5 red message boxes jumped out in front of Lin Yi, warning that he had awakened a series of bosses of this secret realm, including Death-Winged Dragon, Dry Demon King, Undead No Demon, Giant Corpse Rat, and Death Maiden. He took a few more steps and saw a group of monsters staring at him with a greedy expression. Living beings, delicacies. The system announced, the vast army of the undead has awakened and is now attacking. These monsters were the 7 Spirit Legion, level 15, gold quality, and there was also information about their stats and skills. Immediately afterward, another piece of information appeared: the undead riot, the seal has been lifted, and the holy sword crown radiant scarlet flame, which suppresses this place, has appeared. You will temporarily gain unparalleled power. This sword carries fire attribute attacks and, if used, can inflict 500% restraint damage to undead creatures. Has a banishment effect, and increases the user's damage reduction effect by 50%. The attack range is quite large. Lin Yi stared at the large sword chained by iron chains, surrounded by flames, and thought in surprise, the holy sword? Isn't this the lazy fighting style of bone soup? He frowned and said to himself, of course, I can't use it. The basic requirement to clear the Land of Death's secret realm was to persist and survive for 2 hours, waiting for the help of the Holy Knights and defeating any secret realm boss. There were also additional special requirements. 1. Defeat all secret realm bosses. 2. Destroy the constantly spawning undead, clearing all undead creatures in the secret realm. 3. Do not use the holy sword. 4. Complete the first requirement before the knights arrive. Requirement 5 was unknown. Lin Yu raised the staff in his hand and shouted, reverse the stars. The eyes of the skull on the staff immediately shot out a red light. He jumped up and rushed into the middle of the approaching undead army. Lin Yi shouted, path of the netherworld. Then he forcefully thrust the staff into the ground, and the ground beneath the feet of the undead immediately cracked open. From the cracks, flames with 2 colors, red and black, rose high into the sky, enveloping the monsters in a certain area. They were burned by the flames, crying out in pain, you're not human. How can humans emit hellfire? It hurts too much. At the same time, a notification popped up. All undead blood volume of the Undead Legion reduced by 754. A large vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above his head, and lightning continuously struck down from the vortex. Lin Ye's eyes were cold, and he waved his hand. Reverse divine artifact healing, calamity descends. A bolt of lightning carrying the energy to destroy everything suddenly struck down, splitting the ground in 2, and the earth and rocks exploded. In an instant, dust flew everywhere. A dazzling red notification box appeared. Damage per second reduced by 1,304. The Undead Legion has been destroyed. He secretly felt satisfied. Just as I expected. After refreshing equipment and attributes, the Demon Emperor has an additional 90% healing. These level 15 Golden Elite Undead soldiers were actually cleared in 1 second, and even the ultimate move of Azure Sea Tide wasn't needed. Just as this side wiped out the undead, another army came rumbling over. Immediately, a reminder appeared: a new army of undead has appeared. Please quickly break through the army's blockade. Go deep to destroy the boss, and destroyed the Death Altar. Lin Yi took out a pill, thinking with a smile, I really want to thank my two good teammates. Before I entered the secret realm, Mu Mu and Baiji competed to stuff all kinds of medicine into my pockets. Lin Yi used a series of props to increase movement speed, increase agility points, enhance physical strength, as well as a sprint effect, all of which had a lasting effect of 5 minutes. After maximizing his speed, he quickly dashed forward, and the monsters blocking the way couldn't keep up. When Lin Yi ran past, he flung them far away. He just used the fastest speed to break through the encirclement of the undead army, going straight to their central position. Feeling that the position was suitable, Lin Yi's eyes flashed fiercely and he shouted, Reverse Azure Sea Tide. Immediately, a huge wave came crashing down, sweeping away all the undead in just a moment. He stood on top of the wave, raising his staff high. A card notification appeared. All enemies are in a state of soul burning, all enemy attack power is weakened, enemies are hit with debuffs and poisoned, debuff. Silence, defense reduced, speed reduced, stunned, life points reduced by 1908, the undead army has been destroyed. Lin Yi also retracted his power, and the black water around him slowly receded. At this time, without any small soldiers to disturb him, he directly faced the first Death Altar, guarded by one of the 5 bosses of the secret realm. The Death Altar was a building that continuously summoned undead creatures from the world of silence. After being destroyed, the undead creatures in the area would stop summoning. The boss guarding the altar was the giant corpse butcher. As the name suggests, it had a huge stature and a ferocious appearance. From its chest to the end of its abdomen was a large mouth full of sharp teeth. The information panel about this boss was relatively scarce. The stats were all displayed as unknown. The skills leaned towards poison, plague, could regenerate, could split, used iron hooks to grab, death cleave, devour to restore health, and was described as extremely fond of tearing enemies apart and devouring corpses. When destroyed, it would split into a revived form. Lin Yi activated the reverse Qingji technique without hesitation. The system reported that the Forbidden technique had been confined and controlled. The giant corpse butcher was now wrapped in a large white chain. He rushed towards it, saying to himself, Next, I only need 30 seconds. When he reached a certain distance, Lin Yi stopped, waving his hand to order, Go, go, defeat them. A group immediately strode forward. He activated reverse healing technique, plunder technique, and reverse divine artifact healing, calamity descents. Immediately, countless lightning bolts struck the undead altar. Lin Yi also used reverse Jishing divine, fallen heaven and earth, and hellfire immediately rushed over, supplementing the lightning. In just a blink of an eye, the undead altar had been beaten to pieces. The system announced that he had defeated the Death Altar and the giant corpse butcher, and at the same time warned that 2 giant corpse butchers had appeared. On the ground, the boss was indeed splitting into 2. Lin Yi waved his staff, plunder technique. Immediately, 2 red lightning bolts shot out, accurately hitting the 2 giant corpse butchers that had not yet taken shape, successfully destroying them. At the same time, the notification board announcing that the Skeleton King and the undead which had awakened also jumped out. He looked at the skulls lying on the ground with satisfaction, thinking, it seems that even a Cataclysm-level difficult copy, as long as there are level restrictions, won't be scary. At least with my current abilities and equipment, it's more than enough. Lin Yi suddenly called out, Come out, Curse Master, I need you this time. Following his summons, the system announced the successful summoning of a level 15 Golden Grade Dark Curse Knight, with a continuous existence time of 1 hour. The Dark Curse Knight appeared in the air carrying blue lightning, and behind him was a large black dragon roaring with its mouth open. Lin Yi stood on the dragon's head, controlling it to fly straight forward, avoiding a group of undead soldiers as numerous as ants that had just awakened below. The black dragon flapped its wings powerfully, flying straight over the towering mountain range. Then it carried him, forcefully and rudely landing on the ground. In front of Lin Yi at this time was a large throne made of sharp rocks, and the person sitting on it was emitting a green light of the undead. On both sides of the small road leading to the throne were countless skulls, and blue flames flickered in their eyes. The one sitting on the throne had white hair, wore a crown, and its face was a white bone skull. In the dark eye sockets were green flames. It was the Skeleton King. with unknown stats, platinum quality, and could use the light ring skill and professional buff enhancement for the surrounding undead creatures, and liked to use the sea of people tactic to hunt enemies. And sitting in its arms was the undead witch, wearing a hood, with a mouth full of sharp teeth extending to the ears. In its eyes shone a crazy purple light. The stats were still unknown, and it was introduced as a strongman in the witch world, who actively entered the human body to cast spells, using black magic and undead magic to transform himself into an immortal, with intelligence far exceeding ordinary undead. Lin Yi slammed the staff on the ground, ordering, "Kill!" Behind him, the dark cursed knight appeared, ready to wait for orders. It looked at him, muttering in a language that was not human. Lin Yi lowered his head, sighing helplessly. He reluctantly called softly, "Teacher Curse." The dark cursed knight immediately reached out, and drew the sword behind him. Lin Yi pointed forward and shouted, "Do it!" The staff in his hand slammed on the ground again. The undead witch's pupils contracted, looking towards them, and her face was veined. She jumped up from the skeleton king, flying into the air, her hands emitting undead magic. The dark cursed knight held the sword, rushing up, using the moonlight raid skill. The witch had just landed on the ground and had not had time to launch a move when the dark cursed knight stabbed her straight in the body. Her life value immediately decreased by 1,441 points. The witch screamed in pain. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her body made a cracking sound along with a green light. She was stabbed by the dark cursed knight's sword, and the magic in her body radiated even more dazzling light, attracting a group of nearby undead soldiers. The monsters were stimulated by the undead magic, and immediately jumped up from the edge of the cliff, baring their teeth and rushing to bite the dark cursed knight. It slammed the sword into the ground, activating the spell shield skill, reflecting all magic damage within 3 seconds. The witch was seriously injured and could only weakly shake her hand towards the skeleton king, groaning, "Skeleton king, help me." It drew its sword and stood up, wanting to leave the throne, but at this moment, a spark of hellfire suddenly appeared behind the skeleton king. Startled, it turned its head back. Not far away, Lin Yi was standing there, surrounded by blood-red tidal waves, and he tapped the staff hard on the ground. "Your opponent is me." He had activated Reverse Azure Sea Tide again. Undead Sea. Lin Yi's skill caused the skeleton king to fall into a stiff and weakened state, because the undead seawater quickly eroded both its weapons and body. On the other side, the dark cursed knight launched a series of rising dragon slash and triple slash, slashing towards the witch hovering in the air. She couldn't resist and could only keep screaming. The witch's whole body was burned little by lightning. The dark cursed knight landed on the ground, his eyes flashing with flames, activating the spell explosion skill. The witch screamed in pain as she was exploded by the lightning. She fell heavily to the ground, causing dust to rise into the sky. The witch looked at the dark cursed knight hatefully, angrily throwing a magic ball and shouting, "Black hole!" It quickly darted to the side, escaping her attack. The magic hit a rock, causing it to shatter in an instant. The dark cursed knight glanced back at the witch, slightly surprised. She smiled triumphantly and shouted, "Frost," immediately conjuring a large ice ball in her hand. But before the witch could throw it away, the dark cursed knight rushed over, splitting her in two with a moonlight raid sword. The witch couldn't believe it, hatefully grinding her teeth. "Underworld king in the deepest abyss, I will exchange my soul for you. Send the foolish enemy to hell." From the two parts of her body, undead magic suddenly surged. Hearing the movement, Lin Yi quickly turned around and warned loudly, "Teacher Curse, she's going to self-destruct, dragging everyone to hell with her." The system simultaneously displayed a notification, "Frost Blood, the undead witch sacrifices her soul, emptying her entire blood bar, releasing a large range of ice magic." When the ice ball exploded, everything was frozen within a large area around the witch, but when the dust cleared, she noticed that there was not a single person around her. The witch was stunned and blurted out, What? It turned out that during her self-destruction, the dark cursed knight had left the witch's attack range, rushing behind the skeleton king with the fastest speed, stabbing it through the chest with a sword, and reporting to Lin Yi, "Target cleaned up." He couldn't help but praise, "Well done, Teacher Curse." The witch on this side had completely failed, and began to dissipate. Lin Yi raised his staff again and shouted, "Calamity is coming!" The hellfire immediately rushed towards the skeleton king. It was burned by the fire, And before dissipating, it threatened, "Ignorant humans, the real despair is still behind you." The notification that he had successfully eliminated the Skeleton King and the undead witch appeared, indicating that he had achieved the basic clearance requirements, and opened a transfer door, allowing him to transfer and leave. Lin Yi walked to the side of the Dark Cursed Knight, performing treatment magic for it. After the treatment, he even used the cleaning spell, making the Dark Cursed Knight clean and shiny. He went over again and directly destroyed the next death altar. The Dark Cursed Knight raised his sword and summoned the Black Dragon again. Its name was Dark Winged Dragon, and it was the Dark Cursed Knight's teammate when he was alive. Lin Yi and the Dark Cursed Knight sat on the head of the Dark Winged Dragon, going to the next location. He said to it, "The altar here is also gone, and the undead creatures don't pose any threat. Let's just clean up and go to the next place first." The Dark Winged Dragon carried the two of them flying in the sky, to a land of exposed white bones. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, the last two bosses. He gave a thumbs up and praised the Dark Cursed Knight. "It's all thanks to you, Teacher Curse, saving me a lot of time to go out and fight monsters." It was very happy to be praised, and its face flushed red. At this moment, many sharp ice blades suddenly appeared from below, shooting towards them. Not far from them was a large dark green dragon. It opened its mouth wide, continuously spitting out pieces of ice, attacking intensively. Lin Yi quickly raised his hand to shield himself, his voice sinking, "Teacher Curse, we've been discovered by the enemy. Be careful." The Dark Winged Dragon opened its mouth and roared towards the ice pieces, causing them to dissipate immediately. The Dark Cursed Knight and he landed on the ground, standing in front of the Death Evil Dragon. The information panel about it immediately appeared. Like the three previous bosses, its basic stats were also unknown. Its main skills were ice-based. In life, it was a great giant dragon worshipped by people. After death, it was revived by the king of the undead kingdom, and had the ability to cause continuous damage and slow down. The Death Evil Dragon spread its wings, its fierce blue eyes staring at the two of them, roaring with a world-shaking sound. In front of it was another person standing. The system issued a notification about the Death Maiden boss. The main skills were related to the bow in her hand. The Death Maiden was originally a chivalrous knight of the elf race. After she died, she was resurrected by the king of the undead, becoming a dark shooter who spread death, turning the destroyed enemy into a shadow slave. Lin Yi curled his lips and smiled, full of fighting spirit, asking the Dark Cursed Knight, "Teacher Curse, who is more terrible to you, this once only secret realm? Not giving anyone a chance to get an SSS rating?" It was silent and didn't answer. He waved his staff, "Reverse light, the stars from heaven to hell, reverse azure sea of the undead." Immediately, huge waves surged, and the sea of the undead came crashing down. The Death Maiden angrily cursed, "You despicable people, daring to launch a sneak attack." She transferred dark power into the arrow, forcefully pulling the bowstring. The dark arrow and the Death Evil Dragon's breath attack hit Lin Yi at the same time. His eyes flashed with interest. Another reversal? This can also be considered a real surprise. The two forces attacked at the same time, destroying all the earth and rocks in the area where Lin Yi was standing. The Death Maiden laughed triumphantly, her voice full of contempt. "Is that all you've got?" The dust cleared, revealing Lin Yi. He used his thumb and forefinger to hold the tip of her arrow, and with a little force, he crushed the sharp tip of it. Lin Yi waved his hand, and healing light covered his body. The system notified, "Encountered frost attack, life value plus 845. Encountered frost arrow attack. Life value plus 748. Movement speed greatly increased, cancelled frost effect, greatly increased area of effect attack power and area of effect movement speed." The Death Maiden's face changed in shock, shouting, "Impossible! My arrow clearly hit his heart." Skill nullified, invincible immunity? The dragon behind her immediately condensed energy, wanting to launch another attack. The Death Maiden quickly looked up, stopping it. "Wait a moment, something is strange, you first." But it had forcefully spat a burst of frost towards Lin Yi, successfully helping him increase his life value by another 512 points. After a few more attacks, Lin Yi still stood there, his life value continuously adding 539 and 699. The system kept issuing notifications that the frost effect had been lifted. His eyes turned red, and a red ball gradually condensed in his palm. While the Death Evil Dragon and the Death Maiden were focused on attacking Lin Yi, the Dark Cursed Knight had silently gone behind her. When it began to rush towards the Death Maiden, she finally realized its appearance. The Death Maiden gritted her teeth and angrily drew her bow, firing several arrows at the Dark Cursed Knight. It dodged or deflected those arrows gracefully, gradually approaching her. The Death Maiden kept retreating, thinking, "What a fast speed!" She bit her teeth, angrily saying to herself, "No, I can't let this person get close." The Death Maiden suddenly shouted loudly, "All undead, hear my orders! Stop the enemy, undead wall!" Immediately, a group of undead rushed up. The Dark Cursed Knight swung its sword repeatedly, rushing straight ahead. The undead blocking its path were all annihilated by Moonlight Raid in an instant. The Dark Cursed Knight swept away the small undead soldiers like clearing grass, quickly opening a path to the Death Maiden, and a sword critical strike pierced her. The Death Maiden's blood bar immediately lost 985 points. She waved her hand, and iron chains twisted and stretched from her two hands. This was the magic of silence, prohibiting speech. The Death Maiden's mouth was stained with black blood, and she smiled madly, constantly absorbing life, sucking blood, and her blood bar slowly filled up. The Dark Cursed Knight slashed 3 more times. She hurriedly raised her bow to block, grinding her teeth and cursing, "Damn it! This foolish human traitor only knows melee combat." Seizing the opportunity of it getting close, the Death Maiden hurriedly pounced over, hugging the Dark Cursed Knight's waist tightly, reaching out and sticking a purple talisman on its back. Smiling triumphantly, and said, "Commit suicide." The talisman stuck tightly on the Dark Cursed Knight's back. This was what she used to control other creatures. The weaker the creature, the longer the control time. With a maximum of 60 seconds and a minimum of 1 second. If she was destroyed, this effect could be broken, but it could not be lifted. The Death Maiden used the talisman to give instructions to the Dark Cursed Knight, causing it to put its sword to its own neck, and the blood bar immediately lost 300 points. This manipulation command would cause 300 points of damage with each attack. The time of being controlled was only a mere second, and the talisman on the Dark Cursed Knight's back also dissipated. It suddenly collapsed to the ground. The Death Maiden condensed a frost arrow. Seeing that the Dark Cursed Knight had escaped control, she didn't flinch at all. Although it was only 1 second, that was enough. The arrow left the bow, tearing through the wind, and was caught by it with its hand. Even though it didn't pierce its body, this alone had caused the Dark Cursed Knight to lose 792 life points. Movement and attack speed were greatly reduced, and attack power was also slightly reduced. Its hands and feet were frozen, and its blood bar was only a little more than half. Lin Yi noticed the situation here and quickly ordered Teacher Curse, switch to defensive stance. The Dark Cursed Knight then summoned a large black shield. Due to the influence of weight, the speed was greatly reduced, and damage received was reduced by 70%. The Death Maiden suddenly rushed to its back, saying resentfully, "You've eaten so many of my skills, just pass through your shield, and I'll take your head." Due to the speed being reduced too much, the Dark Cursed Knight didn't have time to move to avoid her arrow, taking the arrow head-on. Its blood bar immediately had only a trace left. The Death Maiden looked at the Dark Cursed Knight collapsing and laughed triumphantly. "Out of blood, huh?" She reached out and grabbed another arrow, her eyes flashing with resentment. "This time you must go to hell. After solving you, I'll go solve your companion." The Death Maiden suddenly stopped. From who knows when, a group of tree roots had stretched out and wrapped around her, which was Lin Ye's reverse skill, reverse clear art, confinement art. His eyes flashed with killing intent, staring at her. "Who did you just say was going to solve?" Lin Ye waved his hand, and the healing Bicha Tide skill immediately increased the Dark Cursed Knight's life value by 1,233. And also had a debuff removal buff. It was full of blood again, standing straight behind him. The Death Maiden was grabbed by countless tree roots, tightly controlled. She struggled non-stop, shouting loudly, What is this again?" The Death Maiden looked at Lin Yi and the Dark Cursed Knight, shouting in disbelief, "How are you still alive?" Behind the two of them, the Death Evil Dragon was slowly condensing an ice ball. The Dark Cursed Knight glanced and immediately saw that scene. Before the Death Evil Dragon could take action, the Dark Cursed Knight rushed up with its fastest speed, swinging a sword. The system continuously rang out notifications. Energy shield broken, knocked away, rising dragon slash. The sword light was like a waning moon shining. The death evil dragon's head had been severed from its neck. On this side, Lin Yi seized the opportunity, raised his staff, and coldly spat out, "Chushing divine." A red beam of light carrying destructive energy shot out, completely destroying the death evil dragon's body. The notification that he had defeated the death evil dragon appeared. The death maiden looked at the death evil dragon, which had completely dissipated, and screamed madly. "Death evil dragon, you guys!" Taking advantage of the strong bullying the weak, a purple death energy emanated from her body, seemingly intending to self-destruct. Lin Ye's eyes flashed fiercely, and he softly shouted, "Reverse divine artifact healing, calamity descends." The fiery red shockwave energy shot straight at the death maiden, exploding with a loud bang that shook the earth and rocks, ending her life. The system issued a notification, "You have eliminated the death maiden." Lin Yi pointed in one direction, telling the Dark Curse Knight Teacher Curse, "You are responsible for the northwest side. And I am responsible for the southeast side. Quickly sweep through." The two immediately separated in two different directions. The Dark Curse Knight swung his sword tirelessly, sweeping away the undead in his path. Lin Yi thought to himself, "If I sweep away the altar, it will end. Although this dungeon is special, it is not as difficult as I initially expected." So in less than 10 minutes he could clear the level, which was more than enough compared to the 2-hour clearance requirement of Task 4. He waved his staff, activating the Azure Sea Tide, the Undead Sea, sweeping away countless undead around him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi stood on a mountain of piled-up bones, completely victorious. The system immediately reminded, "You have eliminated all remaining undead creatures in the land of death. You have completed the requirements of the first 4 tasks." He was suddenly startled and cried out inwardly, "That's not right." Another reminder popped up, the avatar of the twin-winged angel Kuro is about to descend, activating Special Task 5, Choice of Destiny. Amidst the dazzling halo, a creature with 3 pairs of pure white wings slowly descended. A magnificent castle suddenly appeared in front, completely out of sync with the scenery of the land of death. The notification board about the choice task appeared. The first option was to accept the divine gift, receive Kuro's reward, hand over all the holy sword crown radiant scarlet flame absorbed from the soul of the undead, and leave the land of the undead. The second option was to slay the god, eliminate Kuro's phantom avatar. Lin Yi frowned, secretly feeling confused. What does this mean? Does this dungeon have another hidden boss? The system kindly provided a board with the results for each option. If he chose number 1, he would immediately receive an SSS rating. If he chose number 2, after eliminating Kuro's phantom avatar, he would receive a high Omega rating. If he failed, the rating would be reduced to C. He exclaimed in surprise, "Omega rating? So in your view, SSS is not the highest rating?" Speaking of this, he couldn't help but wonder, but do other professionals know this information? Is it that the high-level professionals of the Alliance are hiding and blocking it, or do they not know the truth at all? Lin Yi quickly dismissed the idea, starting to analyze in his head, impossible. The first reason is that they don't need to block this information. After all, there are only a few people who can unlock this condition. Second, the dungeon relies on the system to create the secret realm. If it unknowingly generates changes that humans don't know about, it's not impossible. Third, this Omega level and the angel itself exist, but with the power of humans, they can't touch it, just like the ancients couldn't explore the universe. Leaving the system space, he returned to the land of death's secret realm, facing an angel on whose wings were densely packed with eyes. They all had black eyeballs, and pupils that were bright yellow like amber, all facing Lin Yi. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. He was startled, and the wind hit his face, forcing Lin Yi to raise his hand to shield himself. Behind him, the Dark Curse Knight had disappeared. The system immediately reminded, the Dark Curse Knight has withdrawn from the battlefield, and summoning has entered cooldown. He waited for the smoke and dust to clear before raising his head to observe the strange thing in the sky, and secretly sighed, the feeling of oppression is terrible. Is this the ancient agreement, the highest leader of the angels? But according to the reminder, I probably don't need to confront this thing. Where is Kuro's avatar? At this moment, a feather slowly fell down, surrounded by shimmering golden light. A light flashed, and Kuro appeared from the sky, wearing a golden ring on his head, his appearance like an ancient Greek god. The eyes on the 3 pairs of wings all closed. The system issued an introduction about him, designation, Twin-Winged Angel Kuro, level, unknown. Behind it was also an unrecommended challenge warning. There were no basic stats. The skills could not be displayed, and the introduction was only a few simple words. Angel, a powerful creature born in the sacred country, confronting undead creatures. Possessing the ability to restrain the breath of death. Kuro opened his eyes, reaching out towards Lin Yi, his eyes full of appreciation. Human, you did a great job. I thank you on behalf of the sacred country. These evil undead creatures should rest in peace deep underground. Offer Crown Radiant's scarlet flame here, and you can leave. He called out with some dissatisfaction. Leave? Wait, don't you have any rewards for me? After all, I have dealt with all the undead creatures here. His eyes rolled, and he shouted, Are you questioning the angel? Kuro raised his hand, and Crown Radiant's scarlet flame flew straight to his hand with flames. Kuro arrogantly advised, Human, you should be grateful, and quickly leave this place. Don't hinder the remaining work of the angel. Lin Yi was secretly surprised. I didn't expect that the angel here is such a fair and upright creature, not standing on the side of humanity at all. He even regarded humans as cannon fodder. He opened the system interface, touching a selection frame, remaining work. Lin Yi's eyes flashed fiercely, smiling, and asked, Is there anything else that needs to be dealt with here, Your Excellency Angel? Hellfire surrounded his body, and he looked straight at Kuro. My credit, why should it belong to you? He secretly activated Reverse of Fortune. He pointed the holy sword at Lin Yi's face, his face full of disdain. Inferior brats, it's already a generous reward for you humans to contribute to the great sacred country. Yet you have such greedy thoughts, rebelling against the orders of the god? A 2-colored flame, red and black, suddenly flashed in front of Kuro. It was because Lin Yi had used the plunder technique. He was startled and subconsciously stepped back a little. He waved his hand, frowning and saying, Shut up. You don't need to say the rest. Kuro's eyes flashed with bright yellow lightning, and lightning appeared around his body. He shouted in a deep voice, The power of holiness descends. A bolt of lightning struck down directly at the place where Lin Yi was standing. He jumped back a few steps, dodging this attack. Lin Yi frowned, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Kuro didn't let him rest, but continuously struck down with lightning. Wherever Lin Yi dodged, lightning would chase after him, and the earth and rocks were plowed up by them. He turned around, rushing in the opposite direction to Kuro. He smiled, saying, The flaw is obvious. Kuro rushed straight down from the high altitude, chasing right behind Lin Yi. Crown Radiant's scarlet flame in his hand pierced straight ahead, and a sword pierced through his body. In that moment, Lin Yi suddenly activated Reverse of Fortune. His life value immediately added 1,678 points, and the corners of Lin Yi's mouth turned up in a happy smile. Kuro was startled, his eyes full of doubt. He flew up in a hurry, widening the distance with him, while shouting loudly, Don't even think about using heresy to escape divine punishment. Kuro reached out and raised the holy sword high, shouting, Thunder summons. A bright golden formation appeared in the sky, behind which were countless eyes rotating continuously. And lightning struck down with a roar. Lin Yi clenched the staff in his hand, and flames rose up, his life value adding 2,648 points. He gritted his teeth and softly exclaimed, Reverse, Jushing Divine. Fallen heaven and earth hell. The skill was successfully activated. A powerful energy beam shot out from Lin Yi's staff, accurately hitting Kuro. He immediately lost 1,531 points of life value. Kuro roared angrily, Creature, tired of living? The system issued a notification that he had received a damage increase buff. He shouted, See the end of opposing the holy angel. Judgment, judgment. Each word of judgment was a sword being slashed out. 2 sword lights carrying flames rushed towards Lin Yi together. He raised his hand to create a shield to defend himself. He suddenly had a guess in his head. From the beginning, it was indeed frightening, but now it feels like this angel is not very intelligent. Could it be because it's a phantom and not the real body? The sword light hit the shield, exploding one after another, but didn't cause any damage to Lin Yi. Kuro couldn't believe it, and sweat began to pour out. He questioned loudly, how is this possible? Whether it's physical or magic attacks, long range or melee skills. Why aren't you humans even slightly injured? Instead, you're constantly healing your body. The healing magic flashed, and Lin Yi smiled confidently, muttering in his head, anyone who has seen how I kill bosses will not ask such a question. He suddenly asked suspiciously, invincible? Could it be that you have an invincible skill? No, this is absolutely impossible. Finishing speaking, Kuro frantically slashed a few more swords, and also summoned lightning to strike down. He wrapped himself in a red shield ball. All the attacks impacting on its surface didn't have any effect. When the attack stopped, the earth and rocks around where Lin Yi was standing had been shattered, leaving only his location still intact. The smoke and dust cleared. And Lin Yi said calmly, that's right, so you can only cut off a strand of hair, a coat of mine, that's all. The red in his eyes seemed to be getting darker, and Lin Yi said coldly, reverse, Azure Sea Tide, the Undead Sea. The Sea of the Undead was like a tornado, roaring around Kuro. And his blood bar was reduced by another 2,352 points. The system continuously notified Kuro's wings enter a stop state, attack power significantly reduced, attack power significantly reduced. He reached out his hand, saying in a deep voice, reverse divine artifact healing, calamity descends. A powerful shockwave like a large dragon shot straight towards Kuro, knocking him away. A notification appeared, the phantom of the two-winged angel is affected by 3 slow debuffs. Life value reduced by 2,087 points. Kuro cried out in pain and fell down. He fell right next to Lin Yi, causing the surrounding ground to sink into a large pit. Kuro grimaced and clutched his chest, his blood bar with less than 1/10. He gritted his teeth, resentfully glancing at him, unable to speak. You. Lin Yi didn't want to waste words with Kuro, coldly raising the staff towards him, activating the reverse healing art, the plunder art. This move caused Kuro's life value to decrease by 2,505 points, instantly causing death. His body quickly dissipated, leaving only a white feather. A dazzling golden notification board appeared, eliminated the phantom of the two-winged angel. Bitter music. Completed the Land of Death's secret realm dungeon once, started to settle the rewards, obtained a diamond-level clearance treasure box 11. Then there were 2 other notifications, completed all hidden conditions, evaluation reached SSS level, affected by the special ability Lucky Goddess, received an additional diamond-level treasure. Box 11. Secret Realm Dungeon Clearance once obtained Omega-level clearance points. The Secret Realm Dungeon is about to disappear, and the power of convergence manifests into a unique reward exclusively for you. Lin Yi felt surprised in his heart. Unique exclusive reward? White light appeared, inside of which was a simply designed knife. The whole body was black and shiny, the blade was slender but extremely sharp, and looking at it, it could be seen that it was a treasure. The system said that this was the specialized growing weapon Toad's Spirit Moon hidden, quality unknown. He took the knife, and immediately saw the resonance flickering, and information about it also appeared. Equipment requirement, Professional Priest, Lin Yi Professional. And the effect after equipping would increase 1 point to all attributes, and possess 7 different energy forms. The system was also very kind to provide an explanation. Devouring Evolution is the inherent ability of nurturing weapons of the same type as the priest, which can improve the quality, enhance the weapon's attributes, and unlock new abilities. Liberation Form means transforming into a Liberation Sword, each sword providing healing energy to the target it hits, restoring blood to the opponent, and unlocking the ability to use the authority to use the Sea Moon Vow. The Destruction Form will turn the opponent into a blade of destruction. Each knife will cause certain physical damage and a large amount of magic damage, unlocking the right to use the Time of Silence. The Moon Shadow Form is the initial state, causing a certain amount of physical damage, and also restoring the user's blood volume and percentage, unlocking the authority to use Moon Shadow Gap. Sea Moon Vow is an active skill, condensing the power of moonlight, summoning the phantom moon jellyfish, continuously restoring nearby allies, clearing the negative state of all nearby allies. The Time of Destruction is an active skill, condensing the power of moonlight, releasing a new, extremely powerful destruction knife, causing a large amount of damage to all enemies within the range, and increasing all subsequent damage. The moon shadow space is an active skill, quickly entering a state of darkness that cannot be locked, immune to all damage, and moving quickly to the specified location. The explanation was complete, and the system didn't forget to remind, this blade, it can save people, and it can also take lives. Lin Yi observed the knife with interest for a while, secretly rejoicing. 3 forms, 3 ultimate moves, almost perfectly matching my talent. What I am most concerned about is its quality. As a growing weapon, and like this dungeon, does it mean it can reach a level higher than diamond? Putting the knife away, he began to examine the remaining rewards. The system issued another notification. Opening the diamond treasure chest, obtained 20 free attribute points. Obtain diamond level equipment Ice Frost Guide, diamond level necklace Ancient Dragon Necklace, obtain diamond level skill Attack Speed Medal, obtain platinum level equipment Magic Nucleus. Obtain props Star Butterfly, customized Rain Sword, rare 11th level special medicine. Lin Yi counted each item with surprise, secretly commenting in his head. Ancient Dragon Necklace and Attack Speed Badge. A perfect piece of defense, and a cheat skill invincible on the battlefield. He opened his own attribute panel, and pressed the enhancement arrow, adding all of the attribute points to intelligence. The current attributes were almost at the professional level of around level 20. The land of Death's secret realm was about to disappear. Lin Yi slowly flew towards the exit, pondering, but that's just my first goal. Taking advantage of the Goddess of Fortune still having a buff, should I plunder a level 10 copy? Chao Yuan hid behind a bush, clutching a spear tightly, gnashing his teeth with hatred. Lin Yi, I've finally waited for you. Lin Yi heard the sound behind him and immediately turned around sharply, shouting, Who's there? He darted out of his hiding place, holding the spear and wanting to stab him, shouting, Go to hell, Lin Yi. Today must be your day of doom. It's you who harmed me. Everyone wants me to disappear, to make me disappear, because I took your strategy. My relatives, my friends, all abandoned me. They forced me to skip the exam. Give up my qualifications, all thanks to you. As Chao Yuan spoke, he frantically attacked him. After each stab, the wounds on Lin Ye's body were quickly repaired by hellfire, closing at an astonishing speed. He calmly raised his hand to grab Chao Yuan's spear. His tone cold, Are you done talking? Lin Yi thought to himself, I told those students before not to waste time venting their anger. They also promised not to interfere. Originally, I wanted to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't get attribute points, but as a result, he is now clamoring to drop out of school. Even if the Alliance and the school pay attention, it will at most be punishment and confinement. Lin Yi knocked Chao Yuan far away with one blow. 2 is to speculate and fabricate slanders. Hold on to my strategies, and this is what you said? He was beaten bloody and lay on the ground, his face full of unwillingness, but he trembled and sat up again, and suddenly a demonic energy burst around him. Chao Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted loudly, rushing towards him again. Lin Yi was slightly startled, unable to hide his surprise. This is demonic energy. He leaned to the side, dodging his demonic claws, carefully observing the demonic energy constantly escaping from Chao Yuan's body. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. And he secretly had a guess, could this Chao Yuan be? His eyes widened to the point of bursting, fiercely glaring at Lin Yi. Not long ago, he had been bewitched and brainwashed by my gal. I've said it a long time ago, you are not worthy to be his opponent at all. You are just a clown. A mediocre supporting character despised by everyone. No one cares about you. You are just a pile of dog shit setting off the genius. But if you don't honestly be dog shit, you will be hated by more people. Chao Yuan was agitated, and shouted angrily, I must destroy him. My Gao chuckled, luring, very good, do you want to gain heaven-defying power, change everything? If you want to become a strong man who dominates the fate of others, then step into our embrace in the abyss. Now you can only rely on me, Lord Yuemi. Demonic energy constantly poured into his body, and Chao Yuan fell to the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Okay, Lord Yuemi, please grant me the power of the abyss. His whole body was strengthened by the demonic energy, and his muscle strength immediately increased non-stop. Chao Yuan jumped up, and said grimly, I am not human anymore. Returning to the present, Lin Yi pointed at him, exclaiming, "Fallen One, Chao Yuan, you have been bewitched by the Abyss Devil." Chao Yuan laughed loudly, approaching him. "Is this the power of the Abyss? Too strong, my body, too strong." Lin Yi still calmly advised, "Chao Yuan, it's still too late to give up now. If you continue, I can only take your life." The Professional Alliance has a rule that when encountering fallen ones, each profession can exercise legitimate self-defense, using all attack methods to eliminate the opponent immediately. His eyes flashed red, and an energy ball condensed in his hand. Chao Yuan used demonic energy to condense a large sword, laughing madly, "Take my life? Can you do it, Lin Yi? This is your retribution." Saying that, he immediately slashed the sword, activating the horizontal slashing sword Qi, Abyss version. Lin Yi was caught off guard and quickly retreated. The system immediately warned, "Life value minus 332 points, you are being affected by the intrusion of the Abyss power, all attributes are greatly reduced. The amount of damage received is increased, and you temporarily lose blood continuously." From the wound on his waist, blood began to flow out, and demonic energy invaded his body. Lin Yi stood up, beginning to summon Toad's Spirit Moon hidden, his eyes exuding coldness. "If that's the case." He reached out and grasped the hilt of the knife, saying grimly, "Then don't blame me." Activating Toad's Spirit Moon hidden, double knives, Lin Yi rushed straight in front of Chao Yuan, thinking, "It's a pity, even if you choose the power of the Abyss, you are not my opponent. At most, you are just a level 10 boss." He waved his hand, slashing a knife horizontally, and the bright light of the knife collided with his sword, making a crisp clang. Chao Yuan smiled grimly, "The analysis is correct. You are indeed a priest with only strength points, then you are finished." Lin Yi's eyes flashed with confidence, already having a judgment. If that's the case, then there is no need to immediately use Reverse of Fortune. There must be the supervision of the Abyss demons around. If the opponent discovers that I have a nearly invincible skill, then retreating and informing other demons will create an unfavorable situation. Thinking that way, he turned around and slashed again, the sharp blade hitting Chao Yuan, and fresh blood spurted out. He lowered his head in surprise, looking at the long wound in front of him, and panicked. "Nonsense, how is this possible? All are weaker, so a single cut from you can make me lose so much blood?" Lin Yi raised the knife in his hand, muttering with a triumphant expression, "Well, still can cut a bit." He looked at Chao Yuan, thinking, "My brother copy, both theory and observation ability are not good, even the physical damage magic below level 2 cannot feel. Still should quickly use him to lure the devil out." Lin Yi held the knife firmly in his hand, and passed by him at the fastest speed, a fatal blow. Chao Yuan opened his eyes wide, groaning painfully and terrifyingly. The red in his eyes was a little darker, thinking, "Keep Chao Yuan alive. Please invite the demon into the container." He held the knife back, holding it in front of him, ready to fight. As Lin Yi expected, not far away, Mai Gao was observing their situation. He exclaimed in surprise, "Sure enough, is it not enough to find a despicable person? The combat power after transformation is still so bad. A swordsman with soaring attributes can't beat a priest? Oh well, it's just a despicable person anyway." Mai Gao flew over, rushing into Chao Yuan's mouth, bringing the demonic energy into his body, also triumphantly thinking, "Lin Yi, I have you in my pocket." He could not restrain his joy, beginning to imagine the distant future. If Lin Yi died, then Huang Xiaofeng's mood would collapse, so wouldn't that be favorable for me to invade? If Lin Yi was willing to let me use him, wouldn't the kid Huang Xiaofeng directly join my Mai Gao army? However, I still prefer the second type more. Mai Gao joined into Chao Yuan's body, more and more excited as he thought. He smiled happily and directly slashed at Lin Yi, and his life value immediately plummeted 634 points. Mai Gao rushed over, swinging his sword and asking, surprised, "Huh? Next is the main course." He slashed out a knife to block the blow, using the force of the impact to retreat. The healing light in Lin Yi's hand lit up, and he was immediately added 634 points of life value, full of blood dispelling, and he looked at Lin Yi's action and exclaimed angrily. The two rushed into melee combat again. While the sword and knife crossed, he approached Mai Gao, and his sharp eyes exclaimed, "You are not Chao Yuan, right, Abyss Demon?" He parried the sword, widening the distance, and smiled grimly. "Unfortunately, the people of the Professional Alliance are on their way here. There is no time to waste with you. You should quickly go to hell. Lin Yi put the knife on his shoulder, put one hand in his pocket, and smiled casually, making Mai Gao confused. But he didn't care, and Mai Gao pointed to himself, starting to invite softly, or you can choose to join us. A triumphant look flashed in his eyes. He took the bait. Lin Yi spread out his hands, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to extract information. Join you? Then what benefits can the demons of the abyss bring me? Tell me about it. Mai Gao smiled. Could it be that this is not enough? He expanded his demonic energy to the extreme, and the phantom of himself also appeared behind him. Mai Gao cried out triumphantly, Have you seen it? This is the power of the abyss. He smiled. So strong? Interesting. Lin Yi withdrew the power of Toad Spirit Moon hidden, tilted his head to look at him. Speaking of abyss demons, do you know Huang Xiaofeng? He previously rejected the invitation of your comrades. And scolded you severely, right? Mai Gao snorted coldly. We invited him, but this kid doesn't know what's good for him. He even dared to despise the power of the abyss. If it wasn't for his compatibility with the power of the abyss being surprisingly high, I would have long. He softly oed, so that means this idiot had an opportunity that he didn't know how to seize. The idiot Xiao Feng had indeed once thrown a pillow at Mai Gao's head and pointed directly at his face arrogantly. I am the genius Huang Xiao Feng. Recalling that scene drove Mai Gao crazy. He hugged his head and shouted, Monster, don't you understand yourself? The fire of anger in Mai Gao's heart rose non-stop. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth and cursing, Damn it! Lin Yi looked at this scene, determining in his heart, well, looking at it, Huang Xiaofeng really didn't lie or hide anything. This demon's intelligence seems to be similar to his. He exclaimed loudly, even if he gets the power of the abyss, he will expose himself and be hunted down by the Alliance. It's better to give it to me than to him. The look in Mai Gao's eyes as he looked at Lin Yi suddenly flashed with vigilance. Why? He answered loudly, I have now received the trust of the Professional Alliance. With my strength, I can quickly become a core member of the Alliance, and then secretly create chaos in human society. Destroying this hateful world? He asked suspiciously, You want to destroy the world? Why? Aren't you the most popular strategy maker? Lin Yi snorted coldly, with a look of disdain, Humans are just a bunch of hypocrites. Do professionals really protect the weak? If that's the case, then why did my parents lose their lives at that time? Those with the ability ignored us. In the end, it was my parents who actively lured the monster away so that I could survive, but they lost their lives under its claws. Professionals exploit the weak, and the weak suck the blood of those even weaker. There is no justice or fairness here, only greed and selfishness. There is no light of humanity. Only darkness ruled by the strong. No one is innocent, everyone deserves to go to hell. In his eyes when he said these words, there were even sparkling tears. Mai Gao was also touched by those words, praising, Good, very good. I have felt your pain. The demonic energy in Chao Yuan's body continued to escape, causing his skin to also become distorted. A strand of demonic energy squirmed and crawled on the ground, and then an arm appeared. He had revealed his true form in front of Lin Yi. Mai Gao stepped towards him, and the surrounding demonic energy also moved to reach out. Come, join our Abyss family. I will grant you the supreme power of the Abyss. His true form was actually a demon with sparse hair and a ferocious face. Mai Gao raised a magic ball, saying, Let's destroy this garbage world together. He spread out his hands, closing his eyes, with a calm expression, receiving the gift from him. When he felt that Mai Gao was very close to him, Lin Yi suddenly spoke, summoned the renowned Moonlight Hidden Knife. Activate destruction form. The knife immediately appeared, and he reached out to firmly grasp the hilt. Mai Gao was startled and shouted, Are you teasing me? Lin Yi didn't say anything, just swung the knife and slashed him. Mai Gao's life value immediately decreased by 521 points. The system gave a prompt. When using silence, receiving power from the moonlight, all your damage in the next 10 seconds will be increased by 50%. While he hadn't had time to react, he turned around and made another knife, activating Reverse Jushing Divine, Fallen Heaven and Earth Hell. This attack directly took away 2,337 points of Mai Gao's life. Lin Yu then gained the effect of increased damage, increased benefits, and continued to activate Reverse Azure Sea Tide, Undead Sea. The blood-red sea water surged up, engulfing him in a raging wave, and my Gao's life value decreased by another 4,004 points, with only 1/10 of his blood left. The system notified that the Abyss Demon had fallen into a burning state, and his attack power was greatly reduced. He floundered in horror in the sea of the undead, wanting to escape from here, his mouth constantly shouting, "Ghosts! I really met a ghost! What is this human? How can he cause such high damage?" Lin Yi had no intention of letting my Gao escape from here and immediately activated Reverse Divine Artifact Healing, Calamity Descents. Lightning immediately struck his head. My Gao painfully tried to swim away, horrified in his heart. No wonder the useless Chao Yuan couldn't defeat him even after receiving the power of the Abyss. It's not easy for anyone. Shaking himself, I want to shake myself. Seeing him shout and try to run away, Lin Yi laughed. Run? You've revealed your true form, and you're in battle state, so you can't continue to rely on the phantom to move, right? My Gao exclaimed in surprise. You knew my ability from the beginning? In order to catch my body, you actively sacrifice yourself and set a trap? He tilted his head, answering calmly, that's right. He was extremely angry, using the Abyss hand skill to stretch out a demonic claw in front of him, gnashing his teeth and cursing, "You, this cunning human. I will fight you to the death." The demonic claw struck down and immediately a notification appeared, passed by the skill, did not hit, damage has been avoided. My Gao grabbed into the air, momentarily becoming dazed. Lin Yi rushed behind him, my Gao startled and turned back, straining his neck and shouting, "Well done! Your lunge skill has been used. I'll see where you can escape to." He used Abyss Claw again, and this time the attack hit him, taking away 587 points of his life. A triumphant look flashed in my Gao's eyes, grinning and exclaiming, "Hit!" But he had probably forgotten that Lin Yi could heal blood. A green light flashed, and his lost life value was immediately restored. Lin Yi hovered in the air, coldly looking at my Gao. "It's over, Abyss Demon." The red in Lin Yi's eyes reappeared, and he slowly spat out the words, "Reverse Healing Art." The Plunder Art was activated, and a beam of energy shot straight at him, reducing my Gao's blood bar to 0. The notification that he had eliminated the Abyss Demon jumped out. The moon-hidden knife suddenly shone brightly, beginning to absorb the demonic energy into the knife body. Lin Yi was surprised. This is the system then issued a notification explaining that this was because the moon-hidden knife had absorbed the remnant soul of the demon. The absorption was successful, the knife was upgraded, and all attributes were added by 5 points. He stroked the knife body, secretly happy in his heart. Obviously, in reality, fighting does not bring any experience value, but the weapon that has the ability to develop relies on killing Abyss Demons. To improve its quality? Is it only possible to rely on the remnant soul of the Abyss Demons to improve, or is any remnant soul of any creature okay? When he left the battle state, a group of people had gathered around Lin Yi, making a commotion. What just happened? I don't know, I couldn't see clearly at all. Have the professionals arrived? Hey, why is there someone lying on the ground? Don't worry, I've reported to the patrol professional. They said they'll be here soon. He didn't bother with their words. In his head, he secretly made a decision. Regarding the weapon's growth absorbing the Abyss Demon's remnant soul to upgrade, it should still be reported to the Alliance. As for this Chao Yuan, at this time, the patrol professional also appeared. They were carrying complete equipment, quickly running over, shouting, "People over there, immediately remove the equipment on your body. Throw the weapon on the ground." Lin Yi looked at them in surprise, secretly exclaiming, "I was just about to go there, and they've already found me?" The leading man stopped a few steps away from him, the large gun in his hand ready to fire. "Put your hands on your head, stand still in place, otherwise, I have the right to attack you immediately." Lin Yi cooperated with his request, nodding and answering, "Okay," and then dropped the moon-hidden knife on the ground. The knife lay on the ground, and spiritual energy was still constantly radiating. The man activated the micro-poison magic fist skill, firing a bullet towards him, his voice sinking, "Sorry, professional procedure, you won't feel pain." Lin Yi's hands were locked by a chain and placed on his head, and he temporarily fell into a state of paralysis. Lin Yi calmly followed them, thinking, these are the professionals who maintain security for the city. In order to prevent suspects from suddenly attacking others, they will use paralysis skills to limit them. But luckily, they are quite humane, and there is no need to conflict with them. Others inspected the scene, looking for signs of fighting, medical rescue, comforting the residents, and asking about the situation, each doing their job well. Another professional ran back, his face serious, shouting, "Report, the seriously injured comatose person is a student, but there is the power of the abyss on his body. Suspected of being tempted by the abyss demon into a fallen. Also the skeleton of the abyss demon." That was referring to my Gao's body lying on the ground. The leading man opened the recording from a nearby camera, his face full of suspicion. A level 20 abyss demon, his whole body full of knife wounds, seems to have been cut by the long knife professional we just controlled. But why does he only have a skeleton left? Could it be said that, in the video being played, the scene of Lin Yi slashing Ma Gao was clearly seen? The whole team exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? No way. His information also appeared in front of them. Name, Lin Yi, level 11, top professional in Jiangqing, third-year student of the academy. They couldn't believe it and blurted out. That abyss demon was eliminated by this student? I know he's a genius, but this is too much. A student eliminating an abyss demon. At this moment, a voice rang out behind them. Lin Yi, hello, I am the captain of Team 1 of the Jiangqing Professional Alliance's Abyss Demon Encirclement Action Team. Wang Ma Chao. The team members looked at him, their faces full of surprise. Ma Chao waved his hand to release Lin Yi from the paralysis, and politely asked, "Excuse me, was this abyss demon eliminated by you? And as for that student who is about to die, was he lured by the abyss demon, turned into an evil servant, and then controlled by you?" He rubbed his wrist, answering, "It was me. This student is Chao Yuan from our school. He turned into an evil servant in front of me, intending to assassinate me. So I took action." He crossed his arms, looking Lin Yi up and down. "But how did you catch the abyss demon? Normally they don't appear in their true form." He smiled. "I guess it was always monitoring potential fallen ones from a distance, so it took action against Chao Yuan, causing him to pretend to be very interested in becoming a fallen one. It then revealed its true form to grant me power." The surrounding professionals gaped, saying in unison, "That's also possible?" Ma Chao was sweating as he listened, thinking, yes, using this method to deceive the insidious and cunning abyss demon, even high-level professionals with rich combat experience are not sure they can do it, but this student who is about to participate in the professional assessment actually did it. His eyes looking at Lin Yi became more serious, and his voice also sank, fighting the fallen and the abyss demon in its true form alone, and still not being injured. The most important thing is that this fallen one's blood volume accurately stopped at 1%, in a severely injured state, unable to escape or resist, and won't lose blood and die. Don't say it's a student, even official non-high-level professionals can't do this. Therefore, I hope you will cooperate with us on a trip to the Alliance branch. In the end, he was still handcuffed, with two professionals tightly guarding him. The man who originally came to the scene was a little worried, speaking up for Lin Yi, "But he is not an ordinary student, Captain. Haven't you heard about Lin Yi's reputation? He's very famous." Ma Chao was still unmoved, answering, "I also go online, but the seriousness of this matter needs to be considered. As well as the safety of all the residents of Jiangqing, the fixed procedure is necessary. Lin Yi, I also hope you understand, although this may affect your next professional assessment plan. But I can't make an exception for you." Lin Yi frowned, secretly feeling frustrated. It seems that the benefits from the goddess of fortune are about to be wasted, but based on the inspection of the real damage to you and me just now, I also have a great advantage in the professional assessment. The data has not yet reached the target, but the output has exceeded the limit. Thinking that way, he sighed and understood. "I unconditionally support you in your work against the abyss demon." The phone in Ma Chao's pocket suddenly rang. He opened the phone, and the image of his leader immediately appeared on the dialogue screen. He issued instructions, "Wang Ma Chao, there is no need to bring Lin Yi back to the investigation department. And there is no need for supervision. The case involving the abyss demon is suspended, and will be handled after he completes the professional assessment." Ma Chao exclaimed doubtfully. "Boss? This is the fixed procedure, how can it be violated? If I release him directly, I will be punished directly from the headquarters, right? The leader answered in a deep voice, no one will cause trouble for you. This is not only my opinion, but also the opinion of the headquarters chairman and all other ministers. Do you know the famous teacher curse? It was he who eliminated the demon without injury, and also received certification into the forgotten hidden organization. All the professionals present revealed shocked expressions. Ma Chao turned his head to look at the seemingly harmless Lin Yi, muttering in his head, I thought that the previous rumors on the internet were half true and half exaggerated. Could it be that he really has an unprecedented god-level talent? No, it could also be a specialized talent that restrains dark knights. He looked at the leader on the screen, scratching his head and asking, sorry, then I don't need to investigate anymore? He answered, of course, you just need to prepare for your own affairs. If you need help, you can call these professionals, don't be shy. Ma Chao carefully carried the moon-hidden knife to Lin Yi's face. I'm very sorry, Lin Yi, but I still have something to ask. He took the sword, looking at him, you say it. Ma Chao wondered, is this related to the incident that Huang Xiaofeng reported earlier? Lin Yi nodded, that's right. This demon Yuemi is the demon who seduced Huang Xiaofeng but failed before. Because his plan failed, he chose Chao Yuan as the second target. He secretly commented, as expected of a professional, he quickly linked the two things together, so I don't need to hide anymore. The leader, hearing these words, also nodded, that's right. Huang Xiaofeng's physique, after being tested, is indeed a rare demon genius in 10,000 people. Lin Yi nodded, and I easily lured the abyss demon, while Huang Xiaofeng could not be deceived by it, always mentioning me in front of it. He hugged moon-hidden knife, speculating, the abyss demon thinks that Huang Xiaofeng has feelings for me, so he rejected the temptation, so it probably initially wanted to replace me to guide Huang Xiaofeng. The leader laughed, wonderful. A hero emerges at a young age. Not only eliminating the abyss demon, capturing the fallen alive, but also extracting useful information. Even stronger than some idlers in the high-level professional ranks. In that case, we won't disturb your progress anymore. Lin Yi suddenly spoke, wait, I still have something I want to ask, but I'm not sure if it can be made public. Can I trouble you to handle it, telling all the irrelevant people to leave? Among the crowd of people crowded around, the leader quickly agreed, okay, then let's dismiss. Wang Ma Chao, you lead the team to leave, temporarily hand over the equipment to Lin Yi. Ma Chao observed and took the order, the entire detachment, act. Line up, withdraw from the area, dismiss. Everyone put their hands on their ears and clearly heard the order, yes. The crowd dispersed, and the area gradually expanded. After dismissing everyone, Ma Chao handed the phone in his hand to him. Lin Yi, please forgive my previous rudeness. Take it. Lin Yi didn't mind much, it's okay. At this time, the leader activated the confidentiality mode and notified Lin Yi, okay, this place has been cleaned up. Lin Yi, please speak. He summoned the weapon in his hand, explaining, this is Toad's Spirit Moon Hidden, the growth weapon I obtained after clearing the land of death. After I used it to kill the Abyss Demon. This weapon absorbed the power of the Abyss Demon. The leader marveled at the power of the weapon. Your point is? Lin Yi recalled while he was researching, there is too little material related to growing weapons. Even the best library can't find detailed information. He questioned, I want to ask, can all growing weapons kill Abyss Demons in the real world to level up? He hesitated to answer, growing weapons, the rarity of this type of weapon can be said to be rare and hard to find. Since the alliance was newly established, only 3 weapons have been recorded, but this is related to some secrets. I don't know the specific information about these weapons. The leader looked at the power emitted by the weapon and revealed, but I can tell you that the growing weapons I know all gain experience through fighting monsters in ordinary dungeons to level up. There is no weapon that takes the lives of otherworld creatures like demons to gain power in reality. Lin Yi then realized, so that means my weapon is the first case? He smiled lightly in agreement. Lin Yi, thank you very much for your trust for telling me about this extremely important matter for the Alliance. He clutched the sword in his hand, anticipating, if that's the case, then I want to say my speculation. I think that although Toad's Spirit Moon Hidden is a weapon that takes Abyss Demons as experience, as of now, where there is one, there will be 2. Surrounding the sword, a force emitted, Lin Yi believed that, this is not a unique weapon. In the future, perhaps more similar weapons or props will appear, becoming the nemesis of abyss demons. I think this is an extremely beneficial thing for humans like us. The leader sternly suggested, this is a good thing, but this secret should not be made public for now. His eyes appeared looking at Lin Yi as if he was looming at the weapon in his hand, and he explained, a common man is innocent, but becomes guilty because he carries jade. Jade is too rare, and will first make people jealous and envious. If all young people had a vision like you, how great would it be? The alliance would be stronger and more solid than it is now. The leader coughed lightly and then changed the subject. All right, I will report this matter. The alliance will definitely treat it seriously. What you need to do now is still to prepare for the professional exam. He informed Lin Yi, wait for the most important exam for you to end, and the alliance will contact you. He quickly agreed. The conversation was stopped, the screen was cut off. After using the phone, he went to Ma Chao and said, here, give it back to you. Receiving the phone, Ma Chao was happy, received. Friend Lin Yi, I really hope you can join the alliance in the future, becoming a member among us. If you don't mind, call me Lao Wang. Lin Yi then showed his sincerity. Thank you, if there is nothing else, I'll go back first, Lao Wang. A golden badge appeared. On the surface are engraved elaborate lines which hold something. At this time in the profile meeting of Lin Yi are placed on the table, and the leaders speak. TNT, what do you think? TNT took off his glasses and commented, this kid not only has superior strength, calm, far-sighted in this generation, I have only met Thuan Kuan Yin. The image of Kuan Yin appeared in his mind, but there seemed to be a change in speech. To be honest, before I always thought that Thuan Kuan Yin was the leader of this generation. The leader holding the glass smile and say, it is difficult to say in regards to this matter. Young people have their own ways, however, it depends on whether the lamb dick and the weapon grow up to face the demons in the dungeon. The silhouettes of the warriors he mentioned appeared with intense vitality, the child of opportunity, and the future is brilliant. As everyone was deliberating under the table, the Lin Kai of the demon quietly slipped out. It then tore apart the space to present to report. It was moving, thinking, my Chao is dead, my Chao is dead, human, there is something unusual. Feel the energy the red eye in the dark suddenly wake up stirred vaguely. All its information is currently unclear. Lin Yi, holding a bag of food, opened the door and entered the room. He stepped in and said, I'm back. Moo Moo mischievously hid behind the sofa, stealthily waiting for an opportunity. Lin Yi scratched his head and looked around. Moo Moo prepared to shout and tease him. But he discovered her before she could do that. The top of Moo Moo's head peeked out behind the sofa. Lin Yi spoke up, catching her in the act. Su Moo Moo, I see you behind the sofa. He leaned over the sofa, and Moo Moo pouted, couldn't you cooperate and be startled by me? Lin Yi smiled and listed her crimes. You said you'd work hard, but you're being lazy at home. Eating snacks? She retorted, who said I was lazy? Then she presented her information panel to prove it. Look, I've reached level 10. Lin Yi was very surprised, so fast? Hearing this, Moo Moo became smug. How is it? Am I very powerful? Then can we clear a dungeon together tomorrow? He pinched her cheek and set conditions. That depends on your data. You've been working hard lately, staying up all night? Moo Moo quickly denied, no way. She explained, it's Xiao Moo Moo, she helped me train all night. Lin Yi was puzzled when he heard the unfamiliar name, Xiao Moo Moo? She brushed his hand away and said, haven't you reacted yet? Water tier. Moo Moo pointed and explained clearly, a simulated tier, a new skill that levels up, just her alone can clear the dungeon, and I can directly receive the Secret Realm Dungeon Treasure Chest reward. So I've been experimenting. She crossed her legs, holding a glass of water, enjoying her experiment. Lin Yi then asked, you mean Water Tier has no limit on distance or time and can let her clear dungeons alone without any manipulation? Moo Moo replied, that's right, she is currently in Heavy Nightmare Loch Ness. She checked the information panel and predicted, looking at the system reminder, the final Secret Realm boss has entered a heavily injured state, it should be ending soon. Lin Yi was delighted and got close. So your talent can help you clear dungeons and level up at any time and can also track the progress in real time? Moo Moo blushed and nodded. Yes, that's right, Xiao Moo Moo can help me with anything. Are you envious? He sat down next to her, looked at the information panel, and said, yes, I want this kind of omnipotent assistant too, but there's a problem. The dungeons under Water Tier have no fatigue value restrictions. You can infinitely clear secret realms? Moo teased him. Of course, otherwise how could I have leveled up to 10 all night? Lindisher, why are you suddenly so stupid today? Lin Yi opened his phone and started calculating. I'm just surprised that your talent actually works so well. In that case, I need to redo your stat allocation strategy from level 10 to level 20. In his heart, he thought, it's just useful. Moo's eyes lit up with interest. Wait, what did you say? I need to add to the strategy? Lin Yi observed her strength and proposed a strategy. Yes, I need to combine your talent with your current skills, effective equipment, attributes, and adjust a set of stat allocation methods that are most suitable for you. Moo happily agreed. Okay, I'll send it to you immediately. He stupidly read aloud, and your height, weight, and waist circumference. Moo was startled and yelled. She kicked his leg and stammered, You, what do you want to do? Lin Yi corrected her, where did your mind go? This is related to the modification ratio of higher stage attributes. He added, moreover, your attribute points will directly affect the attributes of water tier, so you can maximize the advantages. Outside, Chili looked relaxed, but inside, she was working hard to fight monsters for her. Lin Yi continued to explain, low-level battles are fine with eating a small monster, but higher-level battles pay more attention to details and small operations. Even if the attributes are a little higher, it can change the outcome of the victory, and in the later stages, how much money will you have to burn to make up for that little bit? Moo turned her back and warned, I know, but who knows what it has to do with the 3 sizes? Forget it, wait for me a moment, don't peek. He suddenly remembered, oh right, there's also Bai Ji. Didn't she want to change jobs? Ask her if she agrees to report the data. It's not appropriate for me to ask. Su Ji, who was working, was also mentioned, and her figure appeared, and he also raised an opinion. Of course, this is her privacy. It's okay if she doesn't want to. Moo turned her face away, resentful, still wants to know other people's data. After she finished speaking, she slammed the door shut, as if she was punishing someone. Lin Yi helplessly rubbed his head. No, I just want to help my teammates gain an advantage. Moo went into the room and sat on the bed, reminding herself, Su-moo-moo, isn't it just a piece of data? Her eyes suddenly lit up. What's more important than becoming strong? Moo recalled the time when she and Lin Yi played and bathed together when they were little, thinking, after all, we've been together since we were little, what hasn't been seen? In her hand she had a measuring tape, looking down at that place. But it's a bit embarrassing. Do I have to measure the real data? After thinking about it, she decisively threw the 2 pads aside. After measuring, Moo's face was gloomy. Still 80B, after drinking so much milk, the result didn't increase at all. She thought of Lin Yi's mocking face and became angry. Wait a minute, Lin Yi, this guy won't use this to laugh at me, will he? Moo collapsed, hugging her head. When I had a physical examination before, it was all padded to ADC. What if it's seen through? How will I maintain a good image in the future? She regained her spirits and thought of an idea. Wait, there's still Xiao Moo. She coughed a few times and then schemed a perfect plan. Wouldn't it be good to just use her data? Hers is mine. Who can know her secret? Moo's confidence covered the room, and she shouted loudly to summon. It just so happens that she should have finished training in the dungeon by now. Water tier mimicry. Chili was suddenly summoned, making her surprised and not understanding what was happening. Moo smiled sinisterly, holding the measuring tape and walking towards Chili. She circled the tape around Chili's bust. Stand still, let me measure a little. The sudden action startled Chili, and she cried out. Lin Yi outside the door heard the noises in the room. He leaned his chin on his hand and looked in the direction of Moo's room, wondering, what are they doing? 10 minutes later, Moo came out with a piece of paper in her hand and said, I've finished measuring, take a look yourself. No, you can't spread it out. Lin Yi looked at the paper and blurted out, your data, is there a problem? He scratched his head, doubtful. ADC, are you sure? This doesn't seem right. Moo blushed and defended, what? I got this result when I checked before. Lin Yi clarified, if the data is inaccurate, then the strategy won't work either. Those words made Moo hesitate. She quickly snatched the paper back and wrote and corrected it. Moo crossed out the number and changed it to 80B and shouted, okay, this time it's real. Lin Yi flicked her forehead and smiled lightly. This is right, Moo exclaimed. He asked further, also, did you ask Bai Ji? What did she say? Moo rubbed her forehead and replied she refused. She acted out Baiji's shy appearance and recounted. Xiao Bai said, I can't bother the big shot to work hard and waste effort doing such troublesome things. The big shot has already given me so many good equipment and resources, and I've earned some money and free attribute points. Mu clasped her hands together, showing Baiji's pitiful appearance with her sparkling eyes. How can I ask for more? She held out the phone in her hand with a playful face, winked, and said Baiji's inner thoughts. This silly child explained clearly that she wasn't afraid of revealing secrets and finding excuses. Nor did she feel that adding attribute points was useless. For this reason, she even sent me the health check report to show her trust in you. He rubbed his head, a little disbelieving. If it were someone else, I would also suspect that it was a trick to seduce and then release. Remembering Baiji's pure and easily deceived appearance, he had to trust and comply. But from what I know about this child, she really doesn't want to bother anyone and is afraid of being misunderstood. As not trusting us. Lin Yi took Mu's phone, transmitted the data to his computer, and said, but as teammates, why is there any reason not to help? Moreover, she has such an outstanding talent. Mu suddenly remembered when she heard this. Oh, speaking of talent. He turned to look at her and asked, what's wrong? Mu turned her back to Qili, who was coming to deliver good news. The system reports that Xiao Mu has learned a skill called soul possession, which can summon soul spirits to fight for her. She also pointed out the weaknesses, but there is no information about what it will summon. Lin Yi pointed at Qili in surprise and shouted, She can also summon? Are you guys playing an infinite Matryoshka doll game? Mu shook her head. No way, this is not the same. She began to interpret its expertise. The soul spirit summoning skill can only be used in secret realm dungeons. Unlike Xiao Mu, this skill cannot be brought into the real world. And moreover, soul spirits are really dead when they die. But Xiao Mu can be resurrected. Mu shrugged, adding, as for the rest, because I haven't experimented, I don't know yet. Lin Yi thought and replied, I understand. He snapped his fingers, came up with an idea. Then let's experiment in the dungeon to check its specific effect. The scene switched to the secret realm dungeon, the lizardman lair, and ahead was a forest that harbored ferocious beasts and a rugged path. Here, the levels ranged from 8 to 10, the difficulty was hard, and the introduction read, Lizardmen are a huge race with extremely strong reproductive abilities. The warriors among them use fierce battles, are not afraid of sacrifice, and have no low intelligence, and know how to use many different tactics to destroy enemies. Fortunately, their individual strength is not too strong. Only the strongest warriors can be recognized by the system and become professionals with great strength. Lin Yi was full of vigor in his battle suit. Mu spoke. Lin Yi, has your priest's weapon changed? There's even a knife shape? He raised his sword with sharp eyes and nodded. I can let you try it a little. After he finished speaking, he swung his sword in front of Mu, and a blue light radiated around, showing a new power that even Qili couldn't help but be surprised by. After admiring it, Mu felt the surging life value around her body. Lin Yi confirmed, see? She didn't rush to praise him but showed off, what is this? Xiao Mu, let your big brother perform for you to see. Mu raised her hand to summon power. Water tear mimicry used the special skill soul possession. Qili heard the order and conjured a bell in her hand, and she rang the bell as if calling for her little brother. Upon hearing the summoning order, a transmission board appeared, announcing, Water Tear is using soul possession, a mysterious soul spirit has heard the summoning, and is establishing a connection with your world. It is about to descend into the dungeon to fight for you. Lin Yi watched in surprise, waiting to see the source of power, and what it was after all. A strong light descended, creating a loud noise, announcing, Soul Spirit, Guardian Treant descends. A towering figure, as tall as a huge tree in the old forest, the giant wooden warrior appeared. A towering figure, as tall as a huge tree in the old forest, the giant wooden warrior took heavy steps, each movement causing the ground to shake slightly. Name, Guardian Treant, also known as Knight, level 10, strength 30, constitution, intelligence, and spirit are all 35, agility 20, qualification. Gold skills, shield attack, heaven strike, triple dying cut, protection, desperate heavy blow, introduction, a soul spirit from another world, information is unknown. Lin Yi looked at the newly summoned knight, and secretly analyzed. Although it is of golden grade, it has obviously exceeded the golden grade and become a boss with outstanding supreme stats. He thought of a form encased in iron and steel all around and speculated, if Moo Moo levels up in the future, she will be able to summon bosses corresponding to more powerful levels. It seems that soul possession is like the summoning item of the Curse Master, but the difference is that the Curse Master will not die, and the difficulty of obtaining it is very high. Along with the cooldown time when summoning, Lin Yu looked again at the magnificent guardian treant in front of him and admired, but this little girl's talent, as soon as she enters the dungeon, she can summon the big brother. And there is no cooldown limit. Moo Moo was playing under the tree of the guardian treant in front of him. He looked at her. This is also considered a demigod-level talent, right? Lin Yi called out, Moo Moo, let's experiment quickly. She turned her head back and quickly agreed, okay. Moo Moo went straight to the guardian treant and commanded, Go, guardian treant, destroy this group of lizard men. The lizard men quickly rushed over, making shrill noises. The guardian treant fearlessly swung a powerful blow, declaring, just a bunch of ants. It rushed over and unleashed Heaven Strike, sending the lizard men flying in all directions. The powerful explosion caused the ground to crack, and the mountain fell into a melee. This is the Heaven Strike skill, a special skill of the guardian treant, using the power from the war axe to strike the enemy, causing a large physical damage, and at the same time creating a shockwave that causes a small range of spread damage. The enemy hit by the first blow will be forced into a knockdown state. After striking, it ended with a concise but profound sentence, Rest in peace. Lin Yi stood behind, observing, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Heaven Strike, there's something similar to the Goblin King's skill before. He began to consider, but the attack range and damage must be much stronger than the Goblin King. After thinking about it, Lin Yi made a bold declaration of war. Moo Moo, can I try fighting it? After hearing this, she couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong with him. She quickly refused, holding his hand. No, now it's someone's teammate. Isn't it good for you to watch them fight monsters and do missions? There's still a boss that hasn't been defeated. And it's a good time to test the solo power of the guardian treant. Seeing that Moo Moo had misunderstood, he clarified his intention. No, I'm talking about water tier. Chi Li heard it, and was surprised, not expecting the opponent to be herself. Moo Moo rushed over to block in front of her, and he bluntly replied, I refuse. Lin Yi scratched his head, wondering, can't she be resurrected? Since the declaration of war was not accepted, he immediately changed his form. Using the power of annihilation, a red aura radiated out and enveloped him. Lin Yi changed his mind. Forget it, let the guardian treant take action in the next area, and the lizard squad leader in front can help me visually inspect Lin Ji's abilities. Leave this to me. He jumped up decisively, causing the pebbles under the ground to fly in all directions. Lin Yi flew over the top of the guardian treant, his hair flying in the wind, his cloak fluttering like cutting across the sky, which surprised it very much. He rushed over with red eyes, swinging his sword continuously, destroying the monsters in front of him without much effort. Lin Yi quickly realized, there are no critical hits or hitting weak points, yet ordinary attacks can't kill them? He tightened his grip on the sword and slashed again, followed by a dazzling light slashing across the air, and the system announced, You have eliminated the lizard guardian. Moo Moo outside watched excitedly. Your ordinary attack damage is already so high now. He turned around, the tip of the sword slashed horizontally, and the monsters were cut in half. A creepy hiss echoed throughout the forest. Each step was a critical slash. While fighting, he thought, if so, then this Nether Moon Shadow weapon has really brought a lot of benefits. Lin Yi stepped back to prepare to unleash the finishing move. Before, it was completely made from a distance. I only relied on reverse healing techniques to attack. But the advantage of Nether Moon Shadow is that the faster the attack speed, the more profit it gets. Of course, this is only for ordinary holy objects. If it is something like Angel Phantom that can ignore physical damage, it is different. The source of power surging in the air makes everything around seem suffocated. The skull on the holy object suddenly emitted a magical aura. Each bone socket shone with strange green light. His thoughts continued to pour out. It is still necessary to rely on invisible defense. Like a healing skill like reverse transfer to cause direct blood loss. All fell under his sword like merciless punishment. No monster could escape. Lin Yi still kept rushing, confirming, can quickly attack strong enemies. His eyes shone with a powerful purple light as if containing the night sky full of suppressed lightning. Quickly cast Annihilation Time. A weapon immediately appeared in his hand. This time, the life points reached 1,200 to 1,300 to launch, which caused the monsters to be destroyed. Moo Moo witnessed that scene and was full of determination in her heart. Lin Yi has become stronger, can't lose. Li Qi quickly flew up to give the order, Guardian Treant, continue to go with me to open the way, destroy all the enemies. It immediately obeyed. Lin Yi behind the performance was full of surprise, turned his head and gave the next part to her. Well, next is the moment for you people to perform. I am responsible for pumping blood for you. After speaking, he returned to the rescue technique of perseverance, ready to retreat behind. It's time to see the effect of Rift Moon Shadow and Sea Moon Oath. After a while, the three gradually went deeper. The monsters were increasingly waiting behind. The system reported, "You have arrived at the Lizardman tribe. 300 Lizardman warriors will fight. To the end with you, protect the city and the leader." From deep in the night, thousands of red eyes gradually appeared between the trees and bushes, and the sight was silent but eager, as if all creatures were holding their breath waiting for the three to enter. Moo Moo held the power staff in her hand and spoke, 300 level 10 Lizardmen guards. It's also a small amount of damage. Lin Yi glanced confidently. Pumping blood is left to me. I will make the Guardian Treant survive. Chili's style is a commanding gesture, waving his hand. Guardian Treant, destroy the walls of the city. It listened to the order and immediately rushed to the Guardian Treant, went into a state of charge. Guardian Treant began to charge. Movement speed increased. The impact force increased. It rushed to like a hurricane, limbs waving. Each sharp wooden branch grew like to tear the prey. A large explosion took place dramatically, in which everyone took the opportunity to rush into the moon shadow form. Moo Moo and Chili combined the attack from a distance. Though the body is small, but her power is very surprising, easily defeat any monster rushed to. Lin Yi also rushed to the huge monster using Rift Moon Shadow. His breath rushed out suffocating. While attacking violently, he concluded, immune to all damage for 3 seconds, and increases my movement speed. After activation, it can teleport a distance of up to 100 meters. This is completely a divine skill with 2 effects, life protection and pursuit. Grasping the situation, Lin Yi used appropriate moves to deal with the monsters. Summon Illusion Moon Hydromel. Note, all side effects on your body and the designated target are removed. He quickly strengthened the Guardian Treant, surprising it when it felt. The life points are gradually being added. Illusion Moon Hydromel is accumulating moonlight power. You and the designated target will recover 521 life points every half second, lasting for 15 seconds. Finally, the Lizardman chief appeared. It looked ferocious and roared loudly as if wanting to intimidate its opponents with its power. Chili added motivation. Guardian Treant, please do your best to let them see your power. The Guardian Treant then shouted, all right, proving its horrible power with a big punch to the ground, destroying the monsters in the forest. Seeing Chili's actions, Lin Yi solemnly assessed, Water Tear has self-awareness and extremely strong power. No need for Lin Lin to give further instructions. Moreover, only she can completely command the Guardian Treant. The attack power of the Guardian Treant is very strong, but the weaknesses are also very clear. Many close-range skills. In the future, it will be restrained by ranged attackers with high reaction speed. In the meantime, the Guardian Treant is still actively fighting under the guidance of Chili. Lin Yi summarized while transforming the Annihilation Ring. It's almost understood. All the functions of Nether Moon Shadow have also been tested almost. Reverse, All-Star Projection, Fallen Heaven Earth Hell. After casting the skill, the name of the Secret Realm leader was locked and the horrible power gradually dissipated. It screamed in despair. The system announced the Secret Realm leader boss Lizardman has been eliminated. Lin Yi was dignifiedly floating in the air with one eye flashing with a red light, holding the sword in his hand, exuding a strong murderous aura after the success just achieved. The Guardian Treant saw this, turned its head and realized something. I can confirm it, on this adult's body. Why is there a power that makes me feel familiar? It lifted its heavy footsteps and walked towards Lin Yi, making him a little surprised. It suddenly knelt down in front of him, making a loud noise to the ground. The Guardian Treant bowed its head sincerely. Adult, before I return to the spirit world, I want to ask you for a favor. Lin Bai scratched his head in confusion. What for? He was also a little surprised to think back. Wait, so that means it really has consciousness, is summoned from another world, and is a real existing creature? He quickly understood. No wonder it is said that the Guardian Tree death is impossible to revive. This is a one-time summoning. Like Teacher Zhu, although he has certain intelligence and memory, he is just an illusion in the summoning tool. Lin Yi thought of his invincible iron form. Even if destroyed, it can be revived countless times. Between the comparison, he realized the difference between them. Lin Yi spoke, "What do you want me to do?" Behind him hid his hand that was summoning power. In his heart he was secretly weighing these alien creatures with intelligence. Like demons from the abyss, or angels that we have met before. Lin Yi questioned, "Will it really not pose any threat to humans?" The guardian Tran quietly replied, "The Forgotten Lair. I hope you can take my master to the Forgotten Lair." Standing in front of Lin Yi in the mysterious forest, it was very earnest. "I know, you have a special mark on you, owning the authority to enter that place. My master also has this authority. You can take her with you." Lin Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold and coldly replied, "Who is your master? Who are you?" The guardian Tran turned its head towards Qili decisively. "It's her." Lin Yi also unconsciously looked over. It did not hesitate to admit itself. "As for me, Ta is just an ordinary guard without a name." Lin Yi heard it and requested, "You get up first." In the distance Mu Mu was also running to inquire about the situation. The announcement also appeared, "Complete the Lizard Man Tribe Dungeon. Settlement reward received 1 silver chest completed." When there are many team members, you cannot receive additional hidden regular chests. Do you want to open the chest? Lin Yi finished reading the announcement, and hesitated to reply to it. "This matter, I need to confirm before answering you." His face suddenly sank. "Mu Mu, let's go out first," she quickly agreed. Seeing Lin Yi's complexion changed, Mu Mu was a little worried. "Lin Yi, what's wrong?" Qili turned to with a proud expression. Stepping out of the gate, Lin Yi kept thinking, in principle, the awakening talent of the profession, no matter what, is absolutely effective for the awakened person. With the profession, the awakening talent will be born, and only with the awakening talent, the profession can become strong. It is a symbiotic relationship. Once the professional person sacrifices in battle, no matter how strong their awakening talent is, it will be erased from this world. Even if it is a summoned creature with biological characteristics and wisdom, they will still protect their master. He suddenly became afraid of Qili's potential ability. But false birth Tyr can summon alien creatures, making them call themselves the master. Even possessing a pass to enter the Forgotten Lair, the golden pupils of a huge eye appeared as if to see through all the truth. Lin Yi rubbed his chin to describe, "What kind of existence is she after all? Just thinking of the projection of the angel Kuro, I feel very incomprehensible. I find it difficult not to speculate that Su Mu Mu and the entire human race will be in danger." In his imagination, Qili could turn into another form and surround Mu Mu. Lin Yi resolutely, "No one with the intention to harm the human world can be ignored. Even if it is just a fish slipping through the net, this matter must be resolved immediately." After returning to the present, Lin Yi told Mu Mu, "I have something to do, you can go back first, or go do other copies." She obediently followed, "Okay." Before leaving, he glanced at Qili once, still with some thoughts. Mu Mu noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yi took out his phone and pretended to be normal. "Nothing, I may have to take a little longer, so I'll tell you a little bit." Then he stood in the room and looked outside the glass door to talk on the phone. "Hello, are you free now?" Clear sky and fresh air, at this time on the 20th floor, Tiandu Building, the center of Jiangqing City. Lin Yi and Tianqi sat drinking tea and discussing. Tianqi poured tea and said, "What's the urgent matter that you have to come to me to talk directly?" He picked up the teacup and shared the problem. "Uncle Huang, you and the league leaders must know that I have a pass to the Forgotten Lair, right?" Tianqi guessed the intention. "Well, you want to ask why no one of us informed you about the information of this copy, right?" Lin Yi glanced elsewhere, secretly plotting. Huang Tianqi took the initiative to provide this information. What a pity not to ask. He sternly replied, "Well, this is also considered one of the problems. You are worried that my mentality will be affected. Want me to complete the career test first?" Tianqi sighed in preparation for an answer. He thought, "There is this reason, but I think if you want to know, I can tell you, you probably still don't know how difficult this copy is. It is dozens of times more difficult than all the secret realm copies you have ever encountered. Even small monsters start from the diamond level. A lot of challengers did not even have time to run away and die tragically in it. The images of skulls piled up all revealed in horror." Tianqi reached out his hand and asked a difficult question. but geniuses who can get the entrance card will still risk their lives without fear of death to enter. Do you know why? Lin Yi did not hesitate. Is it equipment and skills higher than the diamond level? Tianqi quickly agreed and then clarified, well, defeating the boss can drop legendary level equipment, the higher you go, if you can pass the entire map alone. You will even drop equipment and skills of mythical level. Lin Yi listened and frowned, realizing, so that's what it is, afraid I will be too complacent. He thought of Xiao Feng's appearance when fighting evil compared with himself. If I am a person like Huang Xiaofeng, feel that my talent and strength are invincible in the world. Recklessly rushing in without thinking, then I am afraid I will be crushed immediately. After thinking, Lin Yi directly asked, then how many levels do I need to enter? Tianqi gave advice, level 15, this is the minimum requirement, but I advise you to wait until level 20 and prepare. Enough equipment and skills, then consider entering to try. He reached out his hand with a confident and decisive face, don't worry, I am not such an impatient person, because this copy is so important, I will definitely prepare carefully. Treat it like when doing the career test. Tianqi looked outside and narrated everything that happened these days. Well, in fact, there is another important reason I want to tell you. Recently, most of the power of the League is focused on tracking down the Abyss demons and the Fallen. These rats in the sewer have been more and more aggressive recently. You almost got caught in it. Not only the mutant called by Xiaoqiu has appeared recently, we have also received intelligence that the demons from the Abyss have planted quite a few spies in the League. Jiangqing, they will definitely have a big action. The career professionals will absolutely not let the previous tragedy happen again. Suddenly a strange face appeared wrapped in a purple mysterious cloak. Huang Tianqi while raising his glasses while saying to Lin Yi, so, the next plan may have some changes. At that time you remember to pay attention to my messages. Lin Yi hesitated to answer, what do you mean? Huang Tianqi poured more tea for him, he replied, well, to prevent accidents, the Alliance has blocked the entire city and conducted internal purification, looking for career professionals who tend to collapse to temporarily isolate. He recalled, the career test is coming soon, we can't let these rats affect the candidates, so we can't publish information to avoid causing panic. Tianqi said, so you don't need to worry about the Abyss demons, focus on studying for the exam. We have a clear understanding of their situation, even if they plant people. We have ways to deal with it. Lin Yi heard this and took a sip of tea and then agreed, okay, but I have a question I want to ask. He paused for a moment and then said, the awakening talent of the career professional is a summoning type. The summoned creature is a creature from another world. Has its own consciousness, and remembers its original memories. He recalled thousands of strange black eyes looking, and asked further, is it possible to betray? Huang Tianqi said softly, no. Lin Yi noticed something unusual from him. Tianqi said, you must know, the awakening talent and the career professional are the same body, right? It is the power conceived from each of our bodies, living with us, dying with us, is the most solid ally. So, no matter what creatures are summoned, from which alien world, they will not endanger the life of the career professional. Even if they seem to have their own consciousness, good and bad personality, but the essence is still unconditional obedience. In a previous battle, we tested the possibility of high-level control can affect the thinking of others, but also cannot make the alien creature summoned by the awakening talent to attack the summoner. Hearing this, Lin Yi had something to think, so, what if you summon the Abyss demon? Huang Tianqi said, will not happen. He explained in detail, in the League there are such talents, the Abyss demon creature he summoned not only did not seduce humans to join the Abyss, but on the contrary, they actively integrated into the forces of the Abyss, becoming messengers of the forces of the Abyss. Then, he asked him, so, is it that you have awakened such talent, or someone else? He said, not me, but my friends and my teammates. He rested his chin, seriously said, because he has clearly said that, the alien creature summoned will not betray, and if you really want to bring the false birth tear into the Forgotten Cave, it is also inevitable that the League will be found. Her awakening talent summoned an alien creature, and that alien creature recognized that I carried the past into the Forgotten Cave. So I asked to enter there with me. Huang Tianqi heard this, surprised to get up. Oh, it also has a pass, ah. Lin Yi did not look at him, he still looked down and said yes, but I do not know if it is real. Huang Tianqi went to the glass door, he looked outside and said, it will not deceive your friend, it will not deceive you either. You can take it in, but remember to report to the Alliance in advance. He was still surprised by this information, said, it seems that your friend is also a character with infinite potential. He said, don't worry, as long as the Alliance confirms that it is an alien creature summoned from the awakening talent, not from an illegal summoning ritual or dark power. Huang Tianqi smiled and said they will not restrict the other party's actions in the human city. He assured, don't worry, the Alliance will not investigate your friend. Tianqi also said, on the contrary, people with such abilities will be reused and trained, training resources, equipment, training and all the treatment in the future, you do not need to worry. He replied, if so, then good. Lin Yi clenched his hand and thought, I really do not like the feeling of tension when I cannot control the situation like this. At this time, Huang Tianqi turned to ask him, it seems that you have asked everything you wanted to ask. He said, He continued, then would you mind if I asked you something? He agreed to say, you say? He looked down at the box containing the file. On it was the number 31, the name My Gao. Huang Tianqi flipped the file and said, I have the household registration inspection report of the abyss demon My Gao here. According to the results of the inspection by the high-level prosecutor, the real reason for its death is a special type of magic attack. My Gao has an appearance as if burned, but in reality its cells and organs have suddenly weakened and atrophied, the body function disappeared in the blink of an eye. The specific manifestation is somewhat similar to the ancient desiccant herbicide, he said as if unsure. Tianqi handed the file to him. Could it be that your awakening talent is, he hesitated and then said the name, is the milk poison technique? He thought, a talented autopsy expert, has exposed the effect of the reverse treatment method, however. Lin Yi accepted, then looked and read what was written in the paper. He said, you guessed right, milk reading technique is my awakening talent. Huang Tianqi smiled and replied, then good, we were still arguing about this before. He remembered the debate. The man with blue hair said, was my Gao's wound caused by you after all? There are experts who said that. This is a serious wound that another career professional has caused before, for you to panic and gain profits. The man said nervously, we have always argued whether this honor belongs to you, whether it should be counted into your credit. Hearing that, Lin Yi was stunned. Huang Tianqi intertwined his hands. He looked at him. Wait, I thought you were well versed in everything. You do not know, do not understand about the reward for killing abyss demons, right? He said, the professional league will record the first-class credit for each career professional who eliminates the abyss demon. He put his hand on his shoulder, expecting to say, please wait for the medal ceremony and the reward you like. Self-selected platinum-level equipment, also some rare materials or objects. You can even specify the area you want. He replied, okay, if I think about it, I will send the items to you. Huang Tianqi agreed to say, of course. Lin Yi sat up after the conversation ended, and said to him, then I'll go back first, I still have to lead the team to do the copy. Tianqi told him to go. Before leaving, he stood solemnly with a salute, one hand on his shoulder happily said, good luck with the career test. Huang Tianqi squinted and cheered, take the title of valedictorian back, and glorify Jiangqing. Lin Yi said okay, I will definitely try. Suddenly he asked, did you bet with someone? Huang Tianqi coughed, this. Lin Yi just wanted to tease him. Seeing him embarrassed, he laughed loudly. That afternoon at school, a girl with short blonde hair was standing in the campus, struggling to find someone. Lin Yi appeared and asked, Xiao Bai, what's the matter looking for me? She heard his voice and turned around, her face smiling happily. In Bai Ji's eyes at this time appeared a hint of determination. She said, I have decided. She handed the file with her name to him, said, this is all the data I have. Lin Yi looked and smiled. He thought, I did not expect Xiao Bai to trust me so much. If it is like that, then I cannot disappoint the good intentions, but have to calculate carefully for the kid. He said to her, don't worry, just leave it to me. He suddenly remembered, oh right, wait until your talent increases to level 2, then next time I will take you to the 2-person copy. Lin Yi looked and said, combined with the data I calculated, then consider whether you should change the job or not. Baiji's eyes sparkling said, really, then I will prepare well. Baiji happily ran away. She turned back to wave her hand, well then I will continue. The fatigue points have not reached the peak yet, so I'm going first here. Lin Yi surprised she ran away. Hey, one sound. He helplessly sighed, well let it go, First of all, still should not extinguish the flame of the child's will. First of all, put into the 3-person copy last time, then plus this body data, proceed with calculations. He both sat and adjusted and thought. Skill data and equipment data are now fully available. But the degree of muscle variation, reaction time and habitual movements are also very important data. Lin Yi rested his chin, because the last copy had 3 people enter, so Baiji's data is still not very accurate. He unconsciously said out of his heart, at present, besides the luck buff, the fact is that Baiji's performance is still not enough. To prevent, first have to make a plan, to ensure that the child does not reveal the talent, but can pass the final test. He put the pen to the word surpassed the personal copy printed on the paper. Lin Yi thought that after all, the personal copy of the job test. They do not only rely on luck. In the underground city. In a house there is a yellow light still flashing. The man put the pipe down, the smoke was spreading and gradually extinguished. He greeted and said, Mr. Mike, or called my Gao, has been taken down. His name is Yan Kuei, is a fallen demon. Another one looked burly. He had a long scar on his face, continued Yan Kuei's words, I know. We go kill the person who killed Mr. Mai Gao. His name is He Quan, a fallen demon. Again a man standing in the corner, he had a spiky hair and looked very strange, chuckled at He Quan's words, kill him, ah? Now the League of Professional Eyes are everywhere, as long as you show the power of the abyss out. Then less than a few minutes, the suppression encirclement will surround. There is no place for you to escape. His name is La Pai, also a fallen demon. La Pai went to a woman, continued the words, especially for a few tall ignorant guys, even grow wings also cannot escape it. He Quan angrily slammed the table, hey. She brushed his hand away, coquettishly, Mr. Mai Gao is dead. What I care more about is, who will the master send to be our next commander here, and the assassination plan before. Do we need to implement it? She is talking has the name called Huli, a member of the fallen demon. Yan Kuei shouted loudly, must be able to do it. He Quan's rough low voice sounded, anyway, we do not need to do it ourselves, just move hands and feet a little only, there's no need to stop because of the loss of Mr. Mai Gao. Suddenly Yan Kuei summoned a skull out, he smiled evilly, just add a little small component to the final test copy. The thing that he summoned was called the Enchanting Descent. Hell, it was a special item. Putting it into the secret realm would immediately increase the difficulty to a disaster level. Changing the original shape of the secret realm and summoning a boss that had never existed in it, the effect lasting forever. Hidi-484 smugly said, no matter if the original target is Shanghuan Yen, or some student shows up, they will be powerful, and solve it for us. He Quan raised his hand and sighed at the item. I don't understand why the master used such a valuable item. If it can be used to provide us with diamond-level equipment, or skill books. Then when a few of us go up together, what are we worried about not being able to destroy them? Right now something ran past, it was as fast as lightning, He Quan was caught off guard, he was shocked and motionless. Yan Gui looked behind him and discovered what it was. While He Quan nervously looked at the person holding the playing card in front of him. La Pai scolded him, stupid, you think the League are all fools, letting you go assassinate the target to protect at will? His face at this time was very terrible, going to find death on your own. Huli next to him laughed charmingly, little La Pai, don't be so angry, sympathize with the idiot. She laughed contemptuously, how has his IQ ever been high? So he only likes straightforwardness. Why do you always have to ridicule him? Hearing the two of them slander him in front of him, He Quan's face was gloomy. La Pai turned his back and left, leaving the sentence, I hate stupid people, especially those who work with me. Mr. Mai Gao brought this bald donkey into the team. Sooner or later something bad will happen. Huli called him, hey little La Pai. At this moment, He Quan angrily stood up. He bowed his head, sincerely apologizing. Yan Gui sitting next to him said, you don't need to apologize, He Quan, remember your strength is better than him, you can do more, as long as you don't give up. The item suddenly changed its aura. It was moving and spreading in the air. La Pai saw the movement, he hadn't gone far when he turned around. Yan Gui, who was comforting He Quan, also stopped moving. All looked in surprise at the person who suddenly appeared. Greetings, Lord, welcome, Lord. The Lord suddenly appeared like this, he gave the order, Mai Gao is dead, I will send a new abyss demon to command and another fallen demon to assist you. The name of this fallen demon. You must have heard of it. He is by Xiao Chou. Suddenly the image of a crazy man making crazy behaviors to the lives of others loomed in their minds. Yan Gui knelt and answered, yes, we naturally have heard of it. The person sitting in front of him was He Quan, who did not speak, but his face wrote all the tension in him. Yan Gui wondered, not only killed more than a dozen high-level careerists, but also blood-washed a group of civilians in the club. He slaughtered at least more than 1,000 people. A very deep sin. The Lord asked, what's the matter, are you not satisfied with him? Yan Gui spoke first, but Lord, by Xiuqiu's strength, I admit, but the things he does only threaten our lives. If he comes to Jiangqing, I will refuse to perform any further actions. He stressed, either by Xiaoqiu leaves, or he is killed. Just as the words fell, the space was silent, the air stagnated. Suddenly Yan Gui felt uneasy, he braced himself waiting for the Lord's answer. The Lord unconsciously laughed loudly, ha ha, good, you have a very good way of thinking. Rest assured, my beloved little children, you have every privilege to reject me. He was still floating in the air looking down at the people. Bai Xiaoqiu has no right to control you, and does not act with you. He came to Jiangqing to take over your original task. He dragged the sound, assassinate Sheng Guanyin. Furthermore, he will cover you to complete the new task, which is to put Huang Xiaofeng into the dungeon. The Lord smiled sinisterly, this is a rare evil genius, he will become a strong partner for you. After completing these two things, you can deal with Lin Yi, who killed my Gao. He emphasized to them, remember, do not reveal the identity and existence of yourself. Then follow the same way, putting the enchanting descent into the final test secret realm. Then cause the increased berserk boss to attack, killing him without God or ghost knowing. And to let the careerists regret it too late. At this time Yan Gui had an idea, Lord, I know that this name Lin Yi killed Mr. Mai Gao, but is he really worth it, consuming a tool that can create permanent diamond-level equipment? He Quan aggressively continued the words, that is, once we all get diamond-level equipment, then the Lord can kill anyone that you want. Yan Gui interjected, even when he could kill Mr. Mai Gao, then Mr. Mai Gao was only level 20. In terms of threatening power, it is probably not comparable to Sheng Guanyin. If you have to use the enchanting descent, then using it on Sheng Guanyin wouldn't be better? The Lord flew to behind Yan Gui and He Quan, the League of Careerist Wastes, always hide and seek, but I still know the news. He emphasized, this name Lin Yi has the potential to get the forgotten. Their qualification certificate in the eyes of those high level, his life is more important than the head of the Lingyun sect. The pupils opened wide, a scary face pressed close making Yan Gui not dare to glance over. Currently, all the people who used to secretly protect Sheng Guanyin have moved to his side. The corners of the mouth smiled to the ears, even if the four of you plus Bai Xiaoqiu attack together, you may not be able to hurt him. Do you understand? Yan Gui bowed obediently submissive, understood, subordinate has understood. He said, wait until you complete the task, I will take you back to the depths, and bestow the baptism. The Lord created a demon ball he Baoya will become a true abyss warrior. But if the group of you fail the task, he paused, then that means you are not qualified to receive the deep power of the abyss. The four of them knelt down at the same time, swearing not to disgrace the mission, definitely complete the Lord's entrustment. At the hall, a person was standing on the podium speaking, Lin Yi, a student with excellent of our school, when facing the abyss demon was not afraid, then rely on their own strength and wisdom. Has eliminated it. Some people sitting and listening spoke, the League of Careerists, especially come here, and give a certificate of praise. Another person also discussed. Lin Yi is really terrible, before not only beat Huang Xiaotian, also made Huang Tong apologize, and this time also alone killed the abyss demon. The sound of discussion around, I heard his current attribute data is ranked first in the school, before, didn't someone deny and spread rumors that he was related to the abyss forces? I have bought tickets, the great god Lin Yi is not only the head of the final exam, enter the league, but also can establish a sect and hold the position of head. Su Mu Mu was sitting under the stage, she smiled gently. The voices became more and more noisy, someone said, yes, before there was a rumor that the great god had a great influence on the forum was also him, but he has never admitted the suspension. Other people think that these abyss demons are very vengeful, will they come to make trouble? Su Mu Mu was surrounded by voices, she was somewhat confused. Someone wondered why I felt that the Abyss demons were not sure to target him. The person replied, "Rest assured, the Abyss demons are just a bunch of sewer rats. They do not dare to directly confront the careerists." She heard the unfounded words and rested her chin angrily. "Humph, encountering danger also does not tell me anything. This idiot, but hope the League can protect him. Suppress the power of the Abyss as much as possible." The presenter introduced, "Invite the headmaster to issue the certificate." The headmaster looked at Lin Yi with satisfaction. "Lin Yi, you are an excellent student of our school and are the hope for the future of the League." He took the certificate awarded. "Thank you, headmaster, I dare not accept it. Because every careerist is the hope of the League to eliminate the power of the Abyss." The teacher headmaster summoned the equipment. He invited him. "This place are all golden level equipment and skill books. You can choose what you want and take it away." Under the stage scene, the teacher headmaster summoned immediately shocked and called, "Wow, platinum level, really top." Lin Yi embarrassedly answered, "I do not need to take it, there are a lot of things I cannot stop." But in his heart he calculated that the nether moon's shadow with the ancient dragon necklace is needless to say, high quality, strong ability, and also has a lot of growth potential. This is platinum level equipment that is difficult to replace easily. The 4-piece set is inseparable. Then you need to find 4 identical replacement items, and have a special effect of other perverted items, then think about replacing. According to his speculation, the platinum ring awarded by the Alliance, although has good attributes and abilities, but lacks the core attribute of reducing cooldown time. When using equipment is lacking speed change and active skill. He cried silently in his heart. "It's not that I dislike anything, but really there is no increase. It's a pity, is that these platinum equipment have a fascinating value." Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "This is." He raised his hand towards the item. "I have finished choosing, it is these 3 items, Invigorating Belt, Light Spirit Shoes and Holy Light. The name of the equipment is the Invigorating Belt type of jewelry, level 1, platinum quality. Effect: increase all recovery effects and shield effects that you receive an additional 25%, but it has no effect on others. The name of the next equipment is the Light Spirit Shoes, level 1, platinum. Effect: after equipping, increase the speed attribute by 10 points, increase the movement speed by 60%, reduce the movement speed effect by 25%. Finally is the Holy Light equipment, platinum quality. Effect: when using, consumes a certain amount of magic. To cast light on a certain target, immediately restore a large amount of the opponent's life points and enhance all the target's attributes in 10 seconds. The summoning time is relatively long. After seeing the attributes, Lin Yi was surprised. "Isn't this the skill of the White Spirit Knight?" A god raised his hand high, absorbing the surrounding light. Lin Yi imagined the scene. Once the skill is reversed, it can make all the attributes of the enemy greatly reduced, or even fall into berserk. He put his hand on the book to activate the skill book. According to the speculation about the Light Spirit Shoes, when used in combination with the ancient dragon necklace, it will be able to slow down and weaken the effect by 50%, completely targeting agile bosses, and supplementing its own attribute shortcomings. The light spread everywhere. The person sitting there could not help but shout, "So handsome! Xiao, I don't know what the specific value of the great god has reached, it is really scary." Someone excitedly said, "Please, can I see the attributes of the great old man?" At this time the teacher headmaster's voice sounded, "The award ceremony has ended, everyone dismissed, everyone should go to study and do homework to prepare for the assessment." The students heard the teacher say so noisy. The teacher headmaster talked privately with Lin Yi. "The League has secretly sent people to protect you. Today's move is also to help you become the focus of everyone's attention. Doing this, it will make it difficult for the people of the Abyss forces to make a move." Lin Yi replied, "I understand." The teacher headmaster asked, "The final career test will take place in 3 days. Do you have any plans yet?" Lin Yi smiled. "I will forge all the equipment to level 10 and help the teammates pass the test." At this time the gold bracelet suddenly had a signal issued. The teacher headmaster opened. The words "emergency news" immediately rushed into his eyes. He panicked. He turned to tell him, "Can you tell me who your teammates are? Please go with me a little. I have something to say to you." At the headmaster's office, he held the paper and muttered, "Sumumu, Baiji, these 2 girls are your teammates." He pointed to the paper. Yes, Sumu Mu does not need to worry, just I'm a little worried about Baiji. This child talent does not play out, and also want to change jobs. Hearing that, the teacher headmaster smiled. If you can choose her as a teammate, then she must have an advantage in terms of ability, right? Without waiting for an answer, he said to himself, although the exam cannot give them any special priority. But as long as she can pass the exam, then the road ahead will not have problems. No need to worry about whether she can continue to learn. He gave it to him. Anyway, you do not have to think much, just concentrate on leading the team to prepare for the exam is done. Lin Yi then agreed. Yes, He opened the file and read the paper. He was surprised. This is. The teacher headmaster spoke. This is the true reward for you. But this is also the plan of our career league. In the Lizardman copy, the lizard-shaped aberrations were attacking a person continuously. That person is Baiji. Currently she reached level 10 talent goddess of luck level 2. Someone standing on the high cliff spoke. The attack range has no problem. Please be confident in your own judgment. The reaction time can be a little faster. She agreed. Got it. The lizard man came. It spat out a dark green flame. Baiji repeatedly defended thanks to the nimble reaction fast. The lizard man jumped to high, tightly grasped his big sword. Lin Yi told, do not hesitate to avoid. The angle that you aim at must be very accurate. Baiji focused on killing with one chop, dividing him into two. The strong chopping force made the lizard man not have time to counterattack. At this time in her eyes appeared a hint of determination. The information board appeared. The attention of the goddess of luck can be used on the target when using received a special buff. Each time you pass a copy can increase the chest reward by 1 level. Lasting 24 hours. Baiji tiredly breathed. The image of the goddess of luck appeared extremely gorgeous. She looked at her equipment. The joy wrote on her face. The lucky hand when opening the chest can get the highest quality equipment and skills and can use himself. Lin Yi also saw the information. He was surprised. This is Baiji's new ability when promoted to level 2 talent? He looked at Baiji happily, just like a child has candy. He felt very real. This is equivalent to reducing the number of big prize draws down, significantly improve the earning potential, and also directly avoid the possibility of improper career. Lin Yi clapped his hand to his forehead. Moreover, this lucky hand is a personal passive skill. No one else can use it except for her herself. He grimly looked at his chest without getting anything, while Baiji equipment continuously fell out continuously. Lin Yi comforted himself that if speaking about one side, it is also considered peace. She ran to him with expectations. The combination of these equipment with the new addition points are all done according to your recommendations. What do you think? Lin Yi nodded. This is a great progress. As long as you do not hesitate, just follow the instructions, then there is no need to do the final exam anymore. Baiji happily smiled. She suddenly rubbed her wrist. Lin Yi discovered that action of her. He guessed as expected, still has some reluctance. At first I thought she was born with strange power, so was selected by the great sword. He softly called, Baiji, do you have the determination to change jobs? Hearing that, Baiji's face turned green. To explain no, she panicked. She awkwardly asked, no need, I really like the great sword. Is I did something wrong? Lin Yi waved his hand and said no. He pointed to the aching wrist of her. He knew, you have added a lot of strength points. To become an excellent great swordsman, you not only practice, but also have to work hard and try a lot. But that career is related to your future. Let me put it bluntly, your physique is not suitable to become a great swordsman. If you force yourself to follow this path, then it is very likely that it will cause irreversible damage to your body. We can go with you for a period of time, but in the end you can only leave the career person. Baiji heard his heartfelt words. She said a light sound. Her eyes were tearful. Lin Yi firmly confided to her, changing jobs is not so easy. The difficulty of the single-player copy is extremely high, and only you can enter. Because I have never experienced this copy, so I cannot guide you. He patiently explained, at that time you may be seriously injured or may never recover. Lin Yi gently stroked her head to comfort. But once you overcome it, then you will have a completely different experience in the next battles. Of course, I am only giving you a suggestion. Whatever you choose, then you are still a member of my group. Lin Yi did not see her hand that was clenched. Baiji was immersed in her own anxiety, the captain and my teammates, although I am only a buff person, also a lot of times, only myself. But everyone is still sincerely worried about me. Lin Yi spoke. Okay, After finishing this boss, then think next. Baiji raised her trembling voice. Baiji clenched her hard hand and shouted, I have decided. I will participate in the job change. After speaking, she suddenly whispered, so tired, my head hurts so much. Her body swayed and did not stand firmly. She put her hand on her forehead, muttering, I'm going to throw up. Lin Yi was unaware. He went to the two girls who were standing in front of him and asked, Moo, what's? The girl greeted him, Yo, waiting for you two for half a day already. Su Moo crossed her arms and reminded, Tomorrow is the final test as a member of the team, but I cannot find my teammates here. He gave the paper to her. Don't worry, I have good news for you. He asked to see if you know this. The careerist test hall. There are a lot of people here. The atmosphere became noisy. That person nervously said, so excited, May God bless, don't let me make any mistakes. The voices of others intertwined into the atmosphere of the competition. Very good, with my talent, at most tomorrow go to Screws, we go together? A person replied, No need, my father has arranged a good clerk position in the branch of the league already. Baiji walked with Lin Yi and Su Moo. She sighed, a lot of people. Su Moo stroked her head. Little Baiji is ready? She obediently replied, yes, At this time a voice sounded, Moo Xiao Yi. He heard someone calling him, and turned to that direction. At the audience area, Uncle Su and Mother Moo cheered them, Come on, we'll definitely be able to do it. Uncle Su also raised the board with the picture of the three of them. Seeing this, he turned to ask her, Uncle and Aunt still don't know? Su Moo smiled, I certainly can't tell them. His expression suddenly became serious. I thought they would know through other channels. It seems that the level of secrecy of this information is extremely high. On the stage at this time a man appeared. The people below cheered, the city lord has arrived. He said to everyone, Good morning, dear students, today I have news to announce. Due to some force majeure reasons, this year's careerist exam will be postponed after 3 days. The speaker was the city lord of Jiangqing. The hall suddenly became quiet. He calmly conveyed the words, Today to get everyone here is for another important matter. Everyone made a fuss. What happened? The final test was postponed for 3 days. Damn, could it be that the tide of demons is coming again? Impossible. I suspect that there is fighting in the West City. The scene has been sealed off by the League. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The signal is also blocked. Lin Yi quietly observed. The worried man said, Could it really be that an alien creature has sneaked in here? The girls standing near it shook in fear. No way, I'm scared. The city lord continued to disseminate. Today is the first day that the specially selected students appear in our Jiangqing. According to the latest regulations issued by the Career League, from now on each special recruit, before the final test of the career begins, that person and the selected teammates will challenge the independent secret realm copy. Su Moo proudly looked at Lin Yi. The city lord continued to speak. In addition, this challenge to the secret realm will be carried out in the form of a career test. When proceeding, the 3 families will be broadcast live and recorded on screen so that all students can watch and learn. He raised his hand towards everyone, and the first special recruit in Jiangqing is student number 1 of the Jiangqing Careerist Academy, Lin Yi. In another corner, in a dark place, La Pai concluded, The news just released. The final test has been postponed after 3 days. Then Lin Yi was suddenly announced as the special recruit of Jiangqing. The copy that he is going to challenge alone is the final test copy. Yan Gui asked, Have you put the enchanting descent into the thing? He replied, just too coincidentally, when they do not switch to a new copy, I always feel that there is something wrong here. Yan Gui stressed, Does not matter, the task that the Lord has given us, then just put the enchanting descent into the secret realm of the final test, then ensure that the target to be assassinated goes into that copy is done. He shouted, Other things are not problems we manage. Now just confirm that Lin Yi has personally entered the secret realm copy where the item is placed. If there are no other accidents, then immediately go to the base to gather. Absolutely not to waste time on other things. La Pai heard this and worried. He frowned with a sinister smile. In this point then you rest assured, the mechanism that I have touched then God does not know, Ghost does not know, the waste-named city lord there did not find any trace at all. Yan Gui agreed, then considered, but if the patrolling careerists find the abyss aura on you, or wait until they see the difficulty of the secret realm changes. but choose to directly seal off the entire hall. Then at that time, you will have to stay in Jiangqing alone waiting for death. La Pai moved his hand. He stuffed his playing card into the wall. He gradually sank into the wall. Before disappearing he left the words, "My first thing is to withdraw, but will always be watching from that side. The target is about to enter the copy. What are you doing on that side? Has the idiot He Quan dealt with Huang Xiaofeng now?" Yan Gui said that it was done. He is in our hands. As for the name Xiao Chou, we have not been able to contact him. La Pai said a careless word. Ignore him just as long as the assassination of Sheng Guanyan is successful is done. His life or death has nothing to do with us. Turn back to the hall at this time. Cheers everywhere. The great old Lin Yi. As soon as the announcement was released, I knew it was him. People cheered. The special recruits are those who have made great contributions to the Careerist League, or have awakened the divine level talent. Someone agreed. That's right, even people with the level of Huang Xiaofeng do not have a chance. Don't say to the second generation like Huang Xiaofeng, even Sheng Guanyan now is not it. The city lord looked at Lin Cheng in confusion. Just need to stand here. The headmaster has reported the news to you before, right? Lin Yi said a sound. The city lord raised his hand. Magic appeared in the zut appeared. Magic poured surging into a huge rich magic circle on the space. All three people, Lin Yi, Su Mumu, Baiji, at the same time reached out to touch. The information board appeared. They are about to enter an unknown secret realm copy, level 10 or more, a copy covered by special items. The challenger enters to know the situation inside. You and your teammates have entered the copy, received the feedback bone fragment. After using, can immediately get out of the secret realm copy. The system warned, when encountering attacks the feedback bone fragment cannot be used. The warning is that due to the influence of the enchanting descent, the difficulty of the secret realm copy has increased to the disaster level. The feedback bone fragment due to the influence of the enchanting descent has disappeared. You cannot escape the secret realm. Baiji covered her face. She felt very hot at this time. Su Mumu shouted, "Lin Yi, could it be like this?" She said while releasing magic. He understood what she wanted to say and then Bao's copy has mutated. The information appeared. This is the copy called the Forest de Nam, the difficulty level disaster. Under the influence of the enchanting descent, the internal structure mutated. Special secret realm maps and creatures have appeared, but a part will remain, the system reports. Please try your best. Lin Yi thought about to stay alive. Currently he with Baiji and Su Mumu are standing on the cliff, looking down below. Lin Yi turned his head to say to Mumu and Baiji, like the simulation exercises, please gather, form a defensive formation, the wing every Anam. The final boss was originally 3 human-shaped monsters with intelligence, the whole class gold. He explained, the biggest difficulty is to deal with the concentrated firepower and the encirclement of the 3 bosses at the same time. The focus of the test is also the short length of time to pass the level, and the detailed points of the blood training process. If there is a mistake, then weather can waste skills and can lose unnecessary blood. The strange creature in the secret realm madly attacked 3 people. Mumu spoke, frankly speaking, if there were not those evil fall hand to hand, then I feel this copy would be so difficult to defeat. Lin Yi agreed with her opinion. That's right, Baiji heard and scratched her head worried. The scene changed to the hall where the test conference was concentrated. Everyone was talking enthusiastically. The tone of the great old really makes me sweat. 2 years ago, I also participated in the exam in the South Asia forest, and I was beaten so barely alive. And those evil fall are even more hateful. Clearly they want the people who go to test like us to die all. Clearly themselves are also human. I do not know between Lin Yi and the enhanced boss who is stronger. God bless them. Please do not let the loss of another sky. Not far away, La Pai quietly stood watching and smiled sinisterly. Ignorant, arrogant genius, and a disgusting crowd, your good days have ended. The scene changed to the Anam forest. Lin Yi shared with Mumu and Baiji. But no one knows how the enchanting descent will change the terrain and secret realm boss of the world. As of now, then, besides the high-temperature flame, the small monsters and terrain have not changed much. Going then, the group found an ambush in front, the Snake Tribe people. They are just like waiting for us a little too long. They are called the Snake People, level 15, golden qualifications, skills poison arrow, hiding, throwing nets, sneaking, speed walking, introduction, the half-snake people living in the Anam forest, half-snake half-human. use daggers and blowing flutes when fighting, like to hide in the green branches and wait for the prey to fall into the trap. The snake man stuck out his tongue and shot a blind poison arrow towards the three people. Lin Yi timely waved his hand to shield. Bai Ji and Mu Mu were hit and hugged their faces shouting, "It hurts so much." He quickly called the code, Bich Hai Chao Xing. The shimmering blue water from Lin Ye's sword spread everywhere to dispel the toxins. He swung his sword to chop away the poison arrows. The snake man saw this and widened his eyes in surprise. Lin Yi planned to defeat the target. Mu Mu, 2 o'clock to the right, Crazy Wind Butterfly. First gather the 5 snake people who are scattered over there, Bai Ji. Track Mu Mu's skills, 2 o'clock to the right. When heading to proceed force accumulation, then use her strongest skill, to finish the 5 snake people immediately. Mu Mu and Bai Ji agreed, got it. She and Qi Li joined forces to display the snake person's control. Boundless power rolling enveloped the evil beast. He reached out his hand towards the snake person and then directed, Xiao Mu Mu, on the left 9 o'clock, a total of 3 snake people, Firestorm, to add fire, then use ice freezing. Following Lin Ye's instructions, Qi Li threw power, making the snake people burn to ashes in the sea of fire. The screen announced, the firestorm has critical, triggered the fire leading state. The fire element is amplified in the target area and enters a state of continuous burning. The snake people are subtracted by 1,553 life points. Mu Mu took the opportunity to cast ice freezing to freeze the group of snake people. Qi Li coordinated smoothly by killing. Mu Mu flew hovering to keep the air, shouted, Crazy Wind Butterfly, Xiao Bai. Bai Ji immediately responded, let me take the rescue. She furiously shouted Li Ming. Bai Ji devoted all her strength to chop out a roll of red fire. The snake people screamed miserably when eating the full knife of fire from her, their blood fell, the life points minus 2,167. The group of snake people were exploded in the giant sea of fire. From behind Lin Yi there was a snake man with the intention of shooting sneakily. He easily discovered it, so launched an attack, transformation, destruction mode. Lin Yi drew his sword to chop off the snake man. It was knocked down by him very quickly. After dealing with the group of villains, Lin Yi led the team on the road. Mu Mu, Bai Ji continued to move forward. Soon there will be a wait for the elite monsters. Pay attention to mana. The 2 girls enthusiastically agreed to follow him. The scene changed to where everyone was following the match. A young man commented, this weapon of Lin Ge, is it a knife? Ah, the purple-haired girl praised, no. Why didn't anyone tell me? The direction of the male god is the physical road. The boy with the red hat laughed, and the beautiful younger sister there, but also summoned a copy. What talent has this girl awakened? The man next to him replied. What are you talking about? This is the Su goddess in our academy. I heard, the talent has been affirmed by the league high level as strong, so to be a teammate of Lin Ge. Then it is not an ordinary person. Uncle Su hooked his arm around Mother Mu Mu, happily praised, the kid Xiao Yi has grown up and worth relying on. She smiled sweetly, full of pride. Our Mu Mu is also the same. No less competitive at all, can do anything, it seems, we can really rest assured. La Pai witnessed everything, he bitterly gritted his teeth, in his heart was extremely resentful, stupid waste. If you want to become stronger, then you have to find a way to join the Abyss forces. The thing that only knows how to flatter others, really is a bunch of weaklings. La Pai brought anger quickly left. Wu Lu suddenly appeared from the corner of the wall, contacted the center, report, target number 3 has completely left the location. Please confirm immediately whether the target number 1 has opened the door to the Abyss, then can collect the net. The scene changed to the suburbs, where Wu Lu's teammates were gathered. The captain remotely ordered his subordinates, collect the net. Encircle the Abyss demon, team number 2, start coordinating actions. Wu Lu's eyes were cold, accepting the new task, terminate the hunting target number 3. The person being chased was the evil Fall La Pai. Just as the command was finished, the captain's group and he flew to do the task. The scene changed to outside the exam hall. The mysterious purple card appeared on the wall. La Pai became black and calculating in his heart, stupid careerists, do not even think about stopping my great cause. Today, I can officially become the warrior of the Abyss. He fiercely announced, transcend, I am no longer the me of the past. I, La Pai, the avenger who fell into the Abyss and was reborn, will trample the entire world under my feet. The captain and his teammates timely arrived. She called loudly, "The evil fall, that La Pai." He startled and blurted out, "What?" The captain made the request, "Give you 10 seconds, immediately lift all the fog on your body, dissipate the abyss power, and raise both hands and surrender, otherwise. Then only go to hell." She began to count down, 10. La Pai was pressed close, controlled by the muscular boy. He angrily swore, "How can you, not right, there is an inside agent, I was betrayed, which name is it?" The captain coldly continued to count the numbers, 9, 8. La Pai threw out the move escape, physicalization, diamond level mage costume, diamond level mage weapon, the all-purpose playing card. He resisted fiercely. "You don't even think about it, go visit your ancestors." She did not wait any longer but announced, "Be obsessed with non-awakening, take action." He took the opportunity to upgrade the dark power. The power of the abyss increased, and the equipment was increased. La Pai took out the golden card and smiled sinisterly, the all-purpose playing card, the royal card. Before he could cast the card, he was ambushed by the archer from behind. The silent arrow hit La Pai's body, causing the process to be interrupted. Summoning the all-purpose card failed, the card entered a silent state. 2 people from the captain's group threw the ultimate move to suppress him. Fire Flame, 1 hit created fire attribute magic damage, accompanied by a burning effect. Turning the opponent into sheep in a short time, unable to release skills and can only move slowly or release the skill. La Pai was surrounded by rolling flames. His body burned painfully, screaming, "The League of Careerists." His eyes were a dark color full of resentment. "I must let you lose your lives together." La Pai struggled violently to operate, releasing all the power. The power of the abyss, released, devoured, swallowed and cleansed all debuffs on the body, and used to increase his own attack, Berserk. All attributes are greatly increased. The power of the skill is increased, immune to the pain of the body and not affected by the amount of blood and serious injuries. The captain was casting defensive magic while reminding, "Everyone be careful, he is about to release all the power of the abyss." La Pai has completely transformed into a villain thanks to rebirth. Received the effect of rapid blood recovery in each second. Darkness descended, creating a dark boundary on a large area, and reducing the vision of all enemies. He confidently challenged, "Come here, you bunch of waste. If you cannot finish me, then I will bring you, and all the people in the hall, finish clean without leaving a single one." La Pai cast magic rush to attack the group of people chasing him. While fighting happily, La Pai was hit from behind. Darkness raid. The voice of a person from afar rang out, "Knife silver backstab." The ultimate skill penetrates the heart of the enemy, causing 1000% critical damage and forming serious injuries. The recovery speed of the enemy's life after that is reduced by 50%. He was seriously injured, angrily holding his chest, cursing, "This assassin." Wu Lu spoke to challenge, "I'm here after all," then threw an additional move, Moon Lower 3 Connect hit. The scene changed to inside the hall. The test watchers were discussing lively, "Everyone look, the road that the old man is going, seems to be going to fight the poisonous frog." "I see, Lin wants to borrow this poisonous frog pond, to fly the kite and then go around. Poisonous frog, what to fight it for? It does not affect the door crossing, but can only add buff." The new monster appeared, the name Poisonous Frog, level 20, diamond qualifications, skills Poisonous Skin, Tongue Lick, Tongue Wrap, Tongue Stab, Corrosive Venom. Secret Realm buff, the weapon that destroys it will receive the Poisonous Tongue characteristic, will cause additional poison damage, when combined many times then can switch to a highly toxic state. It is a powerful creature living in the eastern Ainam forest, governing a region of this pond, with extremely poisonous skin making the clear pond into a poisonous green pond. And only it can withstand. The huge frog with a gruesome shape came near the Lin Yi group. He did not panic and used the magic, reverse healing, stripping technique. The red light emitted suppressed the poison released by the frog. The poisonous frog fiercely rushed over, it stuck out its long tongue to attack. A boy following the fight shouted, "Quick dodge, the poisonous frog, you don't even think about hitting the night god, the person who has passed the copy without any problem. Not to mention the speeding wind and the blessing of the god." The watchers widened their eyes in surprise looking at the screen displaying the match. The poisonous frog stuck out its long tongue and rushed towards Lin Yi. A watcher wondered, "What operation is this?" He did not flinch and threw the move, reversed the holy weapon healing, disaster descended, the poisonous frog was subtracted by 2,587 life points. Everyone was talking. He wasn't hit already. How come he wasn't injured at all? Could it be that he can also heal himself? The great old man is keeping a distance, to avoid being pulled back and poisoned by the boss. This is starting to fly the kite again. Then the mage and the great swordsman there, why are they not moving, planning to skip work? Moo Moo and Baiji standing behind Lin Yi have begun to cast moves for support. Baiji threw the move, speeding wind, and with the assistance of Moo Moo, big fireball. The poisonous frog exploded in the sea of fire, the amount of blood decreased, the life points minus 2,544. Baiji looked at the monster being eliminated and sighed. No wonder the disaster level copy was strengthened. Even the small bosses are very difficult to deal with. Moo Moo wiped the sweat on her forehead and replied, "That's normal, although it is a combination of skills, but they are all small skills that do not cost much mana and cooldown time. But this is as Lin Yi predicted. Oh wow, how many seconds have passed since leaving that monster now? Baiji quickly replied, has been 30 seconds, 31, 32. Lin Yi used the stripping technique to knock down the poisonous frog under his feet. The monster's blood energy was exhausted. The announcement has eliminated the poisonous frog, received the secret round buff, poisonous sword tongue attribute. The two girls took the spoils. Moo Moo cheered and celebrated, not too much, not too little, just enough. 40 seconds, Baiji was excited on her face, the benefits are in hand. The scene changed to the suburbs. The group of the captain successfully terminated La Pai. The life points of the evil fall, La Pai have been exhausted, the judgment has been destroyed. The captain contacted to report the news to the control center. He has gone, target number 3 has been destroyed. Next, she directed, Wulu immediately leads the army to the Abyss Gate, join forces with other armies, enter the Abyss. This opportunity is difficult to get, so we need to seize it. He then agreed to follow the captain's orders. Wulu took off his hat coat and said, brothers, everyone has also seen it, right? The battle ahead will be much more cruel than any enemy we have ever encountered. This is no different from directly confronting the great tide of demons. It is very likely that all of us cannot return. He said sternly, if anyone wants to withdraw now, then please stand up. I will not stop or blame you at all. I only hope that you can continue to protect the families of our brothers and the people of the city after we have died in battle, and help them not be harassed by the demon creatures. Everyone silently thought, making the atmosphere tense. Wulu raised his fist to show his spirit. Then, everyone has decided, right? The group said together, we have decided. He probed again. Will not regret. The crowd shouted, no regrets. Wulu was even more determined, appreciated the teammates' good. He stood beside the captain, raising his arm to call, then let's go with me to destroy the Abyss, take the head of the Abyss King. This battle, humanity will win. The crowd responded together, humanity will win. The scene changed to the Ainam forest. The announcement was displayed, has terminated the giant elite serpent, has eliminated the magic spider elite, has handled the giant elite wild boar. Lin Yi and Moo Moo and Baiji successfully eliminated the evil beasts on the road. On the character leaderboard, Moo Moo held the top spot. She said refreshingly, in the end, is it that I have become stronger or this copy is too weak? I can still fight 10 more now. Lin Yi observed the situation and said, it's still early. The big boss at the first level has not been seen yet. Xiao Moo Moo, please call the big tree out to protect. Qili shook the small bell in her hand and issued a sound, ring. A stream of mysterious green light surrounded her. From within the brilliant light source, the soul spirit, the guardian big tree, has appeared. The face of the guardian exuded majesty. Under the influence of the enchanting descent, the talent qualifications of the big tree guardian increased permanently, upgraded to platinum. Moo Moo and Qili were so surprised that they looked at it without blinking. Baiji also showed great interest. Lin Yi pretended to cough but secretly wondered, what is this joke? Tree CA can rely on the debuff to open the upper limit. The scene changed to inside the hall. Everyone was surprised by the development of the fight. A fat middle-aged man blurted out, isn't this the secret round boss? The well-dressed man in a suit commented, the future of this child is an unlimited future, but the most important thing, this is only a summoned clone of the girl. In the forest suddenly issued a warning, the shadow Nam has discovered your whereabouts. He immediately said sternly, it's coming. 3 strange alien people with strange appearances holding swords appeared. This character is named the Shadow Nam, including number 1, number 2, number 3, level 20, has changed level 10, platinum qualifications, has changed gold. Skills weapon enchantment, fire flame, 5 consecutive cuts, 1 word chop, prevent, introduction the 3 brothers of the church passing through the Ainam forest. After being infected by a group of snakes have turned into crazy monsters, lost all consciousness. The one with a red face, disheveled hair, 2 long fangs, they will attack and kill any creature that appears in front of them. Lin Yi ordered the guardian, the big tree guardian, set up the formation, use the night charge throwing the move heaven 1 hit, predict the drop point. It obeyed as quick as lightning flying out to deal with the 3 alien people. The guardian threw the night charge heaven 1 hit. The effect of the move night charge, causing 1081 points of damage, heaven 1 hit life points minus 1920. The announcement showed, the Shadow Ainam number 1 fell into a knockdown state. Lin Yi directed the fight, Moo Moo, Baiji no need to save mana, use all the skills to quickly drain the blood of them, shall Moo Moo stay back wait for orders. Moo Moo confidently rushed up, see my training results here, ice sealing technique. The Shadow Ainam was frozen by her moves, all 3 were subtracted by 426, 287 and 413 life points. They did not give up and tried to break the ice to escape. Baiji quickly cast the move, Li Ming, creating a storm of fire. The Shadow Ainam was burned to melt by the fire, its life points were subtracted by 1912. The 2 joined forces to fight. Moo Moo decisively moved forward, crazy wind butterfly, poison bubble, Baiji waved her knife, wind swift. The decisive attack cooperation of the 2 released shook the forest. Baiji discussed with Moo Moo, all my range skills have been used up, or now I rush into melee. The Shadow Ainam number 1 was defeated under the hands of the Guardian. His brothers saw this and were very angry. That Shadow Ainam full of anger rushed to attack. Lin Yi nimbly defended, the weapons on both sides collided sparking fire. The scene changed to the roundtable meeting in the test conference. Jun Yan exchanged with the people participating in the meeting, according to the intelligence about. The plan of the Abyss forces is to assassinate me to drop the item on the road. This wants 1 arrow to hit 2 birds this Tianqi spoke, that's right, and with the appearance of Lin Yi, has made them not know why to change the strategy, prioritizing the elimination of him, aiming at you. Then they are also quite smart, knowing to use the strategy of diverting the tiger from the mountain, to have just by Xiaoqiu to take action. He determined, I also thought that the Abyss Master was a person with long-term vision, but it turned out that this name by Xiaoqiu is just a rough reckless man. Even being ambushed by us but also dared to rush up, do not know if he has no brains or is too confident. In short, there are a few fallen demons currently preparing to escape back to their nests, but still do not know that Bai Xiaoqiu has disappeared. The good news that they receive, our fake news will make them lose their vigilance. Tianqi contributed the idea, then tell the truth to Lin Yi, so that he takes the initiative to come to the secret realm as the identity of a special recruit. To let the group of evil fall continue to relax their vigilance, then cannot help but open the abyss door and advance. A man showed worry, but my son. He smiled and replied, I have also told him about this plan, and this is also a test for him. Everyone continued to discuss, we think that, if the Abyss Master wants to recruit Xiao Feng, then his purpose is not to finish him, just as long as this child is firm with his limits and refuses to accept the power of the Abyss, then the people of the Abyss Master will not harm him. When the Abyss Gate opens, let the inside agent who has been planted into the group of evil fall secretly bring him back to Jiangqing. A girl hurriedly walked into the meeting room, came close to inform Jun Yan, Master, our main force has entered the Abyss, currently has gained a very large advantage. But it is expected in 5 minutes, then there will be a demon tide pouring into Jiangqing. He calmly stood up fanning his fan in his hand and ordered, then continue according to the original plan. Everyone will temporarily move to the central area of the inner city and wait for the main force to return. I believe that this time we will definitely win, no one will be injured. Furthermore, there is also the variable that he unexpectedly appeared. The scene changed to the battle with the Shadow Ainam. The Guardian took the lead. Sir Lin Yi, please hand me the matter to deal with these ants. It rushed to the group of evil fall to throw the move, jumping chop, causing them to lose 2,620 life points. The shadow Nam looked at the Guardian curiously, not knowing how to deal with it next. The Guardian glanced its sharp eyes to confirm the target to be handled. It threw the move Heaven 1 hit horse's hoof flying, causing the shadow Nam to be subtracted by 1,503 and 1,508 life points. The scene changed to the hall. The test watchers were discussing the fight. The secret realm boss on the screen at least has to be platinum level that, but when the 3-hit death ended. Then the 2 bosses have gone, that's right, want to fight the great platinum level boss, then only need 5 skills. An observer from a large university, wearing a shirt waistcoat commented, can only say that this female student is like a pearl being obscured, the awakening talent of her is what helps her get the identity of a special recruit. The bald teacher also stated his personal view, to tell the truth, then I have some opinions. In fact, I am not very optimistic about the ministerial students who are pursuing this route of output. Although it seems to have high damage, and also can heal blood back mana dispel, but is not as hard as the tanker career, and does not have the ability to block counterattack like a swordsman. The body sucks blood of the warrior, the mobility and maneuverability of the assassin also do not have, it is too fragile, it is like putting yourself in an extremely dangerous position. The price to pay is too high. Just then the city lord from behind came to, hearing the conversation between the two. The bald teacher did not highly appreciate Lin Yi. Everyone think about. On the real battlefield, if encountering an enemy with strong control skills, then will he have a chance to escape? Once being focused on damage, then not only is there the problem of losing power, but is likely to be eliminated immediately, so, I do not support the ministers to implement unexpected actions. But just need to be a good minister is good. The city lord suddenly spoke. Could it be that this kid deliberately held back the lesson, and does not want us to know his true strength? Anyway, this is also a special recruit recommended by the Jiangqing Career League. The observer wearing a waistcoat smiled and explained, you misunderstood, the teacher's meaning is, this child's level is not ordinary, from the details, the timing of the attack, the timing of the avoidance to the reaction to the enemy's attacks, then have all reached the peak, in the official exam, the tactical points, the awareness points, and the individual expression points of him, almost all get the highest evaluation points. But the limitations in actual combat are too great. If the awakening talent does not bring him enough survival ability, once put into the chaotic battlefield, then is almost equivalent to the end. He is only regretful for the talent. He turned his head to ask the bald teacher, Teacher, am I right? He showed a disdainful look. Anyway, it's just an all-round career person with strong fighting power. Geniuses or masters who can replace him, then there are also a lot, there is nothing special. The bald teacher's comments made everyone who heard it disgusted. He commented on Moo Moo, this female student is different, her clone has high intelligence and very strong fighting ability, and also can synchronize the experience and strength of the owner, equivalent to the boss taking action very heavily on her. In the future when she grows up, she only needs to become a commander in the background in a safe area behind, then let her summoned clones fight is good. Moreover, these summoned creatures have the function of resurrection. If used correctly, then it will be equivalent to a permanent combat weapon, can easily penetrate dangerous alien worlds. Everyone think about the strategic value of this. Suddenly, a boy rushed to the city lord as if he had something urgent to report. He whispered something in his ear and then the city lord said, Okay, I know. The people present began to panic. What has happened? He stood on the high floor and announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received news from the front that there will be a demon tide invading in 5 minutes. Everyone please temporarily stop watching and go to the shelter in an orderly manner. Please rest assured, the defensive fortifications are very safe, and there are also a lot of high-level careerists arranged around. Just as long as everyone is calm and follow the instructions, then there will be no losses. After receiving the news, everyone comfortably left following the instructions. Mother Mumu looked at Uncle Su worriedly. There is a demon tide, Will. He softly reassured, It's okay, according to the news the Tide League is very confident this time. Let's go, we cannot drag the children down. The scene changed to inside the forest. The Anamchi shadow have all been eliminated, a new map has been summoned and opened. The enchanting descent wishes you good luck. And please communicate more with new friends. Lin Yi reached out his hand to take out an item in the shape of a mysterious gold scroll. Moo Moo wondered this is, he gave each person one and told, this thing that the Alliance is especially for us. When the new map was opened, I felt the atmosphere in this place even more dangerous. Everyone please hold it first to guard against. The thing that Lin Yi gave to everyone was the protective shield. Scroll, after use, it will create an invincible shield that exists for 10 minutes. But the people inside the barrier cannot leave or attack. He carefully reminded, if you do not use it this time, then just keep it, so later when needed then use it. Mumu replied, I understand, then we will continue. Lin Yi stopped. No, you stay here, let Xiao Mumu stay with everyone. While I and the Treant will protect. The scene ahead was extremely gloomy, mysterious, harboring many dangers. He said sternly to deliver the judgment, because the map ahead is too dangerous. The danger ahead is still unknown, and it is also not within the scope of the exam. The performances of everyone just now were very excellent. Moreover, I also used the giant guarding tree after all. Mumu hooked her arm around Qili. She and Baiji quietly looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Mumu pushed Qili to the front for Lin Yi, while Baiji hugged a bunch of food to say, then please take them all with you. He could not react and could only show a helpless face. The two girls happily celebrated the success of the plan while Lin Yi took all the items and sighed, alright, it's really no way with you people. He threw everything into the mouth of the guardian then went on the road, let's go. The announcement, after using the acceleration ring, the movement speed of the giant guarding tree has increased. After using the accelerator, the movement speed of the giant guarding tree has increased. You have used lightning fluid to smear on the giant guarding tree. It has taken advantage of the power, and used all of the firepower. Lin Yi riding on the body of the guardian rushed into the alien world like lightning. There are a lot of evil fall here, including the black armor puppet knife soldier, level 10, gold qualifications, no skills, it is the black armor soldiers. Wielding a black crescent blade, although do not have any skills, but act quickly and have very high damage, and there are black armor puppet bow soldiers, level 10. Gold qualifications, no skills, it is a puppet soldier wielding a black long bow, although do not have any skills, but the hit rate is extremely high, he did not hesitate. Let's go. The guardian followed the order, fiercely rushed to. Lin Yi and Qili joined forces to fight, night charge, killing swept the target. A giant monster wearing a thorny armor holding a large knife appeared. It is the black armor puppet swordsman, general, level 20, diamond qualifications, skills summon the black armor puppet knife soldier and the black armor puppet bow soldier. The black armor puppet swordsman, the general is the commander of the black armor puppet legion, has the instinct to eliminate the enemy, can summon an unlimited number of black armor puppet soldiers. The guardian looked to him and spoke, Sir Lin Yi, do you need me to end this group of ants? I have confidence. This battle can be finished in 1 minute. He cautiously considered, wait, the situation ahead is not right. There are enemies that cannot be seen lurking in the dark, I must first force them out. Speaking Lin Yi took action reverse, sacred weapon therapy, descended disaster. The white light carrying boundless power hit down making the hidden puppets have to show. The new alien appeared the black armor puppet ninja, general, level 20, diamond talent, skills hiding, smoke bomb, shuriken, it is responsible for assassinating the black armor general. She controls a group of black armor puppet ninjas that can hide, they can use shuriken for ranged attacks and katana for melee. He solemnly coldly assessed the situation, again as the content of a man and a woman, Lin Yi directed, Xiao Mumu, temporarily retreat, these two bosses have some restraint on you, Tricie, cling to the swordsman, I will aim at the ninja, after eliminating the first wave of soldiers. Then find a way to lure it close to the group of ninjas. The guardian received the order, got it. It directly confronted the black armor puppet general, speaking scolding, this fly mosquito, so also dare to block my path. The black armor puppet general waved his knife and jumped at the guardian, then he used the summoning move. Many clones of the puppet general were created surrounding the guardian. Lin Yi came to the black armor puppet ninja general and read the code, Xieling Moon Shadow, destruction cutting knife, start, when silence, increase damage by 50%. Reverse Jishing Divine Diu, he threw the move Fall to Heaven and Earth Hell, the enemy's life points reduced by 4,168, complete annihilation. The black armor puppet ninja general was heavily injured by Lin Yi. She used the hiding smoke bomb exploded to find a way to escape. He called for support, Xiao Mumu, it's your turn. Qili chased the black armor puppet ninja general, Butterfly Gale. She was surrounded by white butterflies, attacked and could not retreat. The black armor puppet ninja general exploded into hundreds of pieces. On the Guardian side, it was also fighting fiercely. It successfully knocked down each clone of the black armor puppet general. The black armor puppet swordsman, the general, fell into a dilemma, entered a state of life and death battle, preparing to summon a lot of black armor puppet soldiers. Lin Yi raised his hand to call the code: reverse treatment technique, stripping technique. The terrible blow made the target explode, eliminated the secret realm boss, the black armor puppet swordsman, the general. The scene changed to a temporary shelter underground. The guards were strictly guarding the door. The exam watchers were excitedly discussing, "Wow, the great old Lin Yi also has ranged AoE damage. This is the magical artillery cannon. The damage is even higher than the 2 summoned platinum level bosses." Of course, directly taking away most of the blood of the diamond level boss, although the number of skills released is not the most, but the output quality is definitely number 1. A man wearing a suit and glasses excitedly shouted, "This quality, even a lot of careerists from large schools cannot do it." Others then said, "This name could be a legendary level genius." Ah, that's right, even is awakening a god level talent, not for sure. Seeing the bald teacher wiping the sweaty sweat on his forehead, the city lord put his hand on his shoulder and asked, "Your body is not good, do you need to rest?" The bald teacher, embarrassed, replied, "It's okay, that I'm sorry, just now I was abrupt. This student named Lin Yi deserves to be the only special student of Jiangqing. He is really a real genius." Everyone cheered. That's right, evaluating his awakening talent as mythology is completely without exaggeration. The development potential and strategic value of this person are extraordinary. Let's start, colleagues, prepare to snatch him to enroll. The scene changed to the battle in the Ainam forest. Mu said to Bai Ji, the direction of Lin Yi, "Let's quickly go over there." After defeating the black armor puppet group, he looked into the distance to probe the situation. The guardian tilted his head to report, "Sir, Lin Yi, the comber, is very strong." In the hazy mist loomed the figure of a woman who looked like a witch riding a broom flying. That person gradually appeared in the light. The Queen of Yen Dai had appeared. The screen announced, due to the high temperature increase of the enchanting descent, the strength of the unknown enemy in the secret realm copy has been increased. The announcement board appeared, name Yen Dai Demon Girl clone, level, qualifications, skills, introduction. The guardian saw her and stammered, "Yen Dai Demon Girl." Lin Yi thought, Tree Brother has an impression of this boss? His eyes narrowed. This is a clone, again is a boss with no any material, it seems to be summoned by something. The image of the demon lion appears, not to mention the information has shown, it also is the identity. Lin Yi thought, these names, I have also fought with them before. His eyes were serious, this will be a fierce battle. Yen Dai above began to speak, how interesting. She continued to say, the path to the Forgotten Lair. Lin Yi spoke, soul possession, the big tree guardian, water tear mimicry. The corners of Yen Dai's mouth twitched up, no wonder I received a reminder. The guardian sternly looked directly at her, full of murderous intent. Chi Li had prepared the moves that can attack at any time. Lin Yi turned to instruct, Tree Brother, Xiao Mu do not act rashly. Have everyone ever known her before? Chi Li narrowed her eyes and shook her head, showing she did not know. The guardian then said sternly, do not know, but has a very familiar feeling, Sir Lin Yi, on her body has a mark like yours. He was a little surprised. The mark is it? Probably is the pass of the Forgotten Lair. Yen Dai was floating in the air teasing, little brother, do not have an adversarial look with sister here, seeing that we have a fate to meet each other, so sister here will let you pass this level. For free. She flew away, not forgetting to leave the last words, hope that little brother can also pass through the Forgotten Lair. The puppets next to her bowed and also left without an explanation. Lin Yi frowned blankly, completely. Running is it? What does this mean? Because I have a pass to the Forgotten Lair. Ah, could it be that she is also a creature in the nest there? Ah. The guardian rubbed his chin and said, although I do not remember who she is, but in addition to the mark of the Forgotten Lair, she also has a number of similar seal with the same origin. Chi Li below also followed to nod her head as if agreeing. It continued to say, she is definitely not a creature of the secret realm. I suspect that when the master summoned me with soul possession, then you have let me absorb a part of the power of the enchanting descent, so only led her to this secret realm, because on her body also has the same aura and power as the enchanting descent, even the power of her is the original. Like it is she personally gave the new power to this secret realm, and change the copy. Lin Yi heard this and secretly thought, although I really want to go to the end of the problem, but the big tree guardian was summoned by soul possession, is certainly no any important memories. So there is no need to think about it. He frowned and said, Tree brother, first no need to think about the things of Yen Dai demon girl. Lin Yi seriously analyzed, but the problem now is that the puppet general who was summoned by the demon girl has also left, so who will the final enemy be, and the copy does not appear any important. Notifications. A voice called out, Lin Yi. He turned back and then recognized Moo Moo. She ran over and said, we felt the changes in the copy, afraid that something big happened, so we wanted to gather with you as soon as possible. Bai Ji behind was wiping sweat and continued the words, no, it's good that you are all right. Suddenly the puppets above stopped and did not retreat anymore. Their eyes began to probe. The announcement has detected a black armor puppet mage. Please pay attention to the mage career. Immediately they changed direction and rushed straight down. The black armor puppet mage has aroused a new fighting spirit. They were full of murderous intent as if about to eliminate the new prey. Moo Moo saw it and panicked, stammering, oh my god, I again judged wrong. Lin Yi summoned the sword full of red magical power and shouted, do not think much, if she did not come then we would not have a notification of crossing the door. So I think they are the final bosses we must defeat. The puppets rushed up, hand casting magic throwing straight down below. The destination of it was the Lin Yi group. He quickly swung a sword into space, decisively chopped straight into the magic. The Guardian and Chili were not weak either, then participated in the battle decisively. A layer of shield was formed. Lin Yi turned to speak, freeze the rest of their energy balls, to avoid encountering a secondary explosion. Moo Moo reached out her hand in front to create small ice pieces and then shouted, ice sealing technique. The layer of ice slowly rose to touch that purple magic. In front of the puppet was a large block of ice. Shocking. They stood still, each sound of difficult to understand chanting rang out. The group of puppet harmonized, resonating, each source of their magic radiated everywhere. The Guardian realized, it's a summoning formation. In the sky at this time appeared countless dark puppets. The announcement appeared, Secret Realm Boss Black Armor Puppet Mage, General, is performing a mysterious summon. The Black Armor Puppet Mage, 1,000 troops were jumping down, attacking continuously on the shield. Bai Ji looked around in horror, disgusting really, did not expect that there would be so many. The Guardian turned to ask, Sir, how shall we fight this? Lin Yi laughed excitedly, do not rush, if facing so many then I also have to call a strong helper. He threw up a playing card and then shouted, Summon. A source of enormous power was released by Lin Yi straight to the sky, Dark Curse Knight. The giant Dark Curse Knight immediately appeared behind him. It stood tall in front of the puppets who were rushing over like swarming bees. The announcement appeared, the summoned Black Curse Knight Platinum level 20 is fighting, the maintenance time is 1 hour. Moo Moo was very impressed. Lin Yi, the teacher Zhu is not a gold level 15 boss. Ah, how have you upgraded it like that? He replied, no, I have never cared about it. Had secretly thought, could it be that the power of teacher Zhu will increase when I become stronger? The live viewers excitedly shouted, oh wow, is the forbidden teacher, haven't you heard of it? It is the great old Lin Yi who has changed the difficulty of the historical copy. Is the great god who dropped the qualification to summon teacher Zhu. The excited boy continued to say, this has shocked me for a whole year. He was fascinated, no matter whether win or not, then I also want to give birth to his children. The group cheered to encourage, please smash crush these puppets, the enchanting descent is only like this. In a hidden corner, the voice of the man rang out, your superiors have also lost contact. The 3 people with red eyes were telling each other, that's right, what to do next, we are also stuck here, never mind, just act first, and then talk. He laughed maliciously with the dark magical power on his hand, this is not just a coincidence, the demon abyss commanding us has run into trouble. Then they will not be able to control us anymore. Then we will not have to be cannon fodder anymore, just directly summon the demon tide teleportation gate here. On the battlefield at this time Lin Yi spoke, teachers you no need to use the moonlight suddenly like it, the opponent wants to use the sea of people tactics. You only need to suck the monsters, pull them away from the current position is good. The Dark Curse Knight seriously listened to the order, the announcement appeared, release Dark Curse. All attributes significantly increased, flying forward. It quickly flew up high, the rocks under its feet shattered due to the pressure. The puppets above saw it, and also were horrified and stopped. The dark cursed knight began to swing its sword and fight fiercely. Lin Yi stood below and examined and was satisfied. Very good, the formation that they have set out has been attracted over by Teacher Zhu, and before all of them are eliminated, then the 4 bosses will not act rashly. He ran forward and said the logic of them seems to be purely wanting to rely on small monsters to wear us down, so they are still providing magic power for the formation. And not attacking us, is indeed even if the puppet mage has a general rank, then the intelligence is not very high. The dark cursed knight immediately turned his head back. It cast a strong energy ball in its hand. Lin Yi saw it and shouted, then this is the time, break. Immediately the dark cursed knight shot that move straight into the center of the puppet general group before his command, fall to heaven and earth hell. They were hit and their bodies were crushed. A giant ghostly face laughed horribly. The guardian rushed up to fight. Heaven 1 hit. Refresh the skill, heaven 1 hit. Lin Yi jumped up high holding his sword tightly to attack. Reverse bitch high tide, death sea. Moo moo released poison bubbles to eliminate the enemy. Baiji below used the storm of fire to help. Below was Chili controlling the ice moving technique to block the puppet army. A large source of power swept away the ignorant puppets. The dark cursed knight was the one to throw the grand move, Moonlight sudden hit critical. When the smoke gradually dissipated and the war came to an end, the announcement appeared, the puppet mage armor has been destroyed, the formation has been broken, the boss receives inverse damage. Lin Yi sternly said, divide to destroy, do not let them recover and summon monsters again. The big black chains reached out to tie the puppet tightly, reverse purification technique silence forbidden. He said sternly, reaching out his hand forward to cast the move, it's over, reverse healing technique, stripping technique. A very strong pressure pushed hard on the puppet's body. Lin Ye's slash hit straight into the person, creating an earth-shattering tremor. He looked to the side, his teammates had been in position. Baiji threw straight up waving her sword to slash a diagonal line full of power. Moo Moo behind assisted. The guardian also rushed to pin a fatal blow into the puppet's body. It fell on the ground holding its person in pain, struggling to stand up. But the dark cursed knight had appeared throwing a move to end everything, desperate heavy hit. The chains gradually broke out of a magic formation, the announcement appeared, announcement complete the secret realm copy mutation, the Nam Forest, start settlement rewards. Under the influence of the special ability the observation of the goddess of luck, all treasure chests opened will be promoted to diamond level. Everyone received what they wanted. Finally a large mysterious chest appeared in the air. The announcement appeared again, is open the treasure chest multiplied by 2 not, Lin Yi spoke open. The thing inside gradually appeared, received the gold level priest skill, the blessing of the stars, received the gold level mage weapon, the lightning body book. Received the diamond level carrying equipment, the 6 yang eye, received a rare level item. The system announced, the blessing of the stars, the exclusive skill of the priest, restores life points to all the designated targets within the scope, and at the same time casts the effect stars. All attributes of the healed target will soar and receive a random 3 buff effects, can only be removed by the same level of erasure skill. He was satisfied. What a gold level skill. Another announcement board appeared, the punishment of the planet, reduces the life points of all the designated targets within the scope, and at the same time casts the planet effect. All attributes of the target whose life points are reduced will decline and randomly removes 3 buff effects. Lin Yi secretly thought, indeed is a great killer. His eyes shone with a red light like blood, magic furiously flying around. The group at this time was very curious. What has fallen out after all? Let me see, let me see. The images of the items and skills in the chest were projected very clearly. At this time the sound of footsteps rang in the corridor. Ma Chao leaned down to say something to the city lord. He said sternly, then what is the current fighting situation on the border of the abyss? He laughed and replied, about to win, we have attacked the underground palace in the abyss. Today is the best opportunity to chop to death the abyss master. Ma Chao affirmed, today they will all have to die. The city lord turned to say, then good, but I have a feeling is too easy, still should be cautious above all. He heard that and replied, but if you can destroy the abyss forces in one fell swoop. Just as Lin Yi returned there were countless cheers, Lin Yi, Lin Yi, Lin Yi. He said sternly secretly, already in the place of refuge. Lin Yi said to himself in his head, it seems that it is true as the plan of the League, do not know which step has been proceeded to. At this time the city lord and Ma Chao slowly came. He frowned and pondered, but I have a feeling something wrong, it seems has overlooked something. Moo Moo on this side raised her hand high very happily. Below the audience there was her family. Lin Yi followed that shape, if can eliminate the abyss forces. He smiled sadly, then that's great. Suddenly among the people below, a girl shouted in horror. The sharp weapon had gripped the neck of a boy. Lin Yi then recognized, the tide of demons creature, the city lord confused. Why can it come in here? It lifted the boy up making him scream, save me. Ma Chao while running away quickly contacted and reminded, all the people around retreat behind, do not panic, let me save him. He continued to say, the place of refuge has the tide of demons appear, suspect the internal communication, please immediately support. Ma Chao was even more panicked, immediately support. Lin Yi quickly flew to, hand holding the sword cut off the head of the tide of demons creature. His eyes were full of murderous aura, deep voice, strip technique. That boy had been saved in the nick of time. Lin Yi raised his hand full of magic, not right. The guard team suppressing outside the city has a non-ordinary ability. He stood still on the high and analyzed defensively. Wang Ma Chao has easily returned to report to the city lord, not to mention the arrangement from the high-level management of the league. Lin Yi turned his head back, his eyes sharp as knives. This group of tide of demons creatures only have the ability to be summoned by internal communication inside. Countless tide of demons creatures appeared chasing to kill everyone, making everyone scream loudly. The city lord said sternly, ordered quick, the careerists present, please take out your weapons to protect the students. Suddenly the giant pterodactyl transformed behind him. On this side then everyone was fighting very fiercely. The screams were still echoing. Ma Chao loudly warned, the city lord is behind. The pterodactyl opened its mouth wide, inside was a source of energy being accumulated. He waved his hand forward to control it. Everyone do not panic, the fire of the pterodactyl only causes damage to the demon objects in the abyss. Immediately after that it spat out a terrifying purple fire towards the tide of demons creatures. But immediately after that they appeared even more. Ma Chao gnashed his teeth annoyed, what summoning tool is it? Where is the internal communication hiding? Moo Moo loudly said, this area is left to me and Bai Ji. Xiao Moo Moo, pay attention to the places where the tide of demons can be born. Qi Li nodded in agreement. Lin Yi slashed and the tide of demons creature was cut in half. His heart was like a mess. Now what to do? Organize everyone to leave this place to take refuge first. Or prioritize catching the internal communication. He sternly said secretly, presumably the internal communication is still here, has not left. The place of refuge is in the city, different from the large hall. Outside guarded strictly, cannot escape, but if not catch the internal communication then the tide of demons will not stop. In the midst of this place still falling into violent shock there was someone to inform the bad news, not good, in the city and on top of the place of refuge there are also a tide of demons appear. The level of abyss demon objects estimated about 30-40. That person continued to say, is mobilizing the entire platoon to encircle, all careerists are fighting urgently. The battle was still going on fiercely. The city lord was not satisfied and said, Wang Ma Chao, the reinforcements in the inner city, why are they so slow? He frowned and continued to say, where are the careerists around the refuge area? A boy next to him replied, around the refuge area in the inner city have appeared many demon tide teleportation gates. He went on to say, not only that, the tide of demons creatures on the streets also exceeds our expectations. That boy horrified said, the demon objects from these teleportation gates have levels that are not low, the guard team manpower shortage, cannot provide support. Lin Yi uneasy, it's not good, if continue like this then the tide outside and in the city will combine to clamp us, surround all this group of people to death. He looked at the dozens of people falling, the color flowing into streams and thought, until completely destroyed. Moo Moo was casting magic and then said loudly, Xiao Bai, I found that my attack seems to be particularly effective with these insects. Bai Ji turned to reply. So they must all be the type of low magic resistance. She asked in a panic, Lin Yi, do you have enough mana? He replied, I'm fine for now. Focus on conserving mana and let Xiao Moo Moo attack more. Lin Yi turned towards the horde of demonic creatures, thinking, even if that's what I said, if the demonic creatures keep pouring out endlessly. Just as they were about to pounce, a sharp blade flashed across. The demonic creatures were instantly cleaved in two. Lin Yi said to himself, everyone here has a large supply of recovery items. Luckily, besides me, Moo Moo, and Xiao Bai. There's also the city lord and observers from prestigious academies, and even some professional players among the audience who came to join the fun. He rushed forward and shouted, City Lord, the demonic creatures here are around level 10 to 20. I suspect higher level portals have appeared elsewhere. They have low magic resistance but high physical defense, at least twice as much. Lin Yi continued, you can have all the magic user students assist you in a safe area. The City Lord agreed, standing up straight and shouting, all magic user students, listen up. Be brave and contribute your strength. They responded in unison, understood. Lin Yi summoned his magic-filled sword, reversal blessing of the constellations, punishment of the meteor. A huge explosion erupted, causing the life value of all the demonic creatures to plummet and all their attributes to decrease. The students exclaimed, Lin Yi is awesome. Is that the diamond-level skill that dropped from the dungeon earlier? I didn't expect it to become an effect that weakens and damages monsters. A girl raised her hand and volunteered. We can also learn from Big Brother Lin Yi and contribute our strength. She used her magic to support everyone. Let us help you heal and restore mana. Lin Yi stood still, holding his sword, thinking, however, if mana recovery skills and mana potions aren't enough to last until reinforcements arrive. He frowned gravely. If we reach the limit of human endurance, and still can't find the source that can stop the demonic tide, a horrific and insane scene will unfold, and everyone here will die. Lin Yi asked, City Lord, is the reserve in the shelter enough for a few days? The City Lord replied, the shelter was only activated temporarily, so supplies were prepared according to the principle of no waste and no expiration. The supply must be transported by the guard team. He suddenly fell silent, thinking, then the situation is a bit bad. The elite professional players who are the main force have mostly participated in the operation to encircle and suppress the abyssal forces. Lin Yi continued to ponder. This leads to a serious shortage of manpower in both the inner and outer cities. Wait, something's not right. He realized the situation and shouted, we've been outflanked. This is a lure the tiger away from the mountain strategy. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind. Calm down. Lin Yi brushed the hand away. Get out of here, don't bother me now. Shang Junyan smiled and said, Lin Yi, it's me. I know what you're thinking. Lin Yi questioned, Shang Junyan, why are you here? He waved his hand behind him and said, didn't I explain the plan clearly enough? The person who went to lure by Xiaoqiu wasn't me, but a substitute arranged by the Alliance. I've been secretly observing your performance. You're really strong, so I'm very sure that if we cooperate, we can definitely break through the encirclement. Kill all these demonic creatures, and find their source. Lin Yi looked at everyone who was struggling to defend. He turned his head back and questioned, are you sure? How long will it take? If it takes too long, there could be casualties here. Shang Junyan began to unleash his magic, then let me show you my talent. He touched Lin Ye's shoulder, and a notification appeared. Notification. You have been granted a power of unknown origin. Received soul adaptation power from Shang Junyan. All skill damage plus 100%, increase skill casting range, expand skill attack range, reduce cooldown time by 30%, increase mana regeneration speed, increase HP recovery speed. Damage you take will be partially shared with Shang Junyan. He smiled and said, this is my awakened talent, Soul Link. It can transfer my soul to your body for an hour. Of course, it's not just that function. Lin Yi frowned and looked over. What's the cost? What are the side effects? How will it affect me? He began to cast a magic test, thinking, an awakened talent like this must be at least legendary level. Shang Junyan tried to soothe Lin Ye's coldness. Don't worry, the side effects of this talent only affect me. And after using it, I'll be unconscious for a week. So you have to protect me, this fragile person. This is my last trump card. Suddenly he grabbed his hand. Lin Yi rushed forward, then let's go quickly. You lead the way. Immediately, a demonic creature appeared. Shang Junyan shouted, crap, it's a roach man. Don't let him shoot his slime. He summoned his magic-filled sword. Then Lin Yi decisively slashed a clean line. The system appeared. Notification. Flash Spirit Moon Shadow has begun to absorb the remaining soul. He continued to hold the sword tightly. Notification. The quality of Flash Spirit Moon Shadow has begun to increase. All attributes have been greatly increased. The two ran to another path. Shang Junyan said, "This way." Lin Yi turned around and threw the sword straight at the demonic creatures, asking, "Do you know who it is already?" A slash cut them in half. He replied sternly, "Yes, there's always surveillance here." Lin Yi sneered, "They dared to put a summoning scroll in the surveillance room? I don't know if that's smart or stupid." The space inside was full of evil energy, and many people couldn't bear it and collapsed. Shang Junyan said, "Anyway, the surveillance room has surveillance cameras." Outside Jiang City at that time was like the end of the world, with devastation everywhere. Demonic creatures appeared everywhere, and a voice rang out, "Finally back." Xiao Feng, who had just arrived, angrily kicked the demonic creature stones continuously. "These garbage abyssal demons!" He roared loudly, "Garbage fallen ones! Useless scum!" Xiao Feng frantically stabbed down, "Die!" He roared like a beast in a frenzy, "Dare to come and catch me? What a waste of this young master's time! And dare to make this young master so miserable!" Xiao Feng remembered the scene of him crawling on the ground in pain, and became even more unbearable. He turned his head back and shouted, "Don't follow me anymore." He Quan said, "Huang Xiao Feng." He stood proudly and said, "I really can't follow you anymore. I have to rely on you to go the rest of the way. I have other tasks to complete." He Quan pointed to the evil energy on Xiao Feng's hand and reminded, "Remember, now you won't be attacked by the demonic creatures, but you'll be seen as a fallen one by the professional players." He trembled and tightly hugged his hand. He Quan instructed, "If you encounter them, you'd better immediately lower your weapons and surrender, or first find a place to hide. Wait until the demonic tide ends before you come out. Hand over the mark of the abyss, and explain everything clearly to them. Endure the humiliation." Xiao Feng scolded irritably, "Idiot! Isn't there a cooler option?" He Quan replied, "No. I have other tasks to do. I'm going ahead." Hu Li suddenly appeared and said, "Really here?" Yan Gui followed behind. "He Quan, what do you mean? Betraying us?" He Quan frowned and replied, "I've always been an informant. Drug addict, it's actually still time to turn back now." Yan Gui angrily shouted, "Go to hell." Then he threw the cigarette straight ahead. "I will end your life, you traitor of the abyss." He Quan leaned to the side to dodge the attack. "Have you never thought about it? You were originally human." Yan Gui naturally didn't listen. "Human? Then what do they see me as? Just because my awakened talent isn't strong enough?" He became more and more angry. "That damn thing is just random. Why can't I have such a talent? Such a position? I want all of them to kneel down and lick my feet." He Quan said sternly, "Your original wish wasn't wrong, but no matter what, you can't rely on the abyss to rise. Right now, something is flying over." Immediately, it hit him straight in the face. Hu Li on this side enthusiastically opened her mouth. "Little brother." She smiled seductively, "We meet again." Xiao Feng scolded directly, "Get lost. You look like a rat." Hu Li was directly angered by these words. "What did you say?" He immediately turned around, his face already panicked. She pinned him against the wall as fast as lightning. "Still want to run? Based on the difference in strength between us, do you think you can escape?" Xiao Feng jabbed his elbow back, but Hu Li easily blocked it and ridiculed. "Little brother only has a foul mouth, huh?" She pinned him tightly against the wall, but he still shouted strongly, "Garbage fallen ones! This young master's foul mouth is no more foul than the garbage power you use." Xiao Feng cursed directly without any restraint. "That ugly thing can't even meet the standard after removing the makeup. Applying to be a sweeper for my family would be rejected from the parking lot." Round. Hu Li angrily summoned pink ropes to tie him up. "You're courting death." When he was forced into a passive position, Xiao Feng panicked. "Holy crap! Is this animal playing for real? Aren't they not allowed to kill me?" Hu Li paused at this moment when she heard Yan Gui's voice in her head. "Stop. Don't forget the task that the Lord gave us. That kid is deliberately provoking you." He continued, "This guy has a higher talent for depravity than Master Mai Gao's previous evaluation. He might even become a king of the fallen, 1 in 10,000. Yan Gui insisted, "We must bring him back intact, and then brainwash him into our trump card." Hu Li was still reluctant, but finally could only knock Xiao Feng unconscious. "As if you didn't have your defense broken by He Quan," Yan Gui urged, "stop talking nonsense. Come and help me. This ungrateful wretch is hiding his strength." She rubbed her wrist and replied, okay, I'm coming." Suddenly, dust flew straight into Hu Li's face, causing her to cover her eyes with her hands. He Quan rushed over like a fierce tiger as fast as lightning. He didn't hesitate to throw an uppercut at Hu Li. He Quan pulled his fist back, building momentum. Fire dance heavy fist. He punched her continuously, rend the earth heavy fist, destroy the heavens and annihilate the earth. Hu Li was pushed back. The fallen one Hu Li has fallen into a heavily injured state. All attributes have decreased. Yan Gui was stunned to see this, thinking, how is this possible? We are clearly both level 30 fallen ones. She quickly regained her strength, and he angrily roared, don't even think about escaping. Die. The two rushed forward at the same time, wanting to attack He Quan. He closed his eyes tightly and circulated his inner strength, saying, it's useless. Even if the two of you transform, you are completely no match for me. Moreover, Hu Li, you are now strengthening me. She was shocked to hear this. What? As soon as the two launched their attacks, a large force radiated from He Quan's body. Hu Li was horrified. What is this? A notification appeared. Awaken talent. Brahma sound degrees the sea. All damage dealt to targets with rotten and demonized attributes is increased by 500%. After eliminating targets with rotten and demonized attributes, this effect can be upgraded. The area of effect expands to all enemies. As long as the effect is maintained. If you continue to eliminate rotten and demonized targets, you can extend the duration of the effect. He Quan's strength exploded, causing the two to be thrown back painfully. Hu Li also revealed her true form. She screamed, it hurts. My skin! My face! He Quan's eyes lit up and he put his hand in front of his chest, saying, out of respect for our past friendship, I originally wanted to give you a chance, but you are still lost and unrepentant at this point, so there is no other way. He rushed forward and punched Hu Li hard in the stomach. He Quan slowly bent down, gathering momentum to perform a meteor strikes the head, and said goodbye. I hope you choose to be a human in your next life. See you again. He punched again from the sky, and she flew back painfully. Hu Li spat out bright red blood. He Quan disappeared into space. He teleported high above and cast falling ground palm. A huge Buddha's hand hit Hu Li directly, causing the rocks below to shatter. She opened her eyes wide. A notification appeared. Fallen One Hu Li has been eliminated. The Fallen One has lost all signs of life. He Quan stood proudly above with golden power, looking down below. He slowly turned his head. Yan Gui had fled in panic. Sorry, Hu Li, as long as I keep the green hills, I don't have to worry about firewood. Immediately, He Quan appeared in front of him. You can't escape, drug addict. Yan Gui transformed into a terrifying being and roared, don't push me. He rushed forward without hesitation. Too much. He Quan still stood still with tens of thousands of Buddha's hands blocking Yan Gui's path. Impenetrable by swords and spears, accelerate, Vajra palm. He quickly teleported behind him. He Quan used a bright Arhat fist on Yan Gui's back. He paused for a few seconds, preparing the finishing move, critical uppercut. Then, He Quan punched Yan Gui, burning him to ashes. KO. Fallen drug addict has been eliminated. The fallen drug addict had lost all signs of life, leaving only He Quan standing towering on the ground. He looked at Xiaofeng, who was snoring in the distance, and couldn't help but think, this kid, is there really something wrong with his head? He Quan carried him and walked forward. Whatever, I'll throw him in a safe place first. At this moment, a voice rang out, He Quan, where are you now? He replied seriously, outside the north gate of Jiang City, escorting Huang Xiaofeng back to the city. He was chased and knocked unconscious by the fallen ones, temporarily unable to act. He Quan continued, the fallen ones who chased him were Hu Li and the drug addict who used to be on the same team as me. I have already eliminated them. The voice praised, good. The voice continued, but the plan has changed. You don't need to take him back to Jiang City anymore. Take him directly to me. He Quan was very surprised. Do you mean to let him join us? But this guy is just a student who has never undergone systematic training. He felt a little pity. Letting him be an informant is no different from pushing him into a dead end. The white-haired man said calmly, I just received news that Huang Xiaofeng's talent for depravity far exceeds the evaluation of the abyssal demon Mai Gao. His talent may become an existence that surpasses even the fallen ones. He continued his words, causing He Quan to be horrified, King of the Fallen. He will surely receive greater attention and importance, entering the area with the highest authority in the abyssal territory. His words echoed, moreover, he has refused the temptation of the abyssal demons with tenacious will. That is the key within all keys, the guarantee that he will never fall. The image of Xiao Feng appeared, full of the power of a king of the fallen. He continued non-stop with his prediction. In this way, he can even approach and destroy existences even higher than the Abyssal King, which is the Abyssal Emperor, thereby ending the war between humans and the Abyssal forces. The Abyssal territory has not seen a fallen one with such talent for a long, long time. I have confirmed with the Alliance, as well as with his father. Everyone agrees with this decision. He was still calm. You don't need to worry about other things. I can grant him the power of the Abyss while ensuring that he is not corroded by the power of the Abyss. He Quan put Xiao Feng down and opened his mouth, but if he himself is unwilling, and only wants to keep his human identity. In fact, this kid always mentions someone named Lin Yi. He recounted, if he obtains the abyssal power of God, then he will no longer have the opportunity to compete fairly. The man above said, I have my own way to deal with this. Treat the disease that plagues him, and don't worry that he won't obey. You also don't need to be blinded by his bad personality. This kid has such strong faith that he still hasn't fallen. His true potential is not something that ordinary professional players or abyssal demons can defeat. Memories of Xiao Feng were floating in the air. He said again, as for why he became a person with such obvious shortcomings, according to his father, he suffered some kind of shock outside when he was young. It is also a major secret of another family. I think Lin Yi also didn't take real action because he saw Huang Xiaofeng's true ability and nature. This teenager's ability can easily kill abyssal demons. He continued, but precisely because of this, Huang Xiaofeng's extreme personality makes him see Lin Yi as an obsession and target, even a demon in his heart. He must be eliminated and trampled under his feet to prove his bloodline and status. He thought of Xiao Feng and said, although these two super geniuses argue, they cannot become teammates. The image of Lin Yi appeared, but they can cooperate from different directions, maximizing their strength. He decided, wait until you bring him back, and I will tell you about the other things one by one. He Quan obeyed, disciple understands. I will immediately bring Huang Xiaofeng back. He stated, oh right, I heard there was some trouble in Jiang City, now. He slowly opened his fiery red eyes, indeed, some unexpected things have happened. I can't help either. He sat up in the void, but fortunately, the person named Lin Yi is there. His feet landed on the ground, and tens of thousands of crimson magic sources appeared. He said, the situation has been completely reversed. Lin Yi held the sword tightly, and a thick, ghostly killing intent existed behind him.